Hello, and welcome to a 1 year Last Divinity special. I am joined by Cranberry.
Hello.
Uh,
How
it
how
is,
you doing?
yeah, not too bad. How about yourself?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
chilling.
So, I've mentioned this before in one of the monster trains, but Cranberry and I wanted to do something special for the 1 year of the Last Divinity, and so we have gathered ourselves here today, and we're going to rank every card in this game.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah. You know how many cards there are in this game, Cranberry? That
627.
is that is a lot of cards. It's 250-ish.
Oh, okay.
It's
Well,
like it's like 253, I think, but I don't know if that counts the curses.
okay. Well, that
Yeah.
was close.
Would you like to do the preface or shall I?
This is probably gonna be a pretty long video, so much so that we might break it down into multiple videos. Who knows at this point?
Yeah, I could see that.
Um, yeah. And we're gonna rate all the cards.
Yeah.
That's the
Uh,
preface.
mm-hmm. My goal is to have this video done in either an hour and a half or 4 hours. Basically, either go really fast or reasonably slow. I expect it's going to be a pretty long video, though.
Yeah, we don't have like literal strict rules for how we're rating the cards.
Mm-hmm.
Generally speaking, we're gonna rate them based on their average performance, not like when they're like optimal.
Yeah, exactly.
So something to keep in mind there.
Oh, I was like, hey, why is my mouse cursor not showing up? My mouse cursor is black, and so is Tier Maker. I gotcha. Anyway, I think you said you're not recording this, so there will be no
I am
order.
not.
Yeah, so this will
You
be
have my
just here.
full undivided attention.
All right, I will upload a picture of Cranberry's tier list in the description, as well. So if you want to see Cranberry's opinions as opposed to mine, you can see that down there, and I will have a link to this tier maker so that if you wish to, you can make it yourself.
Won't be too far apart from each other, I imagine.
Yeah, I imagine. A big part of doing this for me is seeing, because I feel like now I'm pretty well cemented in all of my opinions for this game. I feel like I have a good feel for everything. And lastly, order. We're going to do these basically in the order that the cards are in the logbook, so you'll notice that as well. There's a little bit of variance, but yeah, it's pretty much just the order that the cards are in the logbook. After Hellhorn, it'll be like that for sure. All right, shall we?
Let's go.
Okay. So first and foremost, we got Alloy of the Ancients. This card's like, I can go first for this one. If you want, we can just alternate. So I'll go first and then you go first, back and forth.
That's a good way to do this.
Okay. I'm going to put this card in A tier.
That's where I put it too.
Yeah. I think that this card is like, it is one of those cards that is never bad, but it's usually not game changing.
It's bad if you already have a really solid defensive plan, right? Because then it's usually just redundant and it takes up a space in your deck. But most of the time, it's pretty good value. So,
and even in a case where you are like your defensive plan is really solid, it is just a one-time draw that gives you a big boost to armor.
Yeah,
it's not like a oh my god I saw Alloy of the Ancients, I won the game card, but a lot of times it's like a hey I make 3 of this card and then I don't die.
It's good. It's a good card. Low impact as far as like it taking up spots in your deck. It consumes itself, which is oftentimes good. You got Wormkin, so you have etch value, but even then, like a card like this, you might not want to be around forever because you might have like a scaling plan that you are more focused on. So, yeah, it's good.
Yeah. I wanted to also ask real quick, I forgot to mention this. Did you extend your tier list from the base 5 or not?
Oh, I did. I did.
Okay.
I did to match yours.
Just wondering. Just wanted to be sure. Okay. Anything else you want to say about Alloy of the Ancients?
Good card to hold upgrades. Like, there's a lot of good things for it. Double stack and then a cost down. Just cost downs in general. A lot of good ways to use it.
Spell chain, value stone, remove consume. Lots of good stuff for it.
Yeah, one of the few cards that actually like can use remove consume pretty efficiently.
Yeah, and like one of the other things that's really good about Alloy of the Ancients is because it uses double stack and remove consume, it becomes a position where typically if you go to a magic shop, you're guaranteed to see one of the high cost upgrades that are good, because you see double stack or remove consume, and usually a run can use holdover as well.
Yeah.
Which is worth thinking about as well when you're thinking about cards like this.
Maximizing value from your stores is pretty cool.
Yeah, really important. All right. Would you like to
ready for Apex Imp?
I'm ready.
It's Apex Imp. He's a great card. I'm going to put him in the S tier because I think he's one of the strongest carries. But he does need, quite a bit to build around him. And if you get really unlucky, you can just take him, see no armor, and then die. But if you just get a little bit of support, he kind of just 1v1s the run for you.
Yeah, I think that I agree. I think that Apex Imp is like the exact sort of card that I made the S plus tier because of. Because like Apex Imp is really, really good. But like you said, he's not perfect. He's probably like a 95% win the run sort of card, but there's always a chance that you don't see Steelworker, you don't see Alloy of the Ancients, and you just get no armor. There's so much support for him out there, but sometimes you just miss, A little bit of barking going on. What the heck?
Yeah, not much really to say about the Imp, though. That's kind of it.
No,
I will say he's in a unique position of really liking Horn Warrior infusion. Right, like he benefits from the multi-strike, and then also he uses armor, so it's usually pretty rare for him to take any actual HP damage. And yeah, that's about it, really.
Yeah, I agree. He's like one of the few units that you can maybe reasonably play one Hornstone, which we'll get to later as a card. All right, Dark Deal, shall we?
Dark Deal. You're going first. Sorry, my bad.
I can go. It's I think that this card is about the same as Alloy of the Ancients in my mind. I'm gonna give it A tier.
I'm a little bit. I used to be like super high on this card. This used to be one of my favorite cards, and I feel like in today's economy, I feel like the rage is not quite enough, but it is a 0-cost card, which is pretty solid. The damage is pretty negligible most of the time, and it's a 0-cost spell, so it works well with like Stygian and stuff. But I don't know. I kind of feel like it's more like in a B tier for me now. I used to love this card.
Yeah, I think that it has gotten a little worse in the DLC because a lot of times 5 damage does not kill an enemy. But I think that it's good because it has that flexibility, right? It's not going to be your only rage scaling plan typically, but it can be it can be one of the components to go with, like Brandon Warrior getting his first kill or something like that and beginning the snowball. And also in its worst cases, you can just use it as 0 energy, deal 5, right?
I had a run recently where I was playing Mollis Mage, and I forgot that spell damage increased the damage of it, and it wasn't a huge part of my damage scaling plan, but I was like, oh, I gotta deal 15 damage to my Siren. Okay, fine. It was still not a big deal, but something to keep in mind there too is you gotta be careful if you're planning on using this for scaling your own units.
Yeah, I had the same scenario, but I forgot I played Mollis Mage and killed my own prince with Dark Deal in one of my runs.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, on Daedalus. I lived, but I went, ooh. I even said in that run, hey, I need to remember that I played Mollis Mage and not kill my own prince. And then
How many more times did it happen?
That was the only time.
Okay,
so
good.
I removed Mollis Mage after that.
Okay. You know what? I'll actually I think bump it to A tier because I think the flexibility part of the card is something that I need to respect.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Would you like to take Fortify?
Fortify, okay, but not strong.
Yeah.
It's too little impact for a slot in your deck. You need to be either desperate for armor, aka using Apex Imp, or incanting with Stygian, and outside of that, it really doesn't have much purpose. It's not horrible though, and again, similar to Alloy, it's like it works okay with a double stack. But that's kind of it.
Yep.
So I'll put it in the C tier. I think it's not like a worthless card, but it's kind of it's in a weird spot.
That's where I would say it goes as well. I think that this card reminds me a lot of Sting, where you're probably not going to skip this in a common pack, but like you're not going to be happy that you took this card, right? And like you said, it's good with Stygian. It's an okay starter. Like if you start with it with Hellhorn as your main or secondary, the card is decent, and incants well. Free armor, double stack is okay. not a great ratio or not a great rate, but it's like 5 armor. Sometimes it matters.
Well, it matches other cards that are similar. Like it matches March of Shields without the movement effect. Sometimes the movement's actually a detriment. So
Yeah. I mean, it is like it is the rate that you would expect, but that rate is generally not enough armor in the DLC.
Yeah.
That's the problem with it. Not a lot else to say about it, really. Anything else?
Yeah, it's pretty. It's a simple card.
Yep. I can take Spike of the Hellhorn then. I hate this card.
Yeah, I hate it too.
I'm gonna put it in D tier because I don't hate it like that much, but I think that this card is almost worthless.
You need to have like what, 6 energy?
Yeah.
Or you need to be playing. You need to have like a split anvil or something, so you can like have a reason to have X cost cards in your deck.
Yeah.
Outside of that, it's pretty atrocious. It's just horrific value for your energy.
Yep. And it's a rare. Like you're paying a rare card slot for Spike of the Hellhorn.
I mean, you get plenty of time. Like rares are weird always. Like you get plenty of times where it's just like, I can't use any of these rares. I guess I can maybe take Spike of the Hellhorn, but honestly, most of the time, I would just rather have it not be in the deck. I feel like it's a detriment to have it in your deck most of the time.
Yeah, the upside that it has is that there are some runs where it'll be infused or you'll be playing Stygian, and in those cases it is a 0 cost incant that consumes, and sometimes that card is fine.
Yeah, but especially for the Wormkin. If it's purple, a 0 cost consume card is oftentimes worth playing. Yeah. But again, like that's nothing. Like that doesn't make this card good. That makes Wormkin good.
Yep. But I think that's enough to save it from the F tier at least. But
I agree.
This card's not very good.
Okay, up next is extremely high variance card, Imp in a Box. Hard to evaluate, but I think the way I see it is I'm really not playing this outside of an Imp run. But in an Imp run, it's pretty good. I would almost never skip it if I'm playing Shardtail Queen, basically. It does good work. And I think because of that, I'll put it in the B tier, which is a nice middle ground, I think, for it. You can get, like, sometimes you just need to be really lucky, and it's like, oh, I didn't see any good imps this run. I didn't see a Fledgling at my whole run, or whatever. And then this can be a way to get, a little bit of rage in there. I think I've had runs where I've had Transcend Imp and no other imps, and I've used Imp in a Box to set up the Transcend Imp, and it's, been okay. Yeah. But it's obviously extremely high variance because you can you can get some bad imps out of there.
Yeah, you can. One thing that I've definitely seen, I put it in B tier as well, by the way, exact same ranking, is that pretty much the same reasoning. I've seen that one of the best things about Imp in the Box is that it has a pretty good chance of giving you Pyro Chomper, it feels like, which is often enough to just extend the rest of your turn.
I agree with that too. I do feel like for some weird reason it prioritizes the rare imps, and for some reason not even Impish Scholar. I feel like it is just Pyro Chomper a lot.
Yeah, it does seem like it gives a lot more Pyro Chompers than anything else.
I wonder if anyone's looked at the code for that. I feel like there is some bias there.
Yeah, I think you're right, but it probably is just maybe it's just variance. It's hard to say though. But Imp in a Box is an extremely strange card, I feel like. Basically, I'll tell you a short little story from back when I was streaming Monster Train a little more often. Sometimes I would end my streams by playing the daily in Monster Train, and there was this really good run, Hellhorn main, imps, it was all very crazy. And I finished the run, I did pretty well, I was in top 10, and I looked at the first place guy and I was like, this guy did significantly better than everyone else. I wonder why. And what happens in his run is he plays Imp in a Box, it gives him Pyro Chomper, Impish Scholar, and it does that 3 more times, and because of that he's able to generate enough imps to make his Transcend Imp do an infinite. And I always think about that when I see this card. I don't remember exactly how it worked, but he basically got 2 Impish Scholars in the Transcend Imp, and then he had to consume he had to consume important work, and it made the Transcend Imp endless just go forever. And I looked at that and I went, wow, that is wild.
Was this against Diligent? How did he make the
I think it was against Diligent Seraph, yeah. Okay. It was something like that. He gave it consume somehow. And I just looked at that.
I assume this was pre-DLC, right? Before Wormkin existed?
I think it was it might have been right after the DLC, but I think it was pre-DLC. But it's all of that is to say that sometimes Imp in the Box, if it's the only card you've ever consumed, it's just like, oh, Impish Scholar, I get more imps. Oh, Impish Scholar, I get more imps. Oh, Impish Scholar, and you just keep going forever.
It's cool,
Yeah.
but and also if you're not playing imps, it's pretty worthless.
Yeah, you're usually using all
Like,
your space.
yeah, and it's even more of a liability in the DLC because of all the harvest enemies. You can't like just play this and go, oh, some bad imps. Oh well, I'll throw them on the bottom floor. Like
Yep.
it's just like
And Harvest is AoE now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. All right.
So yeah.
Yep. Important work. Did you go or did I go last?
I think I went.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give important work I'm gonna give it a B tier as well. Same reasoning, pretty
Okay.
much.
I'm gonna our first divergence here. I'm gonna put important work in the A tier only because I feel like same logic, but it is just better than Infinite Box if you ask me.
Yeah, I agree.
It's endless imps, important work, peanut butter and jelly. They just go well together.
Yeah.
If I'm playing imps, I would basically never skip important work. There's sometimes I can see myself skipping an imp in a box in an imp run in theory. And if I had the two of them next to each other, I would choose important work like 99 out of 100 times, I feel like.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'll put it a little bit above just because.
I think there are some scenarios where like maybe I'm playing a run that has one space on its floor and I'll just take imp in a box where like I don't have an endless imp and I'm not going to go dedicate resources to it because I didn't see Welder Helper or Rage Imp, and it's like, yeah, I'd take imp in a box here, but I wouldn't take important work. But I've definitely cooled a lot on important work. I was very gung-ho on this card originally, but I've definitely felt a lot worse about it lately.
I felt more or less the same, I feel like. It hasn't changed too much in the DLC for me, but I don't know.
Dust got it nerfed, but
Well, didn't he nerf Transcend Imp, which in turn nerfs this, but even then it's not a big deal?
No, I think important work used to give 2 energy also.
Really?
I think so.
God damn it, Dusk.
Yeah. I mean, it's fair. That card was kind of busted.
Yeah, it's
it's reasonable.
Still good.
Mm-hmm. All right. Would you like to take
yeah.
Prince? We're doing champions.
This is I haven't thought about evaluating champions. I didn't realize they would be in this list when you asked me about doing this.
Mm-hmm.
So let me think. How happy am I to have Hornbreaker Prince? I'll put it at B tier, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know. This is a weirder one to evaluate, but I think in general, like, it's an okay champion. You can rely on it usually, but not always. And it's like never like a dead card in the early game, at least, so it's got that going for it.
Yeah. I think that generally speaking, I agree. I put him in B tier as well. I think you could maybe put him in C tier, because like the Prince is not going to be a carry for your run if you miss Brawler. Like Prince is good because Brawler Prince is good. Because they buffed up a lot of the buffing cards in the DLC and they buffed Brawler Prince. Reaper Prince is unpickable, I'm pretty sure. I think that that card is like actually worthless. But in your worst case, you take Wrathful Prince, and Wrathful Prince is fine until the Divinity.
I would say a little bit maybe before that it's not fine, but yeah. Basically I agree. Wrathful Prince is pretty good. At least in the early to mid game. I don't know where it falls off exactly for me, but
it's like he doesn't live against Patient Seraph ever.
I was gonna say that too. I was gonna say he gets absolutely stomped by Patient Seraph.
Yeah, Wrathful Prince is a champion that would be really good if his base health wasn't 40.
Yeah.
His base health needs to be like 80 in the DLC, and then he's actually like if Wrathful Prince had 40 more HP, he would be insane. But unfortunately, he doesn't, and yeah, I think we can also we can also sort of evaluate him because you're gonna have Torch as well. Like, how does he work with Torch? I think that he works fine with Torch. Like, Torch doesn't hurt him.
Or it does hurt him, and then he gets stronger because he's wrathful.
Yeah. I wanted to make that caveat because of the next one.
Yeah, Shardtail Queen, huh?
Yeah, but
take it away.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If you had anything else to say about Prince, I didn't want to make that a good force segment.
I think I did, but I already forgot what it was, so don't worry about it.
All right.
No, don't worry about it.
I'm putting Shardtail Queen in the D tier.
Really?
I've changed my tune in the DLC. This champion
sucks. That's incredible.
This champion is bad. I mean, okay, so I think you could I think that she's like between C and D tier in my mind, but basically, I also came into this tier list and I wanted to be a little more aggressive towards the cards that I don't think are very good, because otherwise this entire tier list is going to skew upwards. I think that Shardtail Queen is one of the weaker champions in the game. I think that Imp Parade is really clunky because she's like really low HP, so she's supposed to backline, but she doesn't have multi-strike. I think like Royalty is probably the second worst champion path in the game. And Imperialist is fine, but it's kind of awkward if you don't get an Endless Welder Helper or something like it. Oh, also Shardtail Queen starts with Impling, Queen's Impling, which is just awful.
I will say, hold on. First off, I think we should separate the art from the artist here. And Shardtail Queen is separate from Queen's Impling.
That's fair. Yes, that's true.
I still think that while definitely clunky, Imp Parade is pretty good for runs where you don't see those strong imps in your early rounds.
Yep.
And I think up until the Divinity, I really like Imperialist 1, Imp Parade 2 still, especially if you find a Welder Helper.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of variance that goes with Shardtail Queen. So you know what? I'll put her in the D tier. I'm gonna put her in C tier, I think. But you know what? I'll join you in solidarity here. Fuck Shardtail Queen. I've been saying it for years. I came around on her a bit, but I'm willing to throw her right back in the garbage.
I actually think that Shardtail Queen pre-DLC was really strong because Royalty was really strong pre-DLC. But Royalty sucks so much in the DLC.
Same issue that what's his name? Reaper Prince has, where just killing a unit is not even close to being good enough anymore.
Yeah. Yep. And the other big thing about Royalty is you have to like dedicate a whole floor to throwing things in front of her, and then if you do all of that, you get one heavy killed.
And the other thing is that One Horn's Tome got nerfed too.
Yep, it's true as well.
Fragile's a big deal when it comes to those two champions specifically, right? You used to be able to get away with putting a tome on one of them, and then they could like swing through. Mm-hmm. Although did Fragile Tome exist before Shardtail Queen? I don't remember when that change happened. The timeline of it. I don't remember
either. However, another big thing is you could get away with Fragile a lot more because there's like enemies didn't just spawn with one spikes and the final boss did not sweep your top floor every turn.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
But ultimately, I don't think that Shardtail Queen is like an instant loss. There's nothing you can do about it sort of character, because nothing is like that. Almost every card is okay, but she's not good. Imperialist just has low base HP and gets caught sometimes. Imp Parade it's awkward because you have to take double space for it to ever work. I think it is really good with a sweeper though, but like I guess the problem I have with Imp Parade is that you don't get enough armor from the Welder Helpers to really feel stable, and you don't get enough rage to feel stable. Like, she's just kind of okay at both instead of good at one or good at the other.
I've had runs where I felt like Welder Helpers doing stuff was enough armor, but the few and far between. You usually need more support besides that.
Yeah.
One other cool, fun little synergy that I like pointing out is that if you can give your Shardtail Queen Imp and you have Imperialist, she can sweep at quick speed, which is pretty cool.
True. Yeah. That is good.
But it's hard to make work because there's only one reliable source of that, and it's Wildwood Tome, so does not often happen. But when it does, it's cool.
Yeah. All right. Rage Serum?
I think I'm up, right? For Rage Serum?
Up. Yeah.
Rage Serum is a pretty trash card. There's fringe scenarios where it's like usable, but it's the same fringe scenarios that Spike of the Hellhorn is usable, so I'm gonna put it in the D tier.
Okay. That's
fair. I don't like it.
I will diverge from you here and I will give it C tier.
Okay.
I think that it is, like, for the same reasons that Spike of the Hellhorn is fine, Rage Serum is fine, because it's like, hey, you play this and it's a free card and you get 3 rage. The difference is when you play Rage Serum at 0, you get 3 rage, and when you play Spike of the Hellhorn at 0, you get nothing.
That is a difference. You are correct.
3 rage, very meaningless, but like, it's not nothing.
You just said very meaningless.
It is very
which you could argue is nothing.
It is like, it's a very small amount, but it is not nothing, is how I would put it more accurately.
Okay.
It's fine.
That's fair. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean it is pretty bad, but like you're not going, oh fuck yeah, buddy, Rage Serum. But I have a lot of runs where I go, well, I need to just click on cards, and this is a card I can put in the deck.
That's fair.
It's not good though, don't get me wrong. Marker Shields. I think it's me.
Yeah, it is you.
Let's go on B tier. Card's fine.
B tier, interesting.
I feel down with that, nothing about March of Shields. The movement is cool sometimes, but I've used it so infrequently that it just does not matter to me. And 10 armor is okay. It's not like gonna make or break your run. Actually, you know what? That's not true. I had a run recently where I was playing. This was like really recently, actually. I had a run with Keeper of Echoes, and I had Sketches.
Okay.
And
little tank swapping.
Yeah, because they were the keepers were gonna die. And so I just, like, when one would fall low, I would just pull one of the other ones that had scaled up in front. And that was kind of cool. But that's, like, the only memorable time I've used March of Shields in, like, the last year, I feel like. Otherwise, it's just, hey, 10 armor.
I think I'm going to put it in C tier. I don't know. I feel like it is a little bit better than Fortify. If I had them side by side, I'd put Fortify behind March of Shields.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, it's not super impactful. 10 armor is not bad. The movement, like you said, can be cool, but usually it's pretty much a filler card.
Yeah.
So I'm not super big into it.
I agree. I mean, like you said, I think that this is a prime candidate for a C+ tier.
Yeah, if there was a C+ tier, I would put it there, but let's not get carried away.
Yeah, because we're just gonna put every card in its own tier then. But like, I think it does like it's like bottom of B, top of C, similar to how I feel about Radius Serum being between D and C. But you know, either way. You're up.
I believe it's my turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Molting Imp, weird card.
Yeah,
very strange. Very, very strange because it by itself is pretty horrible. Its infusion is very interesting though.
Yeah, I agree.
15 damage is quite a bit on a single summon, and you know if you put it on you usually wouldn't put it on a Transcendent, but if you put that infusion on something in a Transcendent run, your Transcendent is gonna like kill backline for you pretty easily usually.
Yeah. Yep.
It's strange, but I've had runs, and it also bypasses Spell Shield, which is important for the Divinity fight too. So I don't know what to put this exactly. I think I'll put it in the C tier because it's oftentimes pretty bad. But there are I respect Molting Imp, and also it's important to note very strong in the early game, like a monster card in the early game. So I'll put it there in C tier for now.
I agree. I think that this is one of the cards that I'd like to make a note that this card fell a lot in the DLC. I think that this was probably an A tier card pre-DLC. I had so many runs where I would just take one Molting Imp in the early game and it would just show up on Sap Seraph and wipe out a wave and save my life, and I go, wow, thanks Molting Imp.
Yeah, the backline HP changes were definitely a big deal in the DLC.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's definitely worse than it used to be, but I think it's not worthless.
Yeah, I agree. And to your point, this is a card that you can put on Transcendent and then play Endless, and it does do the machine gun thing that Queen's Impling does. It just does it a little worse.
Yeah, Queen's Impling is definitely the better choice, but if you're not Shardtail Queen or whatever, if you're not exiled Hellhorn, it works.
Yeah. I think that Molting Imp is fine. He's definitely like C tier. He's another C+ sort of card where he's like, I'll take it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Probably him and the next one. Little segue here. Him and Pyro Chomper, I would say, are the two of the best cards you never want in your deck.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. I mean, like, I don't know about you, but I really only like Pyro Chomper if I have a Transcendent.
Yep.
But when I do, oh baby, I love this card.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go ahead with that transition and put Pyro Chomper in C tier as well.
I like that spot for it too. I think it is okay.
Yeah.
The energy's okay. I think it's important to note the energy's not bad either. You're usually only using it for Transcendent, but it's like okay outside of that too sometimes, but not often.
It's a great card to have generated by Imp in a Box or Impsicle, but like you're never really gonna be in a position where you're drawing Pyro Chomper and going, oh yeah, because when you're drawing Pyro Chomper, especially if you're drawing him on 5 card draw, which let's say you're drawing him on 6 card draw, right? you only have 5 cards to play now, and with the way that Monster Train is, it's very likely that those cards are going to cost 1 or be dead weight. So in a lot of cases, when you draw Pyro Chomper, you're going to be paying 1 energy to float a bunch of energy.
Yep, and then again, like harvest waves, you can't. You used to be able to just kind of just throw this on bottom floor if you just wanted an energy boost. Now there's like a genuine risk involved with doing that. So
yep, true as well. And you also, and this is a while ago change, but you also can't just throw them on top floor if you're playing a middle floor idea. Like if you just throw this unit on top floor, you're hurting yourself in energy for next turn.
Yeah.
And yeah, basically it. He's fine, but you're not happy to play Pyro Chomper. You're happy to generate Pyro Chomper.
Yeah, it's a feast or famine card. It's either really good or really terrible.
Yeah.
Doesn't have much middle ground.
Also, oh my god, his infusion. Real quick.
Weird.
Awful. Like holy moly.
Weird, strange. Why not just like I don't know, because you could put his energy gain infusion on another imp and then make that imp a Pyro Chomper that does something, but instead they're just like I guess they didn't want that to happen.
Yeah.
So they just made it 0 costed. I don't know. It's strange.
It's very weird. Because like infusions are a really big part of the DLC, spoiler alert. And so giving up your infusion to make a 2-cost unit cost 0 is not good. Almost ever.
There's only 2 units, or I guess would you consider I would consider Lodestone Totem utilizing that well, I would say. Lodestone Totem down to 0 is pretty strong.
Shadow
so I guess
Siege
there's 3 there's 3 units that utilize it. Shadow Siege, Demon Fiend, and Lodestone Totem.
Hey, you're forgetting someone.
No, I'm not.
Right,
who am I forgetting? Who am I actually forgetting? I don't know.
Consumer crowns.
Get the hell out of here.
Hey, that unit costs 10.
He can't even use it. He still costs 6.
Yeah, that's only 2 imps.
Okay, well, my bad. Sorry, S+ tier for Pyro Chomper.
Yeah, Pyro Chomper flying up. See you later, Apex Imp.
Okay.
Queen's Impling, go for it.
Arguably one of the worst starters in the game.
Yeah.
Because of how it interferes with other clans' plans. Like, Stygian hates this. Wormkin hates this card. But there are some weird synergies though. You can use it with Transcendent. I think the Transcendent synergy is what's going to save it from the absolute bottom tier. I'm going to put it in the F tier and keep it out of the Train Steward tier for now. But it's pretty bad.
Yeah. I agree. Queen's Impling is very bad. Run losing for like 2 clans.
Yeah, and I wouldn't go that far, but it's like a severe detriment, I would say, to 2 of your clan combos.
Severe negative, and Queen's Impling would be, over the history of ranking cards, Queen's Impling would be really good if it did not cost 1. Like, if this card was 0, I would have significantly less problem with it. But, like, it's so hard to have to pay 1 energy for a card that does absolutely nothing.
I think that's a little unfair, because in the early game, 10 damage is pretty decent.
Yeah.
But that's it.
Yeah, but like even still, 10 damage is decent, except for like a lot of times you're going to be playing your early game with Shardtail Queen, and so you're going to play Queen's Impling. I mean, I guess Queen's Impling is good with Imperialist Queen to help you clear the early waves. Like 1 Queen's Impling is enough. No, yeah, it is enough to kill a 45, but like the card's not good. Still.
Yeah, it's not great.
It is usually detrimental. Railbeater?
What do you think about Railbeater, Voyix?
That's a great question. The real answer to that is I don't. But I think that Railbeater is like... It's tough. I think that he's like... Oh man, I think he's like a bottom B, top C card.
I was thinking B tier too. My general thoughts on him is he's kind of just like a weirdo that needs like a lot of scaling. But if you get a lot of scaling, he does like kill bosses in like 3 rounds, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
But he's a usable carry. He needs a lot of support. Pretty beefy though for a carry though, right? He's got like what 35 or 45 starting HP basically. It's like 10 base and then is it 35 armor when he starts?
I think it's 30 or 35. 40
So,
to
but
yeah.
he's a real beefcake. Of most carries are pretty fragile. He's beefy to start with, which is pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
But he just needs a lot of offensive support. But yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, one of the problems is that most of the time when you think about your carries, they are a unit that has some sort of inherent positive offensively, and rail beater's inherent positive does not work if you only have one rail beater hit.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't do anything. And like if you have two rail beater hits, he doesn't get bonus to hitting two targets. He gets a bonus to hitting one target twice, which is really awkward. He's definitely one of the most clunky units in the game if you're using him as a carry. But as a frontliner, he's weird too because usually you're playing like a multi striker or a sweeper behind him, and that's not going to benefit much from his melee weakness. However, if you put a trample unit behind him, oof, that's cool.
Mm-hmm. He does cool stuff. He's not like inherently that tanky though. Like he is, like I said, he's got a lot of HP for like a carry unit. I think he's gonna be your carry, but like if he's trying to be an actual like tank role, 45 is good, but it's nothing crazy.
Yeah.
So,
and he doesn't have anything built in like most of the other tanks do.
yeah, like Steelworker is a much better tank.
Mm-hmm.
If you just want a pure tank, but if your DPS is lacking and you need a tank, you can like kind of do it. He's a weirdo, but he's pretty strong though still.
Yeah, pretty much. I think he's acceptable. Would you like to take Steelworker?
I did just compliment Steelworker. I think he's pretty cool. But I think I will put him in the B tier as well.
Yep.
I think he's a strong tank in a world where tanks don't matter that much anymore.
Yeah.
Like you can sometimes get there with defense, but I find more often than not you just care about trying to just kill things really hard, and then just hope that you barely have enough HP to live.
Yeah.
And Steelworker can be good for that too, especially with the buffs he got. Like he's so much better now than he used to be, and he's a cool infusion. But he's you know not amazing. I don't see Steelworker usually and go, wow, the run's over, I win.
Yeah.
But I see him and I take him pretty often.
Yeah, the biggest benefit of Steelworker is that a self-infused Steelworker nullifies the divinity sweep on your backliner, assuming your backliner's name is not Tethys.
Yep.
And so that's cool. You just get to cancel it out. But generally speaking, you need to have a lot of defense scaling to keep him alive from your deck because his, like for example, a quick armor comparison, Beefy Shark, Guard of the Unnamed, that unit does not need a whole lot of support to stay alive. He needs like a plus 25 so he doesn't get one shot. Steelworker needs you to have like a number of armor cards in the deck. And on top of this, one of the other problems you can face is sometimes he just leaves an imp on the floor because maybe you're playing a welder helper behind him, and then all of a sudden that imp has 30 armor and doesn't die.
Yeah, it's a little tricky to play it with imps. He doesn't like them very much.
Yeah, not so bad on the divinity, but still worth mentioning as well. Torch.
Torch. So this is gonna be interesting. Is it your turn or my turn?
I think it's my
turn. I think it's your turn. Yeah, sorry.
I'm gonna put Torch in B tier. I have like almost nothing to say about this card. 1 energy, do 2 damage. Good.
Good for a starter, but I'm putting it in C tier, I think, because I think it's important to delineate that like while Torch is one of the better starter cards, in the grand scheme of the game, it's not that good.
Yeah, sure. You know what? That makes sense.
I'd maybe even put it in D tier. It's close, but I think just to like have some like distance between it and Queen's Impling, I'll put it in C tier. Got a lot of flexibility. Use it to kill your own imps. You use it to ping off damage shields, yada yada. It's pretty good. But I think it's important to it's not amazing. You very oftentimes remove torches from your game still by the end of the game if you got a lot of removals.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Yeah, like it's fine. Maybe Torch might be the card that drives me to make the C+ tier because I really want to like Torch, Molting Imp, and Pyro Chomper. I think the C tier is actually fine right now. It really is just fine. Like the card is nothing special. You ping your own imps, you ping enemies who have damage shield or spell shield or damage shield. You remove this card. fine. You start with it. Anything else you want to say about Torch?
Like a lot of spells, hold some upgrades well. I like putting Surge Stones on Torch.
Fair.
Because it's you know, it's nice to have it out of the deck sometimes entirely. One of the cool things is that Surge Stone Torches are really good for killing imps that accidentally lasted too long on a Steelworker floor.
Yeah, true.
Other than that, it's just kind of eh. But one of the better starter cards.
For sure. A Welder Helper for you?
Welder Helper for me. I'm gonna put Welder Helper, I think, in the A tier.
Okay.
I could be convinced down to B tier, I think, but I would not go to S tier because I feel like space is a premium, and Welder Helper, you know, cool, but I don't know. It's a weird card still.
Yeah, I think it's B tier. I think it's like high B tier. Like, I'm trying to keep the B tier sort of organized. I've already failed at that, but like, it's good. But this card, Welder Helper, is terrible if you don't get Endless.
That's true. It's a worse alloy, basically, if you don't have Endless, because it's less armor and then also it's taking up a space on your floor.
Yep.
I think the infusion is pretty cool too. I think the
is.
AoE armor effect of it is really nice, which is why I think I'm putting it in A tier, and that's what puts it over the edge for me. But that AoE armor can be really annoying if you're relying on killing your imps with torches because it gives armor to itself.
Yeah, and I think that it also comes with 10 armor, I believe.
If you're self-infusing it, yeah, it comes with 10 armor on it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
There's like, it is a reasonably strong frontlining plan is like 2 endless fledgling imps with Welder Helper infusions. Speaking of which, I just looked at the cards and they're kind of out of order.
Hey, I just realized too. You have fledgling imp with the
yeah. So I started, real quick aside, I started naming these. I'm going to reorganize these and move the Hellhorn cards up. I started giving them their actual name, and so like they're gonna, some of them are alphabetical, and then I just gave up and I started naming them like Screenshot 1, Screenshot 2, which is honestly a lot better. But yeah, so I went through, because that's gonna be in the Hellhorn stuff, so I just went and I grabbed the Hellhorn cards and I drug them up to the top.
Yeah, a lot of the Hellhorns got mixed in with the the Awoken cards, I'm now realizing.
Yeah. Holy moly, we have so many cards. I just scrolled to the bottom.
Yeah, let's faster, let's go.
Okay. Alpha Fiend, F tier. Fuck this card, I hate him so much.
Contractually obligated to put it in S+ tier.
Yeah, that's fair. He is very meaningful to you.
Yeah. Realistically, I'll put him in D tier though. I think he's very fringe, but when he's cool, he does. I like playing him. I think he's just more fun than anything else.
Yeah. Recently, I had a run where the stars aligned and I had the perfect Alpha Fiend start, and I just didn't play it.
Fuck you.
I still won. I won the run, and I was like, yeah, I guess I could have played Alpha Fiend. I had like a Gurg's Goad starter, Wrathful Prince, and I just didn't take it. I think Alpha Fiend is really bad. His infusion is slow. He's too big, and it's just not worth it. Like, he's too big. He's too much energy for a unit that has 25 HP and a mediocre scaling. Like, he's just bad at everything.
The times where it's good is when that scaling is good. So like a sweeper, or like if you somehow have a unit with like multi-strike 5, like a Dante, like those. There's times where he's really cool, but most of the times that scaling is definitely not effective enough.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
I think it's fair to put him in F tier, honestly, but like I'll put him in D tier.
I get it. Branding right for you?
What's up?
Branding right for you?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Branding right. I don't know. Branding right. I don't know how to feel about this card. On one hand, it's decent armor for the cost, but it's like it's still the same rate of like March of Shields and stuff like that. It's 2 for 20, and then you also take damage. You can use that damage to kill units because it's piercing, which is pretty cool. But the you know, if they don't die from it, you're making them stronger. So there's not many times you can use it. I'm gonna put it in C tier, I think.
Oh, really?
I don't like it that much.
Okay. This is our first big divergence. I'm gonna put this in A tier.
Dang.
I think Branding Right is good because of Value Stone. Pretty much. Like, a big reason is Value Stone. Like, this card just, I've had it be good so many times. You're paying.
I don't respect it.
It's fair. I think that it's like you get double stack or you get value stone on this card, and it's a pretty good rate for the armor. And I also like the flexibility. True. But I think it's fair to not like it. I've had it be good lately though.
Okay, I'll and also again good for killing imps. Piercing is nice.
Yeah,
want to point that out. But I don't know. Maybe I should play it more. Maybe I'm just skipping it too much.
Yeah, it's worthwhile, but yeah, I think it's worth giving another shot if you haven't played it much lately. I think it is good. Brandon for me.
Yes.
I don't like this card. I'm gonna give him
I also
C-tier.
don't like him. See, that's pretty generous. I was almost considering F tier, but I'll put him at D tier with Alpha Fiend, I think.
I think that he's a good amount better than Alpha Fiend. He has some cases where he's good. So I've had one of my mad scientist runs that I have actually had work out in a surprising turn of events is I played Brawler Prince, and in front of Brawler Prince I played Largestone Brandon with Sharpen.
And so it was Tank Brandon getting Slay triggers on the backliners to fuel the Brawler Prince.
Yeah.
You need a lot of armor for that to work though, right?
Yeah, it was very tight, but I got there and it was cool. And like I think that that's a fringe case for sure, and I'm not putting him in C tier because of that, but like his infusion is good pretty much entirely.
His infusion is pretty similar to Alpha Fiend's, I feel like.
Yeah.
Where it's like the times where it is good are the same. Like he's like, oh, this is good on sweepers, it's good on big multi-strikers, and it has the added bonus of not giving you a size increase. So I think it is probably just better than Alpha Fiend, but I think it's still pretty fringe most of the time. So I'm gonna leave it in D tier.
I think it's better for sweepers because you kill backliners more and you get the rage to start going more. But I don't think it's great. It's not one of your best ones, but it's okay.
I find the AoE rage effect to be oftentimes meaningless, personally.
Yeah.
Like, but the times where it's like, oh, all of my units getting rage is cool, that is pretty fun. Yeah. But it doesn't happen too often. Like maybe it's like I've had imp runs where it's like, oh, well, I've got 4 imps on the floor, and Brandon's in the back giving them all like 10 rage each turn. That's kind of cool. But other than that, it doesn't happen too often.
Yeah, I mean, I think it also enables you to play double sweepers, which is strong. But he's not great. And as a unit himself, he is a 10-5.
Yeah, 10-5. Takes up 2 space. It's fine.
Yeah, he comes with like what, 3 rage, 7 rage, something like that.
I want to say 5.
5? Yeah, I don't know. I don't care, honestly, Brandon.
Okay.
I don't care about his rage. Hey, oh, you get the good card.
Yeah, I'm looking at it and I'm like, how mean do I want to be to Inflame? This card. And I'm looking at it, and honestly, I think I gotta put it in the F tier. Yeah. I'm seeing all these cards in D tier, and I'm like, I like all these cards surprisingly more than Inflame.
Yeah.
I think it's going in the F tier for me, which is sad because it's I know you're gonna say it's not that good with it, but like same logic as the branding, right? It's it's kind of okay with a value stone at that point, but even then it's not good.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Inflame is definitely one of the worst cards in the game. You're paying 2 energy for a card that gives you nothing.
Hey. It's not nothing.
Is
it 4 armor?
It's 5. It's fortify plus half of a ritual of battle.
Okay, well,
for 2 energy. Like, it's so slow. It's so bad that I skip it even if I have Apex Imp, who is probably its best user.
Yeah.
I do not think that there is any case where you go, oh, Inflame here. Like, it really is that bad. Inflame used to be fine, but it got left behind in the post DLC. Inflame was good, or no, it got left behind a long time ago when they increased the cost
I know you're gonna say. Let me predict. Oh, god damn it! I was gonna predict it.
I'm sorry, too fast.
I remember you saying it a lot, where it was like double stack nerf is what killed this card, and I was like, yeah, he's not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, paying 3 for 10 armor, 8 rage is bad. Paying 2 for it is not bad, but you get value stone on it. But like at the same time, in my mind is like if you're investing in this, just invest in something else.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. I agree.
Sorry, I got caught up on the Inflame.
Okay, you're up.
Tiresome Climb. This card's really good. I'm gonna give it A tier.
I'm gonna put it in S. I think. I think the days in the DLC is something that I value a lot.
Yeah, that's fair.
I like it.
Yeah, Dazing the Divinity is very good.
I think the movement effect of this card is at this point almost not even text on the card anymore. I also I don't know about you, but I feel like just overstacking floors is so much less reliable now too.
Oh yeah, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, like I feel like on a couple different fronts, like playing mid floor is a nightmare to begin with. So, like trying to play mid floor, then putting things on top and bringing them down is a nightmare if you're trying to drip fall. And then if you're trying to do the inverse, you're trying to play top floor and move things up. It's not great because they're getting swept away immediately by Divinity, and then B, if you don't have the movement immediately, they're getting absolutely butchered by whatever's coming up on like the wave 2 and 3.
Yep, absolutely.
Like it's just rough. Like so, I like Tiresome Climb for the Daze effect almost entirely on its own, and even then, like it's sometimes relevant where it's like, oh, that's a Pyro Wings, huh? That's a lot of Ember Drain I'm gonna take. Let me just move you up into the Pyro room. I will accept this 15 Pyro damage.
Yeah, or similarly, you can just take a backliner and put them into the Pyro room and they die from the Daze. I think that the Ascend, like, as you were saying, it's really bad to overflow. The Ascend is only really reliable to me if you have Intrinsic and Sketches. Because otherwise, like you're not gonna have time to set up, especially on the Divinity who's doing 14 per turn. It's gonna be hard for you to get your backliner up there before they just get pummeled to death. But even so, Tiresome Climb, 2 energy, daze the target for 2. That's really good.
Yes, it is.
Did I go or did you go?
I think I went. I think I went for Tiresome Climb. Did you go for Tiresome Climb then?
I went for Tiresome Climb because you did Flame, so you're on Transcendent.
I'm on Transcendent. Maybe controversial, but I think that I'm gonna put Transcendent in the B tier.
Ooh, the B tier.
I think B tier because there's, again, it's just average use case. I've had plenty of runs where it's like, I don't have any imps, I can't take this card.
Yeah, you know what? That's fair.
So I think I'm putting it in B tier, but I think, like, obviously when you have, like, a good imp deck, this is an S+ card. But when you have no imps, it's an F card. Like, you can't play this if you don't have imps. So I think I'm just going to put it right down in the middle there in B.
I will give it the A tier. I think that the good cases outweigh the bad somewhat. I think I would easily put Transcendent in S tier if it was still 1 energy, though.
That's also a good point.
That energy nerf, it hurt a lot more than I expected it to. But, I think that Transcendent is a little better than average. She's like the capstone piece to an imp setup. And also, if you have Queen's Impling, you just kind of free win with this card, which is cool.
Yeah. Although I will say the energy cost thing definitely hurt that too.
Yep.
Like that made specifically machine gun imps much harder to pull off.
Also, Transcendent, kind of funny with Architect Penumbra and the Sapstone. Those are fun.
Yes.
All right.
New record sap applied.
Yeah, new record sap applied. Yeah, rename the card to that.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
you
have
and
nothing
I
else to add
both,
really to the Transcendent, but what's up? Sorry.
you and I both know where this guy's going. This next card on the list.
Oh yeah.
This is Battering Ram.
This is the most fun bad card in the game, I think.
Yeah.
I that's how I would put it. It's going right in the F tier.
Oh yeah.
It is not a good card, but man, when it works, it is fun.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that Battering Ram would be probably up to D tier if it came as a 2-cost card. It's so hard to pay 3 for this card, though.
And I've said this a million trillion times at this point. Where would you evaluate this card if it had trample? I know spells don't have trample, but like if it did,
I think it would probably be A or B.
Yeah, I think it would be an A tier card if it had trample on it.
It's like usually not great, but sometimes it just kills everything for you, and that's fun.
Like honestly, there are like if you were just like, hey, armor lets you kill an entire floor, as opposed to this card being like armor lets you kill a unit. I would be like, okay, I will take this all the time now because it's not hard to make an armor. It's the same as Apex Imp basically, right? Where it's like, oh, I have a lot of armor. I give this holdover, maybe a cost reduction, value stone, right? And then it's just like, oh, I set up, I win the game.
Yeah,
there you go.
It is fun to look at Battering Ram after you do some wacky stuff though, and see like 14,996 damage or whatever.
Yep.
And you go, wow, That's a lot of damage for me to kill this 290 with.
Exactly.
That's a lot of damage to use to take off this spell shield.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Battering Ram. Inferno to you?
And I thought I did Battering Ram.
I did Battering Ram, I think. Did you do Battering Ram?
I did Battering Ram.
Alright, I'll take Inferno. I'm gonna give Inferno S+.
S+. I'm only leaving it at S tier, honestly, but like I also understand your assessment there.
Inferno's nuts. This card is 1 value stone, 1 holdover, win the game.
Yeah, it's good. Some caveats to it, but like it's strong.
Yeah, like it is bad if you're playing like a harvest plan in melting, for example, because you're gonna take all your harvests away. But and also it's not good with incanting as well. Like you need to be scaling independent of the enemies being on your floor, basically. But other than that, this card like makes almost anything win. It solves.
Yeah, you don't
everything.
need much. It doesn't solve the divinity, if I'm being honest. That one's a little tricky still. It does do a great job of like handling the harvest waves though, because you can just play a bottom floor, mid floor, and then they die. But I think the reason why I'm putting it at S tier and not S+ is that you do need to rely on hitting value stone definitely, and then holdover preferably, or just duplicate it a bunch of times because it's it needs those to really be well, like to really do well. Whereas like things like units, you always get your units pretty reliably. So
that is fair. I think you can make it with, if you don't get the value stone, you can give it 2 -1s and duplicate it like 3 times and you'll still be fine. But
yeah,
it's fine. The card is very good. It is a game-winning card.
I agree.
Sure. Okay. I've already forgotten. I did Inferno, right? You're taking Last Stand.
You did Inferno. I'm doing Last Stand.
Okay.
I'm gonna put Last Stand. Maybe controversial, but I think I put it in D tier.
Ooh.
Maybe a little bit, not an F tier card. I feel like it's pre DLC. Last Stand was a meme overkill card where you just didn't need it. If you had enough rage, usually you wouldn't need Last Stand. But I find in the DLC that you need more damage. And I find that, this can sometimes help you get there. So
yeah, I have
that's where I'm putting it.
Similar assessment. I've had a few cases where it's like, yeah, Last Stand gets me just over the threshold and I'm okay now and I have enough rage. I give it C tier. I think it's like probably like mid C, but I'll move it. I'll pretend like I'm ordering this list. I think it's mid C. Usually it's gonna be overkill, but sometimes it's like, hey, this is just enough rage. If I play it right now, it gives me like 15 rage and then I'm okay. And that's cool. But nothing special. Anything else?
Not really.
Okay. I'll take Reinforce. I feel almost exactly the same about Reinforce.
Me too.
I'm gonna put it in the same spot.
Me too.
Yeah.
Then by same spot, I mean D tier.
Yeah, and I'm gonna put mine in C tier. I think that Reinforce has had some fringe cases where it goes nuts with Impish Scholar or things like that, but usually it's too expensive. And the biggest problem with Reinforce is that you're getting hit every round, and so it's hard to get the base of armor to start duplicating to make it matter. But yeah, card's like fine. Usually nothing crazy, but sometimes it lets you armor cap, and that's cool.
Yeah, but like I don't know. I find myself going for strategies like that less often in the DLC and going for like more like AoE armor coverage or things like that, like just trying to spread armor around.
Yeah, I agree.
To survive top floor sweep, but
it's like Reinforce and Last Stand are good like capstone cards for your Transcend Imp if you have an endless Transcend Imp and you're like, what do I do with this? You can combo Impish Scholar Reinforce together and just go, yeah, now I have enough. And that's fine. But, Ritual of Battle to you?
Okay. Ritual of Battle to me. This is a kind of weird card for me to evaluate because I feel like for a really long time, like first off, obviously, when the card first came out, it was trash, garbage, bad.
Yeah.
And after several buffs, it's pretty good, and I think I like it a lot. But it's an expensive card, so it can be kind of hard to play. However, it's probably the card I most often find myself putting 2 -1s on and being pretty happy with it.
Yep.
I'm gonna put it in the A tier.
That's
but
fair.
I could see arguments for being higher. I think specifically Gabriel loves this card. And I think he would be pretty upset at me for putting it in A tier if I had to guess. But I don't know. I think it's okay.
Yeah. I will put it A tier as well. I was like maybe high B, low A. I think that it's good enough, right? Like it's you give it 2-1s, and that's a damage scaling plan similar to something like Razor Sharp Edge. Basically, it's a plan, and that's something that a lot of times you end up missing in the DLC. I feel. I think it's good.
It's a really strong common too, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I guess worth mentioning, since it is a common, we can talk about its rarity. It doesn't have a lot of competition. Hellhorn commons are kind of bad.
Well, there's the 2 good imps.
Yeah.
And then that's it, basically, as far as like important cards.
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
So I don't know.
It's like it's not the pool like Wormkin has a ton of really strong cards in common, for example. So Ritual Battle has a smaller pool of cards that you're competing against, basically.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Demon Fiend sucks. I'm putting him in F tier. I refuse to elaborate.
I honestly, he's close to Train Steward tier for me too, but I'll put him in F tier. He is so few and far between playable.
Mm-hmm.
Like his infusion is like worth mentioning, but it's pretty bad too. If you desperately need a large stone, sure you can take the Demon Fiend infusion, but like large stone's also just bad now. So like I don't know.
No, I think that Demon Fiend's infusion it's interesting because we're gonna come to a unit in about 3 hours that I'm going to defend a little bit here. I'll give you a spoiler now, so you can go, hey, remember when he said this at hour 1? It's Shadow Siege, but Demon Fiend's stats are just not enough. 30/30 is too small. However, I do want to also mention that the special tier, I don't think I'm going to put any other cards than Train Steward in it. I made that tier because Train Steward is bad, but you literally would not be able to play the game without him, right? But I wanted him to be on the list.
There's a couple of starts that you can do with like a champion and some spells that would make it through the first couple of couple. I feel like some Soul Guard starts could do it.
Maybe. But yeah,
definitely. But I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. It's like anyway, Demon Fiend's bad. The end. I don't think that many people are gonna come to Demon Fiend's defense.
I hope not.
Yeah.
I mean, you know the consumer of Crowns Demon Fiend start. Like I hate this card.
Yeah.
The fact that this card and Consumer of Crowns both exist together is like a pox on this game.
That is true.
So, yeah, hate it.
Yeah. You want to take one Hornstone?
I guess I do. I don't like One Horn's Tome.
Yes, I agree.
I think it's an F tier card because of top floor sweep.
Yep.
I think it's so hard to play this that like 95% of the time you just don't even look at it. Like you don't even process the card exists when you see it in a reward. And there are times where it's really good, but I think even in those times, it's not that important of a card. You're just like, oh, I guess I could take this too. Why not?
Yeah. I had one run. In the last year of playing this game, I've had one run where One Horned Stone was good. And it was a fucked up run. I had like a Transcendent with Impish Scholar. I think this is what it was. It was Transcendent with Impish Scholar, Pyro Chomper, and I had a Damage Shield dog. And I just fed that thing a bunch. I had like a Shroud Spike or something, so I fed it a bunch of Damage Shield and then gave it like 15 multi-strike with One Horned Stone.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and like that was the stars align, and the card was still like okay. I mean, it was good. It was a very strong run, but like,
you could have, and like the thing about that is you could have just put a Queen's Impling on your Transcendent and won.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe it doesn't have Queen's Implings, obviously, but like,
yeah, I don't remember it particularly. It might have been Primordium, but regardless, the card's not good on average, and it's also expensive, but it is what it is.
Yeah, Fragile's rough,
and
especially with top floor sweep, it's rough.
Yeah.
So. Pretty bad.
Deranged Brute, I believe, is mine. I think that Deranged Brute is fine. I'm gonna give him A tier because like he's decent. He's not crazy. He's just fine.
I think the best card to compare Deranged Brute to is Apex Imp.
Yeah.
And they're both good, right? And they both obviously work really well together. But the thing about Deranged Brute is that Deranged Brute gets strong when you give him, or when you give something more attack, right? Apex Imp gets strong when you give it defense, which then makes it strong, right?
Yeah.
Right? Like there's an obvious like difference here in these two cards. But that being said, Deranged Brute is still pretty sick. Giving like that big of a modifier to Rage is very good. But he's still kind of like, not fragile. 25 base HP is okay for him. He can also just be your carry. You can just put double multi on the range brute, put him in the back, and then give him some rage, and he can kill people still.
Yeah.
But I don't know. He's kind of weird. Yeah, and you could just not have rage. You can just not have rage, and then he does nothing.
That's what I was gonna say. My only problem with him really is that sometimes you just miss Ritual and Fledgling Imp, and then it's like, hey, what the hell where am I gonna get my rage from? Hope for Dark Deal, I guess.
Yeah, Dark Deal. That's it.
Rage,
Rage Serum.
Inflame.
Yeah, it's rough then.
And Hellhorn has like 3 very good rage cards and 3 cards that make me puke. Anyway, Consumer was in order, and then the next like 7 are out of order, right? So I can just do those, and we can be on the same page there. Or no, we can go back and forth. That's fine.
We'll be back and forth randomly. That'll be fun.
Yeah, Consumer to you, I believe.
Yeah, it is Consumer to me. Dog.
Yeah, there is nothing to be said. There is no redeeming quality.
Maybe the definitely like a we should I know Dusk did his top 10 list. We should try to ask Dusk if he wants to join us for like a bottom 10 cards list.
That'd be fun.
That would be a fun episode.
Yeah.
And this is right in there. Consumer is right in there. Yeah. Fuck Consumer of Crowns.
Demon Fiend, you can make an argument for his infusion at least. Consumer of Crowns infusion is 10/10 and -3.
What the hell happened here?
The unit was like, he was a decent payout pre-DLC because 100 damage was a lot, but 100 damage is nothing now.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Consumer of Crowns.
And 40 HP.
Yeah.
And what the hell? Doesn't make any goddamn sense.
He's a unit that got left behind.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what doesn't make sense too, because like with the infusions, they should have made him do something cool so he could like keep up. Yeah. A lot of units that happened, right? Where it's like they got these cool infusions they were useless before, and it became actually kind of useful. Like at least fringe usefulness. Like even like Animus of Speed became kind of useful. This is just nothing.
Yeah, it really is. All right. The next one for me is Fledgling Imp.
Okay.
I will give Fledgling Imp the honor of being B tier right next to Welder Helper.
Wow. Fledgling Imp hater.
Yeah, I mean, his 5 rage is not a lot. The problem with Fledgling Imp is 5 rage is not enough for your solo scaling, and 10 rage is enough for your solo scaling, but then you're probably behind on your defense. And so there's like a trade-off. I think 2 Fledgling Imps with Welder Helper infusions is really good, but that needs Burnout 1.
Interesting.
Something else. Because like those can chump really well. But yeah, I mean, he's good, but I don't think he's great.
Here's our divergence, then our first big divergence. I'm putting them in S tier. I think Apex Imp or Fledgling Imp, not Apex Imp. I think Fledgling Imp is great.
Okay, that's fair.
Because specifically, 10 rage is good. And you only need 1 Fledgling Imp to dupe it and then self-infuse it.
Yeah.
And for me, that is a very appealing offer. You do need like endless, but I feel like just 1 Fledgling Imp by itself is usually enough. And then you gotta find your defense somewhere else. You are correct about that, but like I don't know, just do it. Find your defense somewhere else. Like I think that a single Fledgling Imp is really strong. I would even go as far as to say this is almost like an S+ tier. It's close for me.
Wow.
But I'm putting it in S tier because I realize that like there's a lot of caveats that come with playing and an imp on your floor. You need space for it. You need to kill it again. But Fledgling Imp, unlike Welder Helper, it's really easy to kill because doesn't have any armor involved with it innately at first.
Yeah,
so
and you can put him in front as well.
Exactly. Yeah. So I like it a lot, but I understand not liking imps in general, especially if you're on a fuck Shardtail Queen tear.
Yeah. So I mean, I have a lot of runs where I take Fledgling Imp and he does nothing for me, but like he's fine. I still take him because it's insurance against him being my line.
And I think it is important to mention that it's not even just 10 rage; it's 10 AOE rage.
Yeah, that's fair.
Pretty cool.
You wanna rapid fire the last few here?
Well, I'm up next, I think, right?
Yeah, go for it.
I got Impish Scholar on my queue next year.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
I'm gonna put Impish Scholar D tier, I think, because there are times where it's really cool, But like you do need the combo for it to work, and I feel like most times it's not worth jumping through the hoops to get back a random consume card.
Yeah, I will give Impish Scholar the exact same review as Pyro Chomper. One of the best cards you don't want to pick, but sometimes you pick this card and he wins you your run somehow. So
yeah, I feel like the path for that is less clear than it is with Pyro Chomper.
Mm-hmm.
At least where it's like, okay, I need like a lot of setup. I need to like get a good consume card. I need to have no other consume cards. Yada yada. Whereas Pyro Chomper is like, do I have Transcendent? Yes. Oh, okay, cool. Pyro Chomper, neat.
Mm-hmm. I think Impish Scholar is okay though because he's pretty low committal as well.
Mm-hmm.
1 energy, 1 space on your floor. It's not that big of a deal, and sometimes he goes nuts and lets you give your damage shield dog 20 multi-strike.
Fair, very fair.
I got Hidden Passage next.
Okay.
I'll give this card a very solid B tier, maybe C.
I think I'm leaning C.
Yeah.
I think movement's still okay, but like again, less relevant than it used to be. Like I feel like overstacking floors is kind of like not really good anymore most of the time, and
I agree.
like moving units around is still pretty good. But like in the Divinity combat, do you ever like have like this card and you look at it and you go, oh, this floor is fucked up. Where do I? Oh, this floor is fucked too. I can't move any of these units into that floor. Then this floor becomes too strong, and then it's just like just kind of a nightmare.
It's good because you can just ascend like the tanks that have 1 spikes up to the pyre and go, yeah, I'd rather take like 8 damage from these 1 spikes than 50 damage from this enemy that it's tanking for. So like it's okay for that, and you can like split off backliners on the first wave and things like that, but it's not ideal.
Yeah.
Also has a nice synergy with Drop Cage, which just turns it into Tiresome Climb.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong, I love that. If you have Drop Cage, this is an S+ then.
Oh yeah. I think that this card is like slightly above average.
Okay.
What you got next?
I have Hornbreak next.
Okay.
Hornbreak I'm conflicted on because I feel like it's actually pretty good, but I in my heart I know it's like not that impactful of a card. So I think I'm gonna. This is my C+, I think, and I'm putting it in C for now.
Ooh.
I can see it being a B tier.
I gave it A tier. I like Hornbreak a lot.
Okay.
It's like it's 1 plus 10 away from just killing like a lot of enemies for you throughout the game. And it's good. I think that this card was not great when it was just 5, but when they made it 5 twice, this card got significantly better, unsurprisingly.
That's true. That's a good point.
It's a card that I'm happy to take if there's not a better common in the pool. What you had Hornbreak, right? So I have the next one.
Yes.
Impressive. Fuck this card. D tier.
I'm actually okay with D tier 2 for. I thought you were gonna be more angry when you said fuck it, but like, yeah, it's honestly the most relevant text on this card is Sacrifice an Imp.
Yeah, 100%.
Like the damage is not that useful. This is only good where it's like, oh, I only was able to take 1 space upgrade on my imp run. I need to kill more imps so I can play more imps.
Yeah.
And that's honestly, it's funny that that's actually a pretty good effect.
Yeah, I mean, this card and Cannibalize are very close to each other in their effect for Hellhorn, because they just both kill an imp.
Yep.
It's not great, it's not bad, it's fine. Or no, it's not fine, it's worse than fine, because on average this card is just completely worthless. But in the runs where it's good, it's pretty good. But it's not Demon Fiend, basically.
Yeah.
Alright, back to you. What you got?
I got Horned Warrior up next.
Okay.
This is a tricky hard card to evaluate too, because I think shout outs to Dusk. Thank you very much for the multi-strike.
Yeah, thank you, Dusk.
I think it's one of the maybe it's the best carry unit, like, or not the best carry unit. Obviously, Apex Imp is better, but it's just a pretty reliable card that you see pretty often. It's not a rare card. I'm sure it's like a B plus A minus for me. I don't know where to put it exactly. Where do you lead? I'll follow your gut on this one.
Yeah, I put him in the A tier. I think that he's like mid A to me, because like it's a unit that just does what Hellhorn does really well, or like synergizes with Hellhorn really well. Hey, I want to make a unit do a lot of damage. Oh, here's Horned Warrior. He does a lot of damage twice.
Yeah.
Cool.
Maybe
Infusion's very bad though, like really bad.
Infusion's trash. I will say he's one of the. Well, you don't want to infuse him when you have him. Usually he's just like the unit that holds the damage. I will say that he's a worse Animus of Will, which is fine. You can still be a worse Animus of Will and be good.
Yep.
And probably the unit I find myself most often putting a plus 25 on.
Oh yeah, for sure. He needs it. 5 HP
Yeah.
is nothing.
Mm-hmm.
He's paper, but you give him a plus 25, you give him like a multi-strike, and he's a 3 attack unit and in a clan full of rage scaling, so that's good.
Yeah.
And the biggest problem he faces is that on default Hellhorn runs, he's competing with Brawler Prince if you have default Hellhorn main.
Mm-hmm.
But he's good. He
is cool.
I have Impelate next.
Me too.
I used to like this card a lot, but I don't like this card anymore. I'm gonna give it C tier.
I think C tier is fair. I think that's a fair evaluation because A, it's really only good if you have Queen's Implings. Because you get that initial damage boost. You don't find yourself taking enough imps in a normal run where this is enough damage without Queen's Implings in your deck. And then even then, you often want to remove your Queen's Implings, which makes the card worse. So
yeah.
It's a weird card, but I think it's fine. It's really good if you have Impsicle.
True.
But it's pretty meh overall.
Yeah, I think so. It's also a card that is very like Hellhorn has a lot of piercing. Like Exile Hellhorn, if you look at it, you do not have any cards if you're playing Exile Hellhorn that will break Spell Shield. That's not true. You have Dark Deal and Vent, I guess, coming up. But like,
hey, you
just
fucking
when you
liar.
look through, but if you're playing Vent, then you're probably spending all your energy, so you can't play Impelate, right?
I mean, it's your last card you're playing almost always. So yeah.
Yeah, and so if you're trying to use it to pop a Spell Shield, it's like, hey, I can't do this. Oh wow, my Impelate's just gonna do 0 here. Or you get it from your secondary, I guess. But just it's something to mention as well, is that Hellhorn is not good at breaking Spell Shields.
I also think it's not uncommon to make your Impelate 0 costed. I've had times where I've gone like 0 cost Impelate with holdover.
That's fair.
So it's not impossible to do that, but I'm just
Yeah, it's clunky, and sometimes it happens like that.
Mm-hmm.
And last but not least for Hellhorn,
Vent.
Yeah.
Am I doing this one? I think I'm doing this one, right?
This is you, yeah.
This is me? I don't... Vent's a strange card, too. I think this is a D plus C minus for me. I'm going to put it in D for now.
Okay.
But I give you convinced. I find that it's not that... It's good in the early game, obviously. It's great in the early game. But I feel like it falls off to the point where it's like, oh, this needs a True Stone to even be useful. Or an Extreme Stone at some point, right? Because, like, you can do, like, a Surge Stone. It can kill backline then, but if it's, like, Divinity, those backlines are going to have Spell Shields. It's a whole mess. Like, I don't know. I don't... Maybe I'm too mean to it. I don't know, but I don't respect it.
Yeah, I give it B tier. I think that it's, like you said, it's good in the early game. It does just, like, free win Clergy combats, which there are 2 of, but eventually it falls off. You give it a plus 10 piercing, and it's, like, okay. Nothing special. Alright, we made it through Hellhorn. I'm good to keep going if you are.
Yeah, let's go.
Alright, on to Awoken. We can try to be a little quicker through these if you would like.
Let's do it.
Alright, I'll take the Sentient. I've been on the mend with the Sentient. I think that I've been kind of keeping track of worst champion paths in my mind. I think that restoring Sentient, rejuvenating Sentient is terrible. I think it is like bottom 3. However, I've been on the mend with cultivating Sentient. I've been learning, so I'm willing to give Sentient a B tier.
I think I like Sentient a little bit more than Hornbreaker Prince. So I think I'll put it in A tier, but it's not that big of a difference. I would say. I don't know. I like it. I think it's a pretty reliable. Like, it probably is the most like consistent champion in regards to what it does.
That's true.
It's a tank. It's like, hey, going into a run knowing, hey, I know this is gonna be a tank unit is nice to have. But I don't know. It's a little weird.
Yeah. I think that Spike Sentient is good. You just set and forget, and cultivating Sentient is good. You just have to understand her, and I didn't understand her for a while, but I get it now.
One of the few champions in the games I'll say that also like actually like cares about the mark of a whatever that gives it HP.
Yeah. The HP one, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like those relics because they so often feel like they just don't do anything.
Yeah. It should be like I said, it should be 50% or like 15, whichever is bigger.
Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. Whatever.
Yeah, you want to take Wendleton?
Yeah, sure. Wendleton is a rat bastard.
Yeah.
He's too big. He would be great if he was 2 space, but 3 space is a fucking nightmare. However, there are times where Wendleton can just carry your entire game for you, which is pretty fun. But I think he's a D tier for me.
Yeah, I'm generally mad at him right now. I'll put him to D tier. I put him in F tier initially, but like that's too mean. He doesn't deserve F tier.
Yeah, he's got cool mechanics. Like strangle is cool. Like the ability to apply root to a floor is a neat mechanic. It's just that he's too big.
Yes, absolutely.
He needs to be like 2 size.
He needs to be 2 size, or he needs to have more health. One or the other. Because like,
or you need to be playing Umbra and you can get like a Space Prism or something.
Yeah.
But Umbra sucks with
and
the clan, so it's already pretty bad then.
This is also another champion that we have to take a quick aside to talk about their starter. A big thing that makes Wendleton really bad is that you can't play an Awoken Hollow or a Thorned Hollow with him. Like, you can't put one of the 2 big beefcakes in front of him to tank.
Well, this is like a Root Seeds issue more than a Wendleton issue, but I understand what you're saying.
It negatively impacts him because you can't play Wendleton with 2 of the best tank, or one of the best tanks in the game, and also Thorned Hollow.
Rude.
We'll get to him. So, you know, I think that's actually why I hate him so much. If I could consistently just play like Awoken Hollow plus 1 space Predator Wendleton and that line was okay, he would be great, but it's not. And so you have to take your tank from another clan, and a lot of times the tank is bad, so he has to be the tank. Oh, Wendleton. I'll take Rail Spike.
Okay.
It's D tier. I'm sick of this card.
Really? You're putting Awoken's Rail Spike in the D tier?
Yeah, I think this card's not good.
I think it's pretty good. I understand with the nerf it obviously got a lot worse. But like, I don't know. I still like it. It's amazing in like incant runs.
Yeah, my philosophy has changed. The cost down on this card does not really matter usually. Like, I find myself paying 3 energy for this card. So basically, for me to start liking Awoken's Rail Spike again, fights need to be longer. And also, it would have to skip Deadweight or something, because when it pulls a curse, it's just so bad, or it pulls a consume card and it's worthless.
That's fair. Like, I think I'm still putting it in B tier because I like it.
That's fair.
But like, it does feel really bad when you pay 3 for this and you draw 2 Deadweights, and you're just like, oh well, fuck me, I'll skip my turn, I guess.
Yeah, or like you pay 3 for this and you draw 2 Restores, and it's like, wow, I was just gonna not play those, but now I can play them for 2 HP back. Cool. Like, generally speaking, you're better off just making the important cards in your deck cost 0 anyway, and then removing the bad cards. And I feel like Awoken's Rail Spike is just counterintuitive to that. But I'm probably a little too harsh on it. But I think this card's very bad. It's a bait too.
I'm pretty confident in my placement because at least it's like it does something, whereas like Spike of the Hellhorn is like just actual rat trash garbage.
It's true. You're not wrong.
But it there's a lot of variance in the card, right? Where it's just like, oh, you know, it's cool when this hits like a really nice holdover card that did cost energy and now it costs less.
Yeah.
Like there's times where it's like really nice, but like, you know.
The other problem is that if your important cards cost more than 1, you can't risk drawing them on Rail Spike.
Well, yeah, it's just like a nice little added bonus. I wasn't saying like, you know, oh, I need this Rail Spike to hit my holdover Inferno that I only gave a -1 to.
But yeah, it's like if you have a 2-cost card that you're like, I want to be able to play this on this turn, or like I need to play this on the next turn. Like, say you draw Trample Stone with it, you just miss Trample Stone because you can't afford to play it.
Yeah, that's fucked up too.
But you know, it's like it's something where you just play around that, and it's not that big of a deal. Did I do that one? I did that one. Yeah,
you did that one. I'm up next. Ensnare is tough to evaluate, I feel like, because there's times where it's like, oh man, I have enough damage to kill the mini bosses on Divinity, so I do not need an Ensnare. But there are times where it's like, oh, I need an Ensnare because I don't have enough damage. But then what do? Do you give it holdover? Do you give it permafrost? Usually, yeah, but like I don't know. It's a weird one. I think I put it. Oh man, I think I want to put it at A tier.
Okay.
But like, because it's very low impact in your deck because it does redraw the next turn. It's a 0-cost card. I find it hard to skip because usually I'm worried about the mini bosses in Divinity, but like, it's cool. I don't know.
I slammed this card in S+ tier. I think it is a top card.
Dang.
It's like if it cost 1, I would drop it. But at 0 energy, this card is all. It's no investment at all. You get the drawback on the next turn, and sometimes it just hard saves your run. Ignores spell shield, stops enemies. Like this card's insane to me. Because in the worst case, where it's like, oh, I don't want to play this because it's going to stack up a wave, you just put it on the boss, and then it does nothing, and it gives you your drawback. I honestly think this card should get nerfed. I think it's too strong. They're probably not going to do another balance patch, but I think that Ensnare is like, it's so good. Like, a holdover Ensnare lets you pick an enemy and remove it from the divinity fight.
That's
you
true.
can just say, I don't want to deal with a mini boss, and take holdover Ensnare, and the mini boss does not get to exist anymore.
But there are 2 mini bosses, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But, like, if you can't kill the first mini boss, you can hold over Ensnare and it dies. Like, or it just never exists. Like, the card is so good in my mind. I think that there's no drawback to taking it. It's good in every run.
You know, now I feel self-conscious. I'm gonna put it in the S tier now.
That's fair. I mean, it is low impact. There's a card later that I will probably rate lower than you would expect. But yeah, I think that this card, it's just like, its upsides are so good and it doesn't have a bad case.
Yeah,
that's my feeling.
I don't know. I think it is important to note that like there are times where I might not take this because if I have a run that like really hinges on a specific card, let's say my entire defensive plan is hinged around what's it called? Shoot, Frenzied Swarm, right? Let's say I have a Frenzied Swarm deck, and I really need to find Frenzied Swarm, and I was unlucky. I got a holdover, but I never found intrinsic for it, right?
Yeah.
And I just want to find it as soon as I can, so that way I can shore my defenses up and make sure I don't die. In a situation like that, and then the funny thing is that in that deck, Ensnare is probably still also good. But if I'm really like paranoid about not hitting the Frenzy Swarm in time, I might skip it for that.
No, I mean, it's fair. You don't have to love the card, but I love the card. I think it's very good.
Okay,
there are times where it's not great.
Oh, I did Ensnare, didn't I? So you're up for Pyro here?
Yeah, Pyro. Pyro, I'll give it a C tier.
I think that's fair. It's weird.
Yeah, like you can intrinsic it, and that's an energy relic, but the drawback is really bad. I think -2 draw is very impactful.
I think this card is really bad when you're playing Restores and really good when you're playing Root Seeds, because you can usually on the turn you play it offset that card draw pretty often by just playing some Root Seeds on the turn.
I agree.
So it's and then also Root Seeds loves energy, so you know.
I agree with you.
I think C tier is fine for it because usually like 1 energy relic is enough to, you know, give you enough energy when you're playing Root Seeds, so you don't need the Pyro.
Yeah, usually. Sometimes it does cool stuff, but like, you didn't snare, so you do Steel Enhancer.
Okay, Steel Enhancer. I think this is a C tier if you ask me. I feel like it's pretty low impact. It's a 0 cost spell, so it's good with like incant. And like I don't know, like Animus of Will doesn't hate this, but it's like Rage Serum but without Consume. It's kind of how I feel about it. So, and also +3 health is kind of cool. Sometimes it's actually relevant. So
yeah,
it works well with Razor Sharp Edge.
Yep, you got it. I think the Steel Enhancer is C tier. It is fine. Like you said, sometimes you use the 3 HP and it offsets Razor Sharp Edge. Sometimes this card matters a lot in the early game, but usually by the time you're on Seraph, this card is meaningless to your run.
I will say, one of the things I hate about this card is that when you're looking at a full hand of cards, it looks very similar to Vine Grasp.
Oh, yeah.
And all the time I'm always like, especially if I have like Curse Vines or whatever, like all the time I'm accidentally just like Steel Enhancing the Divinity. Like it's just
yeah, I can see it.
It's a mess. It's a mess.
I can see it. Yeah.
I've done it so many times.
I shall take Sting.
Okay.
B tier.
I'm okay with B tier for Sting, I think. Yeah.
Sting
pretty
is
good.
a card that is fine. Like, you're never going to skip it, but it's not going to win you the game. Sometimes it's good, though. That's all I have to say.
Especially good in incant because it's a 0 cost spell. Sometimes the damage is relevant, but usually not. At least in the late game, it's not relevant. It is relevant in the early game, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, 3 piercing stings. If you get the piercing sting relic, will kill one of the armor tanks, but like that's not gonna happen all that much. But it's good. It's fine.
Yeah.
That's really it.
Vine Grasp, huh?
Yeah.
Another weird one. I think this is another C tier for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like I don't respect it that much, but I think it's cool. I think I like this more than March of Shields as like a movement displacer.
Yeah.
Although actually, it's also useful for repositioning opponents too, then and stuff. I still put it at C tier. It's still pretty like the damage is obviously very low, so you
Mhm.
can't really kill many things with it. Um, but I don't hate the effect. I've had plenty. I mean, I've had plenty of runs where I've used like curse vines to like tank swap, which is always pretty cool. But that's not this card. That's a relic. This is vine grass. So I don't know. It's okay.
Yeah, I gave it B tier. I think the only thing that I really will say in its favor is that Awoken early game has very few cards that just do damage to a target. So
Hmm.
Vine Grasp gets a little bit up for me in that regard. Like 3 damage to a target at the start of the game is good. Sometimes it's
Hmm.
very important, but you know, card's nothing like spectacular. It's just pretty good.
It's neat. The movement effect is surprisingly useful, but like I don't know. It doesn't do a whole lot outside of that. Like the damage is actually less relevant, I think, than like in the end game at least than the movement
Oh
effect.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But like
So.
you can pull an enemy to the front and then sting them to death or things like that.
Mhm.
It's a
Yeah.
flexible card that's worth keeping in your deck usually.
Hmm.
Animus Speed, to me, I believe.
Yeah.
She can go in C tier. I haven't won the game with this card yet.
That's a bold take. I would say that if you haven't won with it and you're putting it in C tier,
Okay. Animus of Speed as a unit is F tier. Animus of Speed
yes.
as an infusion, fine. You take her and you go, yep, I have Animus of Speed for the next fight, and she will do some damage, and then I'm going to put her on my actual character.
I think the thing that this has going for it is that Awoken has access to sweepers,
Mm-hmm.
which is cool. But I think it's usually not that hard to find like just a quick upgrade in a shop. So I think I put
Yeah,
her in D tier.
I think that is fair. It's a lot easier to get quick multi-strike than it is to get 2 multi-strike out of a shop.
Yeah.
So that's fair.
Um.
I don't hate her that much.
I mean, like,
You know
what's
what?
funny is I'm putting her D tier, but she's had one of the biggest swings since the DLC came out because this was like maybe one of my candidates for like definitely would have been in the bottom 10 cards list
Oh, for sure.
pre
Terrible card.
DLC. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's Animus of Will to you.
I have a Woken Hollow next on mine. Oh,
Oh,
you know
do
what?
you?
Maybe
Oh, and
where's
probably
your
yeah, it
where's
probably
your
got
Woken
mixed up.
Hollow? Yeah, okay. Well, we'll do Animus. We'll do Animus
No,
here.
you can do a Woken Hall. It's fine.
No, I'll do Animus of Will.
All right, fine.
I think Animus of Will is an A tier unit.
Yep.
Needs a lot of support, but when you give it the support, it can win the run pretty easily. Triple multi-strike on a very pathetic body is still very good.
Yes.
And it loves root seeds, which is fantastic for it. Again, with Horned War, you need like a plus 25 on it probably. Maybe one of the better large stone users, but I've had large stone not be very good on her since the DLC came out.
Yeah, space
It's
is
kind
a
of just not.
premium.
Yeah, exactly. And then also upgrade slots are a premium too.
Mm-hmm.
I would rather just put a plus 10, I think, than a large stone on Animus of Will, probably.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's fine.
Give her A tier as well. She has in my opinion, the second best multi-strike infusion of the clans. And
Are you putting Elagorgon as number 1?
no, the other one.
Construct?
Draft.
Draft. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Draft's kind of a weird one, but I get what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. The minus 15 on Animus of Will typically doesn't matter on the units you give it to. Like on Husk Hermit, it's a -5, for example. And so it's fine for that. She gives you really good multi-strike if she's bad for your run, and if she's good for your run, she just carries. This unit's very good.
I like it.
Give her stats. Sometimes you give her multi-strike, but a lot of times you just give her like plus 25, plus 10, something like that. The hard part is that Awoken has bad scaling infusions and like bad scaling units, so you have to get cards that scale her. But as long as you do that, it's good. I shall take Awoken Hollow.
Yes.
He's going in the A tier.
Okay.
The only bad thing about Awoken Hollow is that root seeds exist. Like, I guess maybe it's really weird to evaluate a Woken Hollow as a C tier unit because like he's bad, like he's worthless. He is an actual F tier if you have root seeds. The
I
unit is
wouldn't
unplayable.
go that far. But I do agree with the sentiment.
He is very close to unplayable. But when you have Restore as your starter, he's A tier. He's very, very good. He's a great tank and an offense scaler. He answers everything.
I would go a little bit more middle ground with it. I think for the same logic, I think that like Restore obviously makes a Woken Hollow good. But I don't know. I think I would go A tier with it, I guess. But I think it's more of a D tier when you have root seeds. Because you could just find heal cards and make it work still.
You can.
But it's tough. But it's possible. But I think I'm gonna go put it overall in B tier for that.
That's fair. I think that is fair, yeah.
I've tried to do some weird stuff with a Woken Hollow. I don't know if you've tried doing any of this stuff, but I had a run where I infused a Woken Hollow into a Mollusk Mage.
Ooh, what?
I put, because like the thought process was like, okay, Mollusk Mage will increase the healing of my spells, right? The magic power will increase the efficacy of my healing spells, but a Woken Hollow is too big. So if you infuse a Woken Hollow into the Mollusk Mage, it's a 2-size unit that has the Rejuvenate effect on heal, or the Cultivate, whatever it was, right? Isn't it? It's Cultivate on. It's a Cult to Rejuvenate.
Rejuvenate is on heal, and Cultivate is, or no, it's Rejuvenate to Cultivate. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. It's a Recult to Rejuvenate.
Okay, I see what you're saying. You lost me there for a second, but I'm back with you.
So it's a 2-space unit that has a Woken Hollow's effect that also increases the ability of your healing spells. I put 2 HP upgrades on it, so it was pretty tanky. I lost the run because it wasn't good.
Yeah, but
it was fun, and I think the issue was that because it's a non-priority draft unit, it really messed things up.
Yeah,
but it was cool.
It's a fun idea, at least. I did that, so Channel Song is yours.
Channel Song? I hate this.
Yep, me too.
There's like some fringe scenarios where it's pretty good, but most of the time I just see this and I puke.
Yeah.
I think I'm putting it in F tier, but like when it is cool, it's like an S to S plus tier card. Like the Primordium Channel Song stuff is pretty cool. But that's like it.
Yeah. Channel Song just baits you because you go, oh, someone when I was talking about worst cards in the game in the YouTube series, someone said they think the worst card in the game is Channel Song because it always baits them into taking it and going, yeah, this time it's gonna work, and then it fucks them over. And like,
yeah,
no matter what you think you're doing right, Channel Song will find a way to ruin your day.
Also there's like so many like clan combos where it's just actually you can't take this.
Yeah.
Dregs, Queen Zimplings. Even like Umbra, like if you make too many morsels of a packed morsel and you don't want to risk them getting harvested and you put them back in the deck, this can fuck you up. Like it's just like it's a nightmare card.
Yeah, it's so close to being good too. This card's insane. All you have to do is let it hit a card in your hand. Or like just be playable, but nah. Fuck you, Channel Song. Rot. Edge Prior to me.
Yep.
I'll give Edge Prior C tier. Maybe D tier. He's like... He's going D tier. The only thing that redeems this card is his infusion is cool with Steel Singer.
Now, Edge Prior is the heal one, correct?
Yeah.
That should let you know how I feel about basically almost this entire... I guess actually one of the cycle I think is kind of interesting. But I think the whole cycle is pretty dog for the most part.
Yeah.
Like Steel Singer is kind of cool. Steel Singer is kind of cool.
I had it where I played... I had like some carry and it was like maybe a Woken Hollow or something. I put Edge Prior on that and then it was at like 10 heal every round because I played 2 of the whatever unit had Edge Prior on it. And it was like a budget Steelworker then, but like that's not good. I wouldn't recommend it. But like it can be okay. But really this card only sees play in my mind because of Steel Singer.
I think the big problem is that with the reason why Steelworker is good is because you have synergies with armor, and you need armor in Hellhorn usually. This has healing synergies, but you usually have enough healing already. You don't need this.
Yeah, true.
Is I think the big issue there.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Engraft.
I'm up here for Engraft. I don't want to do Engraft. You do Engraft.
Okay.
I'm afraid of this card.
You're afraid of this card?
I think it's not good, but like then you're gonna be
Really?
like all of a sudden where it's like, oh, it's actually one of the best cards in the game.
No, I think that Engraft is like it's interesting because I think Engraft is A tier, basically.
I think it's like a B tier at best. Like I don't trust it.
But the thing is,
Like, these like replacement card effects, I'm always worried about because it's like they're pretty low impact sometimes, and it's like, what if I draw this before I draw my Frenzy Swarm and I die?
yeah, I mean that's fair. I don't find myself in those positions all that often where it's like I have this one card that I have to draw into, but sometimes it's like that. I mean, the good thing about Engraft is if you give it a -1 holdover, it's just an energy relic once you draw it.
Yeah, that's true.
And
Pretty
it
cool.
replaces itself, it triggers Rejuvenate, etc., etc. It's like
My only problem with that logic is that I usually have other cards I want to put holdover on instead. Like almost always, I would even say. So I don't know.
No, I mean that's fair. It is true. Like sometimes you give this a +10 and it's a healing idea though. Like I think it has enough uses for me to say it's an A tier. Like,
I think it's pretty easy to throw a +10 at it and be like, this is like a actually really solid heal spell in my Awoken Hollow deck. But if I don't have Awoken Hollow, what does it really doesn't do much. So I don't know.
That's fair.
I'll put it at B though. Like, I don't know. I'm terrified of this card. I see this card and I'm worried that I'm supposed to take it and I'm skipping it. Like I don't know.
I understand. You want to take Glimmer now?
I'll take Glimmer. I love Glimmer.
Yeah, this card's.
I don't. I like it a lot. It's a solid offensive and defensive card in one card, which is pretty cool. I wish it did like 3 more damage, which is obviously asking for a lot.
Yeah.
But like it's pretty good. I think I'll put it at A tier.
Me too. It heal, it damage, +10 piercing is good. I've had it do I had runs where I played like holdover Extreme Stone and then just regular holdover Glimmer, and then the regular one clears the spell shield and the Extreme Stone kills the backline. Weird things like that.
I've had that, but I've just done holdover Extreme and then duped it, and that's like it's good. It's not like game winning, but it's like pretty close to it.
Yeah,
it's like it's kind of like almost like an Inferno.
Yeah, almost.
That you can play on your floor, so if you have like heal triggers, then it's even better.
Yep. Yeah,
So,
I agree. I think that Glimmer is pretty good.
I made you do 2 in a row first, so I feel like I should do Husk Hermit now.
Please do, by all means.
Husk Hermit's pretty solid. I think I put it at an A tier because it's its starting attack is pretty bad, and as we've mentioned before, Awoken by itself troubles to increase attack, but as long as your other clan can get you there, Husk Hermit's a great carry.
Yeah.
So I put it at A
HP.
tier, I think.
Yep, 30 HP as well. He doesn't really need you to give him like a base HP increase to survive. You do need to give him some sustainability, but you can skip the +25 on him, which is cool. Does well with Animus of Will, does well with Animus of Speed, does well with Cultivating Sentient. Really just a great unit in the clan. He can act as a tank for Wendleton if you're in a real dire spot. And yeah, he's good. A tier as well for me.
Okay.
Invigorating Solution. I don't like this card as much anymore because it costs 1. When it cost 0, this card was a no-brainer.
Yeah, that was an S+.
Yeah, I'll give it like a B tier for 1 energy.
I'm okay. Is C or B? I think I'll lean towards. I'll lean towards C because I think I like the next one more.
That's fair. The biggest problem I have with this card, and I will reflect this problem with Preserve Thorns as well, sometimes 3 draw is too much. Sometimes you're overdrawing because of this card. And it's not a problem, really, but it's like,
yeah,
it's not good to do. That's it.
Yeah.
Preserve Thorns, if you would like.
Preserve Thorns. No, I was about to start. I was going to start talking about the Preserve Thorns.
Go on.
I like this more than Invigorating Solution, not by a huge amount, but by enough to put it in the B tier. I think for me.
That is fair.
I think that there are definitely, like you said, there's you don't always need 3 cards for either of these, right? And there are definitely decks where it's like putting 3 spikes in your putting 3 stings in your deck is like not even like good.
Yeah.
But I think more often than not, it's better to have 3 stings, especially if you're an incant deck. much nicer to play 4 spells for the cost of 1. I think that the stings are really strong early game. So yeah, it's cool.
I agree. I put it in B tier as well. Basically the same sentiment, the same thoughts as Invigorating Solution for the drawbacks. Card is fine.
Oh, I'm looking at the next one. Have fun.
F tier.
Yeah.
This card is so... There is like... where there are redeeming qualities about Rage Serum, I feel nothing for Pyre Shards but contempt.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1 energy, do nothing. 4 spikes is less than 3 rage, and 3 rage is already almost nothing. Yeah. Sometimes when you start with Pyre Shards and the Sentient, this card makes a difference. But outside of that, like...
Hey, Wrathful Prince. Wrathful Prince needs this.
Yeah.
I will stand by Wrathful Prince Pyro Shards pre-DLC.
Yeah, pre-DLC it was very strong. Yes, I agree.
Post DLC, it's like usable in the early game, but you need more spikes.
Yeah.
So it's bad.
No, I think Pyro Shards is just the worst. I mean, it's like I give leniency to other cards, but like just don't make me take this card. I don't want it.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Razor Sharp, unless you want to say something redeeming about Pyro Shards. Where'd you put it? Sorry, I think
I put it in F tier.
Okay. That's fine.
This is going to be maybe a controversial pick here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to put Razor Sharp Edge in the S tier.
I agree with that.
Oh, okay. Not controversial then. I don't know. It's kind of a weird. The detriment is the HP loss is genuinely something to be worried about, but it's not hard to mitigate that HP loss. And in a clan that is starving for attack increases, this is like the best card in the clan that does it, basically. So, yeah.
Okay, no, I agree. It is a game-winning card. Usually, like also the HP, like you said, it's easy to mitigate with the cultivating units in the clan. There's Steel Enhancer. Like you have ways around it within the clan, and this is just a way to win the game, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Restoration Detonation.
You're up.
I will give this I'll give it a B. I think it's not good enough for A.
I agree with the B tier placement, I think. It's B or A, and I think I lean more towards B. But definitely a good candidate for not most improved, but very improved since DLC.
Yeah.
I think the damage is super relevant now. And I think it's not, and maybe I'm wrong, I would like to have the card to actually read myself, but it doesn't or it does get stopped by Spell Shield, right? It's not like, it's the relic that bypasses, I'm pretty sure, Spell Shield.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you give Restoration Detonation a +10 piercing, and it becomes a very formidable card for your run. But sometimes it's just like heal 10, and that's also fine. Yeah. Restore to you?
Restore to me. I think Restore is a B tier. Again, none of the starters are super amazing, but this is 2 heal triggers on a card, and in the Woken clan, that can be very strong.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's where I'm putting it.
Yeah, you also pay 1 energy for this to stop you from losing regen for the round, basically, which is helpful if you're trying to beat early game bosses with regen. So I think it's impactful enough that you usually don't remove it in your runs. So B tier is fine with me as well.
Okay.
Root Seeds is going in the A tier. This card is good.
I also agree with this. I think this is, I mean, if I'm looking at it in like actually, you know what? I lied. I'm putting it in B tier too, because if I'm looking at like, you know, the cards like in the B tier, I'm like, and I put this in the A tier, I'm like, no, I would rather have a Preserve Thorns than a Root Seed, I think.
Really?
I think you know, not like I would rather have 5 Root Seeds instead of 5 Preserve Thorns. I'm not looking at like it's like a 1-to-1 ratio. I think I'd rather have 1 Preserve Thorns over a Root Seed.
I think that Root Seeds is like one of the components. First of all, it doesn't cost you anything in draw. And second of all, it's one of the components in like the way that you scale a unit to have enough attack. So I think it's worthy of A tier because of that. But I think it's fair to put it in B tier as well.
Cool.
Cool. Shard Channeler to you.
Shard Channeler to me. Like, this is a really bad card.
Yes.
There's some shenanigans you can do with it, especially with the infusion. And there's times where the double spike damage could be useful if you're playing like, Spike Sentient or God forbid you have a Thorn Hollow.
There is one thing to mention here, a little fade.
Oh yeah, Little Fade. I forgot about that. That's a thing too.
Yeah. Funnily enough, the best thing to use with Shard Channeler is a melting unit.
Yeah, how fucking crazy is that?
Yeah.
But it's pretty bad. But when it is good, it's genuinely pretty strong. So I think I'm putting it in D tier, but I would not. Maybe it's an F tier card.
I agree with D tier. I think that if you're a Spike's mad scientist, Shard Channeler is probably one of your favorite cards, and it's okay.
Yeah. There was the one community night where I think Dusk was in charge. He was playing, and he put like Shard Channeler infused into like 3 Bogfly cocoons or chrysalis, whatever, and then that was crazy.
Yeah, that run was cool as hell.
Yeah, because each one generates 2 spikes in every unit. So if you have 6 of these infused cards, basically, a lot of spikes.
Yeah. The big problem with distributed spikes is that enemies don't hit all the units on your floor.
One of them does, though.
Yeah, one of them does. It's true.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that Shard Channeler is on average a bad card.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I will take Shattered Shell, and I will put Shattered Shell below Husk Hermit in the B tier.
I don't know. For me, I think they're pretty equivalent.
That is fair. They do. It's hard to put any unit with the word sweep below A tier, to be honest.
Yeah, I think Husk Hermit is better, but I think Shattered Shell is still good, and I think the attack scaling is not irrelevant.
Yeah, no, I agree.
But I think the HP is worth more on the Husk Hermit.
Yeah, like if you give them to me side by side, I'm probably gonna take Husk Hermit these days. Shattered Shell is good, but he's got like one too many things he needs, because he needs survivability, and he needs more scaling, and he needs something to go in front of him. Husk Hermit just needs a little bit of help. Shattered Shell needs a lot, I think.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that, like, if you're looking at Shattered Shell, you need a plus 25 to get it out of one-shot range on top floor, right?
Yeah.
You would like Quick, and you would like Multi-Strike. That's 3 upgrades. You can get one of those from an infusion, but, it can be a little tricky.
The problem also is if you get Multi-Strike, Quick, and plus 25 from, like, your infusion and your 2 shop upgrades, you don't have room for scaling anymore. So, I don't know. You can kind of get away with skipping the plus 25 and self-infuse the shell or something, but, like, at the end of the day,
or you can Husk Hermit infusion too, as well.
Yeah, true. But he says sweep and he's pretty good, but I'm gonna give him B tier. I don't think I'll be putting any of the sweep units below B tier today, though.
I'll be putting some of them probably at B tier, I think.
Yeah,
but not this one. I like Shattered Shell quite a bit. I think basically the scaling attack buff makes it better than everything except for Husk Hermit, I think. Although, I don't know. We'll get to it when we get to it, I guess.
Thorn Hollow is yours.
Thorn Hollow is mine. Thorn Hollow is going right in the D tier. I don't think it's worthless. But I think it's pretty bad.
I agree.
I've had runs with it work, but I don't know. I don't like playing it. The root spleet, the root seeds have made this man worse. And it's hard to get enough spikes on him. He did get buffed, didn't he? Where it's like his max HP is now equivalent to the Awoken Hollow, right?
Yeah,
or am I going crazy?
One more spike per rejuvenate.
Yeah, it's still not great.
I give him. I could see giving him C tier, but I'm gonna give him D tier for me personally. If I talked about Brandon with spikes, so I gotta talk about Thorn Warrior or Thorn Hollow with Brandon. It's okay. It's not great, but it's fine. Thorn Hollow. I like spikes and I like playing him, but I still think he's on average not good. But like, you show me a root split mask, we're going in. It's Thorn Hollow time, baby. My man's gonna pop off. He's gonna do 3 instances of 60 damage to these enemies, and they're gonna like it. But he's not really that good.
Yeah, would he be good if he was 2 size? I think he would be, right?
Yeah, he'd be pretty good, yeah. Because he's just a big wall then that you can put a unit behind, I think. Still be worse than Awoken Hollow, though, I bet.
Maybe. I don't know.
I shall take Unleash, and I shall put it in B tier.
I put Glimmer in A tier, so I feel like I'm obligated to put Unleash in about the same tier. But
Unleash doesn't do damage.
You're right, that is true. But it does heal for more.
That's true.
And I think there are times where healing for more is important, but definitely there's times where it's not that important. So I don't know. It's a weird one.
I could actually, I changed my mind. I'll put it in A tier. Because, like, one Unleash is just, hey, Woken often is playing a strategy that's like, I want to tank the round and then heal it back. And Holdover Unleash says, I will never die, more or less.
Yeah.
That's good. And it heals your whole floor.
I feel like though that like Restoration Detonation can also kind of do that, where you might not heal to full afterwards, but you get to heal a pretty big chunk and you get to kill things. So I don't know. It's weird, but I like Unleash though.
That's fair.
It is nice to be like, oh, I have a 130 HP unit. I give Unleash Holdover, and now this unit will never die.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I agree.
Oh no.
Vine Mother to you.
Vine Mommy. I'm sorry, I gotta put this F tier. I hate this card.
It's not very. I'll give it D.
I hate it. I hate Vine Mother.
Really?
I don't like it because where like Vine Mother obviously good in incant, but even then not good because it has to like this is just another victim of top floor supremacy.
Yeah.
In the past you could play mid floor and you could put Vine Mother in the top floor, and then like it would just sit there and make spikes for you. But you can't do that anymore. It can't. If you're playing top floor, you can't put this mid floor. It will die. I hate it.
Yeah, I agree. I think
I don't know what you do with this thing.
It's like the only thing that you can really do with it is go, wow, I missed a Woken Hollow and I have no frontline. Here's a unit that is a 0/35. But as a rare,
I didn't know how much HP it had.
It has 35.
Like,
as a rare, though, you want more out of your unit than that. And like the effect it has is mostly worthless. I don't think this card is good. But it is a wall sometimes. But almost always in Awoken, you have a better unit to frontline. Husk Hermit is better than this at frontlining. So
yeah.
I wouldn't say pick this. It's like a I missed everything else sort of card. I shall take Wildwood Custodian. This may be a shock. This is going in F tier.
Okay. You know what?
I think the other two have use cases. I don't think Wildwood Custodian has a use case.
Which is sad because when you look at the abilities, it feels like the strongest. But I agree with you. It's not worth taking up an infusion on like an important unit. You'd rather have something more impactful, and it's not worth the space either. Yeah, you know, I'm down to put it in F tier. I was thinking I was gonna put them all in D tier. But actually, yeah, thinking about it, I don't know what run I've had that's actually used this thing.
Yeah, this unit does nothing. You can't do top floor. It dies. You have to play top floor yourself. And if you put it on your floor, it's gonna take cultivates from you. Too.
It's just you know what? I think I do like it more than Vine Mother though. I'm thinking about it. I'm looking at him and I'm like, hey, it's only one space.
Yeah. Also, it doesn't take up draw priority. That's fair. But no, I think that there's just no use case for Wildwood Custodian at all. The infusion is bad. The actual unit is not good. Like. The other big thing is, like, if you play Wildwood Custodian, it has to live to the next round for you to get the +1 draw.
That's true.
That's the problem I have with it, too.
Sounds like Vine Mother to me, honestly.
Man, you're not wrong.
I'm up next with Sap here, right? I'm in general lower on Sap than I used to be. I feel like regen, it's tough to make it work. It can still work sometimes, especially if you have one like the regen doublers, but you just take so much damage, man. If you're trying to tank and regen back up, it takes so much regen to actually get there. And it's not impossible to get there, but it's tough.
Yeah.
So I think I'm putting it in C tier. But like I don't know, man. Sap's weird.
I will give it B tier because it has good use up until about Combat 6. But after Combat, like on Fel or on Arcus, this card is not going to be a useful healing card anymore. But it has use up until then, and it's good with any of your Rejuvenate units if you're not playing Restore. So, you know, it's a healing option, and sometimes when you're playing Awoken, you don't see a healing option. So, sometimes you just take this, and it's fine for that. But it's no longer your main plan for survival, I don't think.
I agree.
Okay. Wildwood Tome. I'm pretty cool on this card. I don't love it. I think that it is not worthy of A tier personally, because I think that variable timing on quick. There's a lot of reasons that I think that this is a B tier card. A lot of times, if you're Exile Awoken main, you're hoping for Predator anyway, so Wildwood Tome is bad for that. It's usually better to just get the quick on your unit, because like we said, with Animus of Speed Infusion also, right? But the quick from the shops is easy to find. Animus of Speed Infusion is easy to find. If you're using Wildwood Tome on a banner unit, you're trying to give it 2 multi-strike, which is a lot harder to get anyway. Like, I guess you can do it and then get like an extra plus 25 or something, but I just don't think it's worth the investment. You mentioned it earlier though with Shardtail Queen. It is good there. And like on champions, it's okay.
For me, I think it's a C tier because I think for the reasons you said before, right? It's like really only good if you like put double multi on like your sweeper or whatever on your carry unit, right? Where it's like, yeah, if I missed quick and I find this from like the ring 6 boss, like sure I'll take it,
yeah,
or whatever. But like I don't know, it's kind of a weird one.
Yeah,
it's variance. I think it's a high variance card where sometimes this saves you, and sometimes it's like, oh, my unit already has quick. I guess I'll put this on my champion for fun. Like it doesn't do much, so I don't know.
No, I agree. It's just like it's the worst way to get quick of the options, I think, typically.
But it is a way.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all you need.
And it's nice, you can put intrinsic on it, and then as long as you're only playing one banner unit, it's like, oh, it's basically just another upgrade slot, which is cool. Yeah, but I don't know.
Adaptive Mutation is yours.
Oh, don't make me do it to him. Don't make me do it to him. I'm sorry, but Adaptive Mutation is a pretty trash card. There is one use case for it, and it is Rage, and that is the only use case, and even then it's usually overkill. So I'm putting it in the F tier, but when it works, it's a lot of fun. But it's not spicy. A good card.
Yeah, a lot of times it just kills you. Like a lot of times it is just bad.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? You put this in D tier because you think it's funny?
I think I might put it in C tier. It's C.
Are you kidding me?
It's like the Rage use case is good and it's a low investment card, but
that's the only time though.
I think there's another time that it's good. It's like I'm gonna give it D tier. I think that it has some redeeming qualities. I don't think it's as bad as some of the other cards in F tier right now.
Let me look. I think it's better than One Horn's Tome, the Fiend and Consumer.
Yep.
I think that's fine. I think it's equivalent to Channel Song, basically.
Yeah, that is fair.
I think it's. I don't know about Pyro Shards. That's hard because Pyro Shards has like definite like intrinsic value immediately, where it's like Adaptive Mutation is like it's like Dogecoin. Is how I feel about Adaptive Mutation, basically. Where it's like it's a highly volatile crypto, where it's like maybe it'll go to the moon, or maybe it'll do nothing for your run and it costs 2. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm very glad it's my turn. This is my pick for the worst card in the game, I think. Bramble Lash.
There is a use case
for
Bramble Lash, and it is when you have Spike Sentient.
Yeah,
so I think that's important to note. So for that reason alone, I think I put it in D tier. Ooh, but outside of that, I think it is a dog shit card.
I think that it and Battering Ram are definitely neck and neck in my mind for like the least useful cards in the game. They are very bad.
How dare you?
I'm sorry, but I hate to do it to them.
You know what? Actually, I'll put it in F tier too. I'm thinking about it more. I don't think I've actually used this to win a run in post DLC.
Yeah,
but I don't think it's ever been an actual impactful part of my run.
Pre DLC, it wasn't so bad. You could. Play
I like the pre DLC. I thought it was pretty cool. Hold over -1. This kills a heavy, and in pre DLC that was pretty sick. Now post DLC, it has a heavy, or picks off a spell shield.
Yeah, that's true, and it's 2 energy. I mean, really, just Battering Ram and Bramble Lash are both cards that are just left in the overpriced category. Yeah. Focused Growth is yours.
Focused Growth is mine. It's a weird card.
Yeah.
It's pretty expensive, but there's definitely like the runs that like if you're playing Root Seeds, I feel like it's actually pretty good because you usually need healing, and this can be a good healing card for you. And then you're probably taking energy, and if you are, Focused Growth is pretty good there. So I think it's like a weird C tier, maybe B tier. but I'll put a B tier, I think.
Yeah, B tier for me as well. It's going to join Restoration Detonation and one other card in Awoken in the this is not the best healing card option list. But
yeah,
it's fine. It is a healing card.
Okay.
Restoring Retreat's C tier. Maybe D tier. I think C
I
tier.
like it. I like it more for D tier, I think, because I think that Descending is a pretty niche effect. I think a Sketches run recently where I used it and it was pretty cool. But like for the classic, put my champion on the overstack floor maneuver, and that was it. Outside of that, I don't know. Like it has all the other movement synergies where it's like, oh, it works well with drop cage and stuff like that. But I don't know. I don't like it. I don't respect it. I don't trust it. I'm putting it in D.
I think movement sometimes gets you out of sticky situations that you don't expect, and so I'm willing to give it C for that. It's just a more expensive hidden passage in my mind. I don't really care which way I'm moving enemies in the DLC, but also it has all the same things as hidden passage. Overflow floor. Sometimes it's good. It's good with Steel Singer as well, because usually you want to put two of those together at the end of the game. But I talk a lot about Steel Singer for him being a rare card. In the average run, Restoring Retreat is not great, because Descend is worse than Ascend inherently. You can't play it on the top floor. But
yeah.
Sometimes you move Patient Seraph off your floor or something, or you move like a big killer off your floor, and you go, hey, I lived. Thanks, Restoring Retreat.
That's fair. I still don't like it.
That's fair. Absolutely.
Ah, shit.
Yeah. It's your turn.
Shit. It's hey, Pyro Shards, how's it going?
Hey.
I think this is a very bad card. I don't know. I can understand if you put it in D tier, but I think this is an F for me. I don't like it. It's Inflame, but like the same.
Yeah. I mean,
it's another Inflame.
It's just a card that you're like, I started with this, right? I don't know if I've ever willingly picked Sharpen. I probably have in post DLC to see how Rage Prince is doing and then gone, oh no. But like, you're not picking Sharpen. You're starting with Sharpen and going, hey, this gave 4 spikes to my Sentient in the first fight and then I didn't die. Ooh.
What do you think is the most non-starter card that you've removed from your deck?
Like
you start like a non-starter card, so like not Torch, not Roots, or whatever, right? Where it's like one of these where you started with Sharpen and you ended up removing it, right? What's the most that you've removed like one of the non-starter starter cards from your deck, basically?
In recent memory, it's probably Bramble Lash.
Bramble Lash makes sense. It might be Sharpen for me. I feel like I've removed a lot of Sharpens.
That's fair, yeah.
Because here's the thing: Bramble Lash is an uncommon, so you only get 1 in your starting deck. Whereas Sharpen, you end up with 2 of them.
That's fair.
When you hit it, so I don't know.
Yeah, Sharpen isn't very good. 2 energy for 4 attack is bad. 4 spikes is meaningless. Sometimes you play this with like when I do a weird run like with Brandon, but you don't do that very often. Spreading Spore sucks. This is going in F tier. I hate it.
Yeah, it's real bad.
I wanted to like it. I played a run recently where I played it and I got to like 70 regen and I still had a unit die and I went, wow, this is not good.
Was it against Seraph the Patient?
No, it was against the Divinity.
Oh,
I just got overrun by enemies. It was the multi-strike wave.
The stealth guy?
Yeah, and I just got bulldozed. I didn't have a way to kill it and I went, my unit just dies.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah, I think that this card is unusable basically.
Yeah, it's really bad. I think that when you get like the double up on the regen, the bloating fungus, it's like more usable. And I think there's 2 interesting use cases for it. Not for the actual effect of the card, but for the duplication. When you're trying just to spell sling, if you're playing Incant or if you make it purple and you're trying to play, Wormkin, I think it can be pretty good there.
Yep, true.
Just make it 0 cost and just bloat your deck full of them, and then like, oh, I like this effect still. So there's that, but it doesn't happen very often. So I think I'll put it in F tier too.
Yeah. You want to rapid fire these last 4? I think they're pretty easy to fill out.
Yeah, Sapwood is dog shit.
Yep, terrible. I'm willing to see a D tier maybe, but it's F tier, I think.
I think it's F tier too. Again, it's the infusions is terrible. Like it's like a mini consumer of crowns effect, which is also not good.
It gives more stats than consumer,
which is funny, but it's still not good stats.
I can do Awake.
Yep.
Awake is B tier. This is the third card in the this isn't Unleash, but I need to take a healing card group. Restoration, Detonation, Focus Growth, Awake. It heals. It's expensive. Sometimes you need to heal.
Yeah.
3 regen's a lot worse post DLC also. Focus Growth is better than this card now, I think.
I think the regen is relevant for the fact that it triggers Rejuvenate a second time.
Yep, true.
And that's it, really.
You want to do Cycle?
Okay, Cycle. I got Cycle. I'm putting it C tier.
Yeah,
I think it's okay. It's definitely overcosted. Cough. Echo Infusion. But even an overcosted Echo Infusion is still playable.
Yeah, it speaks a lot to the effect that I'm willing to pay 3 energy for 10 HP. And every time I see this card, I just laugh at the fact that you're paying 1 energy per spike. This card is so sad. Like, oh my god, Cycle of Life. And it's still playable. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I'm putting Steel Singer in S tier. I love this unit.
I love playing this unit, but I'm putting it in B tier because of Root Seeds.
That's fair.
But it's one of the most fun units to play for sure.
Yeah, I've played him in Exile Awoken in 1, but it's a lot harder. And I really like Steel Singer. He's my man.
He was very cool. I love how buff he is.
Yeah, he's so big.
Very weird, but cool infusion as well.
Yeah, true.
Like I put the infusion on a Animus of Will, and I'm pretty sure I lost the run, but it was still interesting.
He's a lot of stats. But I think that at the start of the DLC, I believe Dusk said, and I put to the test, and I do believe that all of the new rare cards are basically, if you get this at the start of the run, you just win the game if you play around them. Those new rare cards being Apex Imp, Steel Singer, Eel Gorgon, Morsel Maid, and Hollowed Halls. And I think that's correct. I think that Steel Singer is almost always winnable.
I don't know. I feel like Steel Singer is maybe the exception because of the existence of Root Seeds. But I could be wrong.
Close. No, I think you're right. I think it's really close. If you get Steel Singer at Daedalus with no healing cards, it's really close. But you're one holdover glimmer away from this unit just carrying your run, basically, is what I find.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I think he's really good. I think he's pretty close to always a win. But Root Seeds makes it harder for sure. So Woken, you want to keep going?
Yeah, let's go.
All right. If you want, we can try to keep this pace and just go a little faster on cards that it doesn't matter too much.
I am down with that.
All right. Soul Guard, I will go. Oh no, you go Soul Guard.
I'll go Soul Guard. Soul Guard's a weird, but I think I'll put him in B tier just because he's my homie. But I think he's not that good. And I've always said it, but he's definitely worse post DLC. In my opinion, he was the strongest champion pre DLC. Except maybe I don't know, maybe Little Fade was better.
Little Fade was better.
I'm a big Soul Guard supporter though, but he's still not amazing.
That's fair. I'm gonna give him C tier because I think that there are some cases where he's bad, specifically if you don't have a way to keep Cold Channel alive, because this is an important thing. I've been hinting at it. Soul Guard has the worst champion path in the game. Dire Channel is irredeemable.
Yeah, it's trash.
Dire Channel there is no use case. There's a use case for Rally Queen. There's a use case for Wrathful Prince. You can't do anything with Dire Channel Soul Guard. He is so bad.
He's atrociously bad, and he's in the same lane as them, where it's I can best case kill one heavy, but it's so hard to reach that best case with him.
Yeah, and also
then he has no HP or whatever. I forget what the line is. I might not have ever seen Dire Channel 3.
Yeah, I don't know what it is either.
But he's atrocious. But Titan Channel is reliable, not the strongest, but reliably good. And then Cold Channel is good when you can support it.
Yeah.
So
my only real problem with Soul Guard is that the worst cases where you start with a unit starter are really bad because he has to play around spells, and so your early game can be rough. But even then, it's still fine. Yeah,
that's true. That's not his fault.
Yeah, it's not his fault. I agree. I think that on average, he's like CB to me. I will take Tethys, and I will also put her in the C. She's like CD. I think that she's
I'm sick of you. I'm sick of you always saying Tethys is cool. I hate Tethys still.
Yeah,
You're gonna stop me from hating Tethys.
Today I played a very bad Tethys run. I'm willing to give her D tier.
I'm putting Tethys in the F tier. I know. I gotta put her in D tier.
Yeah.
I can't do it to Conduit Tethys. Conduit Tethys is still a lot of fun. But I fucking hate Tethys, man.
Yeah, she has a lot of problems.
Dog shit. So many problems.
Yeah, she has a lot of problems, but like her paths are okay and she's workable in the early game. Conduit is like, what I've learned is you have to play around Conduit if you start it. Like you have to go, okay, this won't kill me, basically. But yeah, she's not good. She's not in terms of power level, she is not good.
I think she's still the weakest champion.
Probably.
I hate her.
I think that she is very weak.
Okay.
I did Tethys, you do Spike of the Stygian.
Spike of the Stygian it's not like Spike of the Hellhorn levels of bad. It's pretty cool in the Divinity fight where you can like, buy a couple turns basically. But it's pretty not good.
Yeah.
It's I think C-. I think it's bottom of C tier for me.
Agree. It's C tier. It is like the sap is sometimes useful, but it's a very small amount of sap for the energy that you're paying. But throw like a double stack or something and throw it at the Divinity and it's okay. I shall take Crystalline Seeds and I will put it in C tier. Basically everything I said about Rage Serum applies to Crystalline Seeds, except it's in Stygian, so you're in a clan that wants to incant, so Crystalline Seeds is like, hey, it's free and it incants. Cool.
I agree with your logic, but I'm putting it in C tier. Because I put Rage Serum in D tier, I think because it is in Stygian, that puts it to C tier for me. It's the same logic, but I think Stygian cares about that effect more, basically.
Yeah, that's
so
fair.
Yeah.
I put Rage Serum in C tier as well when we did that one. So I think that they're the same card more or less.
Gotcha.
It's worth mentioning that you get those cards from that consume event, which is cool.
You mean the event where you constantly get 10 gold?
Yeah. Sometimes I take Crystalline Seeds from that event if I'm playing the right clan for it.
Yeah, so every now and then I take like I go for the Umbra because I want the Space Prism usually.
Yeah, and Prismal Dust too is really good.
Yeah. Anyway, up next, Energy Siphon. I'm putting it in C tier. I think there's times where it's pretty cool, but it's really annoying when you're like, trying to just incant and it's like, oh, the floating boss isn't on this floor and I have no targets. Oh well.
I've warmed up to it a lot, so I'm gonna give it B tier.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
Yeah.
It's just,
It's usually a free incant, and sometimes it's like a free incant that lets you kill a heavy that would otherwise hurt you. So I think it's good for that.
Yeah.
As a quick aside, I've had to zoom this tier list out so much to keep it on the screen.
Oh, I didn't realize you were doing that. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, we're at 70% zoom right now.
Nice.
Foregone Power is mine. Yesterday, Foregone Power made me very angry. And so this is a bit of a tilt placement, but I'm going to give it C tier.
I think that's a fair placement.
It's like, it's C or D, I think, but I think that it's like, on average, this card is fine. It's the Plink problem where sometimes you roll wrong and discard the card you need. Because I had 5 cards in hand, and I had to play Foregone Power to get the purple Echo, and then play Ancient Resonance to kill the 5 Clergymen on my floor, and it discarded Ancient Resonance, and I lost the run. And like, the cases where that happens are very few and far between, but it feels bad. But on average, this card is not that good anyway.
Yeah, it's just another 0 cost card. It's like, I think I've said it before, but I think the perfect number of Foregone Powers to have is 2.
Yep.
Because you usually don't end up discarding into each other and stuff like that, and it's just a good card to play at the end of your turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think C tier is fine.
I wanna take a quick aside here, because this will go for all of the cards like this. I think that every card with random discard, it is not stronger with offering cards in your hand because of deadweight. Like, it's so infrequent that Foregone... How many times have you watched me play Foregone Power and have it discard the other card in my hand and not Crypt Builder? Because the answer is a lot of times, and it's just unreliable enough that you assume it's going to not work for you.
Yeah, I think the thing is that no one ever plans on making that work because they know how unreliable it is. If you're trying to play Offering, you're going to use the next card, probably. Offering token to do that. You're not going to try to set it up to use, like, Titan's Gratitude or whatever.
Good segue.
Yeah, I'm going to do Offering token. I think... Maybe controversial. I think Offering Token's an A tier card.
Ooh.
I think if you're playing Stygian, you're basically gonna see this and never pass it. Maybe it's higher. I don't know.
I gave it.
But I feel the same way about this. I think that you feel about Ensnare, but just not as strongly.
I think that you're not wrong. The big thing about Offering Token. So I want to make a quick comparison to Slay the Spire. In Slay the Spire, Prepared is very bad, or not very bad, but generally not something that you take a whole lot. Where Offering Token is very good in this game. And it's because you can, the -1 card that you get, because you have to draw and discard something with this, is usually deadweight.
Yeah, and then, in addition to that, you get value still out of playing a card for 0.
Yeah, and you get the incant, and you get the discard for the offering and things like that. So, yeah, I think it's fine. I think that it's fair to put it in A. I like it a little less, so I'm gonna give it B. But usually, like it's like Sting, where it's this card or skip. You take this card.
Yeah, yeah.
Preserve is not very good. I'm going to give it C.
I think Preserve. I don't know. I get the logic of like zero cost spell and incant, maybe it's C, but like I don't like Preserve. It's annoying.
Yeah.
It's annoying to see it at the end of your hand every turn and say, "Well, you're still here, huh?"
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'm gonna put it in D tier.
That's fair.
Although, yeah, no, fuck it. I'm putting it in D tier.
I think that the problem with Preserve is that you're never actually getting value out of the permafrost that you give on your cards, because a lot of Stygian cards have random discard, and permafrost is just bad as a result because you're just going to discard it usually anyway. So you just play it because it's a zero cost card that incants, but there's better options than this one usually. So
I've never put much thought into it, but don't you think it's kind of weird that like I know permafrost is like a universal mechanic because it's in the shop, but like it is like a Stygian mechanic too because there's a lot of interactions there.
Yeah.
Don't you think it's weird that they added permafrost and random discard together?
Yeah.
Why? Why would you do this?
Yeah.
You could have given Umbra. You could have given Umbra random discard. And you could have given Stygian Ember Drain.
Yeah.
How sick would that be?
Give me Plink discards a random card too, please.
At least it's like more on theme because Umbra does have some random effects, right?
Yeah.
They have Plink. They have Excavation Eruption. Yep. They have like all these things where it's kind of on theme for them, you would think, but I don't know, whatever.
No, I agree with you, and I think that it is weird. But also, there's like 3 permafrosts in Stygian, and there's like 3 discards. It feels like they just have half of 2 different ideas with discard and permafrost, and they don't have a full idea. Anyway, Titan's Gratitude is fine. Where did I put Foregone Power? C tier? I will give Titan's Gratitude C tier. I'll give it B tier.
I'm putting it at C tier.
That's fair.
It's okay. It holds like a Surge Stone well, but that's about it. Like I don't like it.
Yeah, I have a problem with this card and all of these cards that I will talk about later with a specific other card called Frenzied Swarm. But we can deal with that when we get to Frenzied Swarm.
Yeah. I think the problem is that Frenzied Swarm is an amazing card, so it just makes all these bad. But whatever.
Yeah, I mean we can get to it.
Yeah,
I don't have a whole lot to say. Titan's Gratitude is good because it does 25 damage and it combos well with like Energy Siphon and other things like that. Sometimes that matters in the early game. Also, you give it a +10 and it kills a heavy through the mid game. But it's not great. The random discard kind of sucks. And also, a big problem with this card is sometimes often you start with it and Foregone Power, and those cards are really bad together.
Yes.
Deep Offering to you, unless you had something else.
No, I have nothing else.
Okay, Deep Offering.
Deep Offering. I think people underrate this card a little bit. I think I overrated it a little bit. I think I'll put it in B tier because the card does say it. Technically, it says like draw 5 on it, which is pretty sick.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not just that. It's hard to make it work as a draw 5, but you can get there with it. And when it is a draw 5, it's like a sick card, especially in a Stygian deck. But it's a little tricky to. I mean, obviously, the way to get there is just to give it 2 cost downs. But even then, it's hard to utilize those 5 cards because you need to empty your hand.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's weird. It's weird, but it's good. And in theory, you can just play it as a wheel effect. If you're like, all the cards in my hand are bad, I'd rather just draw new cards rather than just using it as a draw 5.
Yeah, a lot of times I just in my runs I don't want to give Deep Offering 2 -1s. I'm putting it in C tier. I don't want to invest in this card usually. Like I'd rather take like Ice and Pyre or another rare card more or less.
Yeah, I think that's the big problem, huh? That Stygian just has really good rare cards.
Opportunity.
And then you see that, yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I mean, Deep Offering is fine, and also it's a card that you can never buff because as soon as you buff this card, it becomes an infinite, and they don't want that. So
that's true.
It's just it's a problem card, and that's okay. I have it's C tier. I think that it's fine, but I usually just don't take it because it's too much investment for me.
Okay.
Ylgorgen's S tier.
I agree.
This card's nuts.
This is. I haven't put anything in S plus, and this is close for me. But I think the base stats are keeping it back. Obviously, like that's a design, intentional design on it. But like I think it's very strong.
Yeah, I think that of the multi-strike infusions, I think Ylgorgen's is the worst because you would just play Ylgorgen if you wanted that multi-strike.
That's fair, but that's a weird way to say it.
Yeah. I agree.
Right?
You're
Like
not
you're
wrong.
like it's the worst because the card itself is better than the infusion on something else.
Yeah.
Which is true. But I think in a vacuum, let's say this effect existed on, I don't know, Edge Prior. Right?
Uh-huh.
If the effect existed on Edge Prior, I think it would be one of the best multi-strike effects.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think one cost is not a huge deal, especially if you're only playing a single unit. Most of the time at least, and I think, whatever, it's good.
Yeah. I mean, I've played in the last year of the DLC. I have never used the Ogorgon for its infusion.
I think I've done it once. I don't remember why.
Maybe you had a siren.
I think I had already set up Siren, and I saw it from like the dataless fight or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. Then you just get another multi-strike out of it. But like,
yeah,
just play Yogorgon. He wins you the round. Put something in, stand a unit in front of him, and he kills everything.
It's good.
Oh,
it does.
Yeah,
I get a good one. I get Glacial Seal.
Yeah.
You said it was only for Train Stewards. I'm putting this in the Train Steward tier. I think this is the worst card out of all of the cards we've seen so far.
Wow.
I hate Glacial Seal.
Yeah.
I think this is an abysmally bad card.
Yep.
There is no redeeming qualities to this card.
Agree.
It's not good.
I had one run where I think it was a daily though, so it doesn't really count. But I had a run where I played a self-infused Glacial Seal with what was it? The Frostbite Relic, and that was kind of good. But even then, it's like this card is so bad.
It's horrible. Why does it cost 2?
Yeah.
There's so many weird things about Glacial Seal that just make it atrociously bad.
I remember when I woke up and I went, oh shit, there's new Monster Train patch-ons. I better live react to these and review them. And I went, they nerfed Glacial Seal?
It's insane.
Yeah. The biggest problem I have with Glacial Seal as well is that there's a fringe case where you're doing the Offering Monument Infinite and you need a source of damage. I put Glacial Seal on an Offering Monument only to find out that the Offering Monument dies before the Glacial Seal effect triggers.
That's so funny.
Yeah, it was not. I didn't like it.
That's so funny and weird.
Yeah. I was like, oh, hey, the 2 Glacial Seals are going to do enough, right? Nope.
Okay.
Terrible.
I know you want to go faster, but you want to do a quick theory craft real quick?
Please do, yeah.
What if Glacial Seal did not do Frostbite? What if it was like an independent damage that was like not removed by the Divinity's Purify effect? Let's call it I don't know, Cold Bite. I don't know, but let's say it was like a unique poison effect.
Call it Chili Cold.
Yeah, call it Chili Cold, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it had a unique effect that prevented it from being removed by the Divinity, would that still be good?
I don't think so.
I also don't think so, because that's why it was nerfed, right? I'm pretty sure is that like
that makes sense. Yeah.
Well, not even Divinity. I remember what happened. It was that they increased the Frostbite cap.
That's right.
They increased the Frostbite cap, and they were worried that Frostbite would be too strong. So they had to nerf Glacial Seal. That's an already not good card.
Yeah.
God damn.
That's right, because Frostbite used to cap at 999.
Uh-huh.
Forgot about that.
Okay.
No, I think it would still be bad.
I'm putting it in Train Steward tier. You can't stop me.
All right, by all, you're allowed to.
Where are you putting it?
F tier.
Okay.
Actually, A tier. I think Glacial Seal has some redeeming qualities, like it. Yeah. I'm gonna take Unnamed Tome and I'm gonna put it in the S tier.
You're gonna get Dusk upset at you because I'm putting it in S plus tier.
I know Dusk put it in like best card in the game tier.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go against his word.
It's
and fair. I think the logic makes sense. I have not seen this card and skipped it ever.
Yeah.
Post DLC.
No, I think that's fair, and I said the same about Ensnare, but there are times where I'm playing like a discard, or like I have Foregone Powers, right? And then Unnamed Tome is just, I want to save it for the silence, but I don't want to discard it, so I have to, like, it basically is a card that makes me have to think slightly more than I want to have to, and
yeah,
like it's very good, and it like stops Harvest Wave, stops Ember Drain, stops the one half of the bosses on floor 7. Stops curses. Like, it's great. It does a whole lot for you, but I don't know. I think it's just fine. I don't think it's game winning. I think that it is.
I don't think it's game winning either, but I think it is kind of just like unskippable.
It's fair. Like, it is very fair. It's close to going to S plus tier, but I'm gonna give it S tier.
Okay.
Urchin Spines to you.
Urchin Spines. I think Urchin Spines is like a way better energy siphon, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And the downside of it being consumed is not that big of a downside. So I put it in B tier.
Yep.
And yeah.
Yeah, agree. I think it's a better Crystalline Seeds because it's a free incant with a better effect.
Also a decent way to put it.
I think that this card is good. I've had like that Hell Rush where this card was really good. I gave it like remove consume and then just obliterated everything. But you know, this with modifiers and such. I think it has good uses though. You give this a remove consume and it's a formidable card.
And I think that it's targetless, which is pretty nice too. If if you don't have a target to play it on your incant floor, you can just, play it anyway. Which is something that you can't do with Energy Siphon, which is why I like it a little bit more, I think. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Am I up here?
I think it's me. I think it's me.
Is you? Okay.
She says sweep, so she's going in B tier, but her stats are bad, so she's going in B tier.
I think she's the second worst sweeper.
Yep, I agree.
Okay.
Like her effect is nothing. Her effect is nothing. So
her effect is 3 more damage.
Yeah.
That's how I look at it.
Sometimes
it's
not
nothing, but not much.
It's also worth mentioning Cold Kalia is on average worse because she's in a clan that is significantly worse at scaling the units that aren't named Siren.
That's fair.
Like Husk Hermit and Shattered Shell are better because they're in the clan with Razor Sharp Edge. But
have you considered putting Siren into the sweeper?
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, it is.
I tried it with double incants and 2 of the sweepers, and it was still bad.
You need like a multi-strike in there too, then, and even then it's not good.
That's the other problem, is Cold Kalia is a big victim of she needs 3 upgrades. She needs health, she needs attack, she needs multi-strike, and she needs quick. She actually needs 4.
Yeah.
Because like 1 attack is too small.
And the idea is if you're doing Siren, you're getting like 2 of those. You're getting attack and health. Well, Siren of the Sea, I guess, specifically. But it's not much.
Yeah.
It's really tough to get there.
It's 1/1 also. It's like you have to cast so many times.
Yeah.
So, like, I think that you just can't use the Sirens outside of themselves. And so I think Cold Kalia gets stuck a little bit. But you combo her with, like, something from another clan, and she still is a unit that says sweep. So, good for that.
Okay.
Cuddle Hex to you?
It's F tier for me.
Yeah, this unit's really bad.
Yeah, for all the reasons why we're talking about how, like, Foreground Powers and Titan's Gratitudes are annoying, and how Preserve isn't that good, Cuddle Hex is all of that. And then also it's a unit that has to survive with 3 HP. So it's just not good.
Hey Cranberry, here's a fun question for you. What's Cuddle Hex's infusion?
I think it's +5, +3, and it's basically it on a infusion.
I believe that's correct, but I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. I know Mollusk Mage is literally itself slapped onto an infusion, so I assume Cuddle Hex is the same.
Yeah, I think
but that's what I'm basing it on. I'm not actually sure either.
Yeah. Yeah, Cuddle Hex has no use, basically.
It's trash.
Same thing as Wildwood Custodian, but with a worse effect.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I will take Drain, and I will put it in... I think that it's really close to A tier for me, but I will give it B tier.
I'll put it A tier. I like Drain.
That's fair. It's a winner. You know what? I'm willing to... It's just tough because of the reason that
the
it's not an
discard effect,
the
discard
effect.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, but
like,
I'm okay with just removing all my Foregone Powers though and playing Drain.
It's fair. It's just a big undertaking because then you're committing to removing 9 cards from your starting deck.
Yeah.
Which is a lot.
It is a lot.
But yeah, I mean, Drain when it's good, it's exceptional. It's like game winning.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I'll give it A tier. It's worth it.
Okay.
Flash Freeze is yours.
Flash Freeze is mine. I'll put Flash Freeze in B tier, I think.
Agree.
Purely for its early game effectiveness. I think it's really good in the early game. You can like slap this on a boss as it's coming up and it's gonna do like 50 damage to it for 1 energy. Is pretty cool. You can like kill a backline. You can chunk down a heavy before it makes it to the pyre. It's pretty good. It does fall off hard though in the late game, like pretty hard.
Yeah.
Although it can still kill backliners, but only some backliners and only if you hit them on the bottom floor. So I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, it compounds. Like Frostbite's really good when it compounds, and so Frostbite is like Flash Freeze is okay for that. But generally, because of what they did to the Divinity, Frostbite is not a very viable strategy in my opinion for winning the game. And you need to stack a lot of Frostbite very quickly on heavies to kill them, which is hard to do. So generally, Frostbite feels pretty weak to me. It's good because it says 3 damage on it, though. This clan doesn't have many pings. Does it have any pings? Targeted pings other than this?
Targeted pings.
I don't think so.
I'm looking, not really, no. I was gonna say, like, just pings, it's got Ice Storm.
Yeah, but like...
That's almost targeted.
Almost. I think that Flash Freeze is cool because you get to pick a target and kill them, and that's useful in the early to mid game, and it can be useful to kill like a Spikes enemy. But generally, this card is pretty weak, but it's a common, so usually I'll take it if I don't have anything better. Is it me for Frenzied Swarm?
Yeah. I don't remember.
I think it's me. I'm going to give Frenzied Swarm A tier.
I'm putting it S. I love Frenzied Swarm, man.
It's fair. I think that Frenzied Swarm suffers from the fact that Foregone Power, Drain, Titan's Gratitude. You're like, you almost always have something that conflicts with this card. And I lost a run recently where I played Intrinsic Holdover Frenzied Swarm, and then I just couldn't incant because it was a Soul Guard run, and I just couldn't play my Foregone Powers anymore. Or else I would discard Frenzied Swarm.
I get it. I feel you. And that's unfortunate. But man, I don't know. Dazing a floor is just is pretty nutso busto.
Yeah, it is very.
Although it does not work well with Cold Channel because you need him to get hit, or Titan Sentry.
Yeah,
there are some anti synergies here in your own clan with this card. A bunch actually, a bunch of anti synergies. But having a little Light's Gift is pretty sick.
Yeah.
It's almost S+ for me, but I think the discard effect is notable enough to put it in S tier for me. But it's a freaking monster card.
Yeah, it is very good. It's all of the survivability you need in one card, but I think the discard stuff cuts it back for me a little bit. Late game, it's an extremely good card though, like game winning.
I will also say it's very easy to forget that it's only dazing for 1 round, and if you don't have a way to kill Relentless, you can just like get ran over by Relentless combat still.
Yeah,
something to keep in mind, but it's a good one.
I agree. Frozen Lance is yours.
Frozen Lance is mine. Man, I put Foregone Power in C tier, but now I'm kind of regretting it because I want to put Frozen Lance in D tier. I think they're both equivalent. So you know what? I'm actually making an adjustment. I'm putting this in D tier, and I'm moving Foregone Power down to D tier too.
That's fair.
Because I think they're both equivalent and also not good.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, Frozen Lance is very bad, but it's in a clan where a 1 energy spell is good. I'm going to give it D tier. I'm going to keep Foregone Power in C tier. But, yeah, and I agree with you.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just so... I mean, obviously, Stygian likes it, but it is very low impact. And I find myself removing them from my deck pretty often over whatever my secondary card is, unless my secondary starter card is also a unit.
Yeah.
That's the only time I end up keeping it. So it's not that good, but it's good in Stygian, but I don't respect it.
That is
fair. And I'm conflicted.
No, it does very little for you. I shall take Armor Shark.
Okay.
He goes B tier.
B tier. Okay, I was thinking C tier. Like, I don't know. He's a pretty he's tough. It's really annoying to see this as your first unit.
Yeah. True.
And being like, oh, I have Tethys and now I have Guard of the Unnamed, and I took Conduit. Help.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I mean, but man is only really good because of his infusion, to be honest. But you know,
he's fine.
He's fine. I agree. He is a passable tank, but in this economy, you usually just infuse him away and let him be gone.
I don't love that his infusion is almost obsoleted by a 25 cost upgrade though in your shop.
I just take both.
Yeah, but you usually don't need that much, so I don't know. It's weird.
It's close. Guardian Stone is yours.
Oh man, I hate this guy, but he's also kind of cool when you have Railhammer.
Yeah.
Railhammers, I'm gonna put him in D tier for the Railhammer synergy alone, but he's pretty bad outside of it. But not unplayable either, so I don't know.
I think I'm willing to give him C tier, but usually it's a similar problem to like every other totem-based card, which is, and by totem, I mean like custodians and cuddle hexes.
Yeah.
You have to keep it alive, and usually you don't have space, right? Like in your standard Tethys floor, it's Tethys 2 space unit. So you have to take space to play Guardian Stone, and then you're just getting 1 armor per spell for Tethys, because you're really taking this to try to keep Tethys alive. So
or Voyix, you're replacing Tethys with this.
That's true.
I think the effect is honestly like I think the effect is worse than Conduit, but I think it's better than if you had to go like 3 into, I don't know. If you had to go 3 into handheld, I think I might just prefer a Guardian Stone.
I agree with you there, definitely. You would just get rid of handheld totem, but I like the problem that I really have with this though is just that it doesn't fit in your floors. Because if you're playing Tethys on your floor, it's you 2-space Tethys, and if you're playing Soul Guard, it's Soul Guard 2-space. So like, where are you putting Guardian Stone? You're not. You're not taking double space.
Take a space upgrade, coward.
You have to take 2 for Soul Guard.
Take 2 up? No, I'm not. You're not. Yeah, you're not doing that. You're right.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
You did that one, right?
I did do that one, probably.
Right. Harness the Titans F tier. Fuck this card. It's so bad.
Yeah, it's so bad, and it's such a cool effect.
Yeah.
How? I think we talked about this last time. I'm pretty sure we talked about this. How good is it? How strong does this card have to be for it to be +5 magic power to all cards in your deck?
I've actually changed my mind. The change that I would make to this card is give it Permafrost and give it draw +1 next turn.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, give it one.
Yeah, that's actually really good then. Yeah, then you can just give it a cost down. You just hold it in hand until you get good cards.
Yeah,
that'd be really good.
Yeah, and it's a rare card, so I feel like it's.
I would say just the draw effect would make it good because you can just put Permafrost on it yourself.
Yeah, that's fair. Like I think you can give it one of those or both. Probably the draw is maybe too good, but also it's just +5. +5 magic power is not that good, except for on attuned cards. But as is, this card is not good. Like it just does not give you enough value.
I keep trying to play it. And I keep never learning my lesson, and it ends up being really bad. But I want it to be good.
Yeah, I mean,
but it's not.
You're giving up a draw, so you're only going to have 5 cards in hand, and then like one of those cards is probably going to be dead weight on the turn you draw this, and then it's likely like even in your best case, you're maybe getting like 20 damage on some starter cards out of this, and it's like, oh boy, my Frozen Lance does 5 more damage.
Or you got it on your first turn, and it's like, oh well, there's 2 units in my opening hand. Great.
Yeah, like it's just there's too much wrong with this card.
Don't like it.
Yeah. Ice Empire to you?
Ice Empire, it's interesting. I think it's an A tier, but maybe it's an S tier. I'm putting it in A tier for now. Obviously, 90 damage for 1 is way underpriced. It comes with the downside of being, what's the effect? Pyro bound. Okay, yeah. Comes with that downside, but that's not that big of a downside because like 98% of your games, I want to say you're playing top floor probably. Although, it is a downside because you might want to play this on a unit that's not on the top floor.
Yes.
So it's not like a horrible downside, but it is notable that it's going to only be played top floor. But then it has attuned, and attuned is great. You put a Pure Stone on this, and it kills people real good.
Yes.
I like it a lot, but I think it's like not like a game-winning card by itself.
I agree. Sometimes the only downside is if you don't find your Tethys survival line, you have to evacuate top floor, and then this card gets left behind. But usually doesn't happen. Usually you're just playing top floor, and this is a free incant that kills an enemy for you, which is very good. Or a 1 energy incant, I should say.
Yeah.
Ice Storm is mine.
Yeah.
It's B tier.
I'm okay with that. I've had times where I've had Ice Storm. I've relied on Ice Storm, and it's just let me down. Like I've had runs where I've had like +30 spell power on this thing, and it's just like not refusing to cooperate, basically.
Yep.
But it's fine.
It is a card made worse by the fact that the divinity is always there and eating it.
Yeah, that's true.
Similar to the worst relic in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Teeth of Gold, if you're wondering.
Yeah, I knew it was Teeth of Gold. Come on.
The people at home might not have known.
That's fair.
Icy Silliphite is yours.
Icy Silliphite is, I don't know, man. I think it's the worst sweeper, and I'm putting it in B tier because it's the worst sweeper.
Yeah, it still says sweep.
It's got worse base stats than Cold Kalia. And because again you're almost always playing top floor, the spell weakness is almost always irrelevant. But this is a good reason to try to play on like bottom or mid floor.
Yeah.
Like if you can make it work, it's pretty cool, but it's really tough. It's really tough. And I think you're just better off playing it as the worst sweeper.
Yeah, I mean, everything we said about Cold Kalia is the same here. Bad stats, still says sweep. 6 out of 10.
Yeah, that's fine.
Mollusk Mage. I mean, actually, back to that real quick because I think this is the last time we really have to talk about sweep. Dusk, I remember talking about it with him, or maybe I think in the Discord. He was like, "Yeah, you could just make a 1/1 with sweep, and that card is still broken." And he's right.
Mm-hmm.
That like all you need is the sweep word. That mechanic is very strong.
I agree.
I'm giving Mollusk Mage D tier. I don't have the
How
heart to give him
how
F tier.
fucking dare you?
I don't have the heart.
Mollusk Mage is my new favorite card to play with.
Yeah,
It's not good, but it's a lot of fun.
I agree. It is fun. The effect is cool, but like
Mhm.
in terms of actual usability, this card gives you a burst of power on the turn you play it, and then it dies.
Ah, but you forget, sir, that you can infuse it.
Yeah.
I think it's a decent infusion. I don't think it's amazing, but I put it as C tier.
Okay. I mean,
And
I think...
the issue is it's very reliant on you finding good spells. I've had plenty of runs where I took Mollusk Mage early, infused it on a Siren, and was like, okay, Ancient Synergy, let's go. Or anything, Ice Storm, anything. I just got nothing the entire game and lost.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is sometimes you whiff.
Mm-hmm.
That's
That's the problem with a lot of cards. So
Yeah,
I don't
for
know.
sure.
I like it though. I think it's still cool. It's fun. Love my guy.
I believe it's fair to like him, but I think that on average, this unit is not doing anything past Combat 3 reasonably.
Yeah. And then also again, shoutouts to Awoken Hollow.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Nameless
Okay.
Siren to you.
Nameless Siren to me, the worst of the two Sirens, and honestly, I've been having no luck with Sirens over the last like 2 months. I feel like I don't know something unclicked in my head, and I hate Sirens right now. But I think they're still good. They're the most like reliable way to deal damage on a Stygian run.
Yeah.
But I think Nameless Siren, because it's the worst of the two, I think it's just a C tier.
Ooh, really?
I don't like it. I think its infusion's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's terrible.
And I think it is too reliant on finding either the shark infusion or usually you can find the armor upgrade thing pretty reliably, but still I don't like it.
Yeah, I give it B tier. I think that it is not as like you said, it's not as good as the other Siren. I think it's okay, but it really suffers from the fact that you have to find some way to keep it alive, and so like Incant Armor 2 is sometimes not enough and it just dies before you get off the ground. Have to find the Shark Infusion. Need multi-strike.
Yeah, that's what kills it for me. Is just the reliance on multi-strike is what I've
Mhm.
come to realize, is that it's just too tough.
Yeah, I think that it's still passable, but I'll give it a B. Also, I want to mention, and it's the same for the next Siren, which we will talk about in 2 cards, but the infusion is bad because 0 to 1 is a very bad increase, but 2 to 3 is a good increase. However, Nameless Siren, you usually can't get away with self-infusing because you have to do a bunch of other hoops.
Yep.
Whereas the other one you can.
Yeah.
I will give Offering Monument an A tier. I think this card is very good.
Yeah, it's a lot of card draw for the low cost of it being on your floor temporarily.
Yeah.
You can usually chew through that pretty quickly, although it is still taking up a space. But
Yes.
I think unlike Guardian Stone, I would just maybe if I'm playing Tethys, I would just play this first over Tethys and then second cycle drop Tethys in.
Yeah.
Something like that. I think it's pretty good. And also, of course,
Of course.
Infinites.
Yep. This is the card.
This is the guy. He does it all.
Yeah.
Slices and dices.
I think I had a run where I played I had a bunch of almost all of my deck was 0 cost, and so I played. It was a default Stygian, I'm pretty sure. I played 2 Nameless Siren or 2 Siren of the Seas and 3 Offering Monuments, and I just played Offering Monument, cycled my whole deck, played Offering Monument, cycled, played Offering Monument, cycled, and then I just basically stopped drawing or playing cards. But I scaled the Siren so much that I won off of that, and that was cool. But generally, this card is just some card draw that lets you incant more, and also sometimes it goes infinite.
Yeah.
Very good. Did you know this card also got stealth nerfed?
How so?
It used to be that when you would incant it, it would only take HP away from the max HP, but when they were fucking around with Razor Sharp Edge, if you remember that, they changed what Razor Sharp Edge did 3 times in a week. Offering Monument took a hit there, so now if Offering Monument loses max HP, it also loses number of incants.
What do you mean by that?
So when you incanted, so say your offering monument was at 50 out of 55. Before when you incanted, it would be at 50 out of 50. Yeah.
It'll die sooner if it's taking any damage,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah, it used to
Okay,
be just a
gotcha.
free tank, but now it actually dies. Like damage it takes
Okay,
is permanent.
gotcha.
So it got a
Understood.
little worse, but it's still good.
Yeah, not by that much.
Yeah.
I
Siren of
think
the
I'm up
Sea.
now, right?
Yeah, for you. Siren
I'm
of
doing
the
all the
Sea.
sirens today.
Yeah.
Again, I'm on a hate siren train, but this is obviously the better of the two sirens, and I think it's pretty good. But I'll put it in B tier because again, fuck sirens. If you put it in A tier, I understand, but I don't like it.
I'm giving this siren A, the other siren B. You're giving B, C. It's fair. I've also had some trouble with sirens lately, but it's not the siren's fault. It's definitely my fault. Yeah, the thing is you just have to combo these with good damage spells from Stygian, and that is harder to do, I feel, but not that hard. Siren of the Sea is good. Self-infused multi-strike. She goes nuts. That's it.
Okay, you're up.
Siren Song is honestly C tier.
I'm okay with that. I would maybe like it's a weird one. Way back in the old days, Siren Song was kind of just game winning.
Yeah, insane.
And it's not that anymore because the tanks have too much health.
Yes.
The tanks have too much health. It's not good anymore.
Siren Song became game losing. You can just ascend a mini boss and kill yourself with this.
Especially if you're relying on it for sure. Like it's you can't do that. It's useful for dazing divinity though. You can honestly probably just get away with making this intrinsic and playing it 2 or 3 times.
Yep.
And then just like, oh well, sweep doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, and it's very good for that. Double stack intrinsic this card, and it stops the divinity from playing for 6 turns, which is a lot. That saves you like probably 100 damage to your floor if you have 2 units on the floor.
Yep.
But also this card kills you, so be careful. Oh, you get Hot Shark.
I get Hot Shark. I'm a little softer on Hot Shark than I think most people are still.
Oh,
but
really?
I cannot deny that Titan Sentry is very strong. It does 2 things better than most cards do one thing. It's really good as a tank. Not amazing as a tank because it only has 30 HP, but you do the thing. You give it the or you give it endless. You give it plus 25, and it's pretty good.
Yep.
It can tank, and then it also while tanking kills backline better than most things does. So I'm putting it in S tier, but like I think most people put this in S plus tier,
I
or maybe
I put it in S plus tier.
Yeah, I don't know. I
understand and I can see why you would. However, I'm gonna go very quick here with this one because there's a lot you can say about why this unit's good. The biggest thing that I like about this unit is you can see it at any point in your run when you can see units. If you see it at the start, it's gonna win you the early game. If you see it towards the middle, it's gonna win you the mid game because it's gonna give you frostbite on the back line, and that's very important. The other big thing is what this does is, if you, say you have this unit and you have a siren, if you go to a steel shop, you're going to see an upgrade that you can use because this shark can take large stone, endless, and the multi-strike can go to the siren. And it's like, okay, and now I'm set for a while because of this shark.
This is my protest vote, just because I hate Purify on the divinity. That's it. It's just not a good mechanic.
Yeah,
I understand. I understand that it was like, oh, Frostbite's too strong for Divinity. We got to balance it somehow. That was very heavy-handed.
No, I think it's not Frostbite that they had to balance for. It's Reap.
Either way, still
Really.
heavy-handed.
Last thing about Shark that I'll say in against him is that he makes Stygian very infusion heavy because you want to do like Siren self-infuse and Shark needs a self-infuse for the Divinity. But when you self-infuse on the Divinity, he basically half-healths all the waves for you. So he's good for that.
It's cool.
Love Shark. He's very good. Very few runs where you don't pick him, I think. Crystallis is mine. This card is B tier.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I used to not like it that much, but as I started to realize that like you need some damage spells still, it's good.
Yeah, it is a very good common damage spell. Does damage and takes like a lot of upgrades really well. Value Stone, plus 10 piercing, extreme stone, plus 10, -1, plus 20 consume. They're all good on it. There was a time where I think you could play around -1 holdover Crystallis, and you would play around like some spell weakness stuff, but that time is gone.
Was that pre-DLC?
Pre-DLC, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, geez, what the fuck if you're doing that in the post DLC? Like, what the heck?
You can kind of get the same. It's like -1 plus 10 piercing holdover is okay, but you need 3 for that.
Yeah,
like
I can see it. No, It's fine.
Yeah, it's not a card that's very spectacular, but it's a damage spell, and Stygian needs that.
Okay, I'm up here now, right?
Yeah.
Ancient's Energy. I'll put this in A tier.
Agree.
It's obviously a very strong effect. It's still pretty good in the DLC. It's a little pricey, but you got Value Stone to balance that out. So I think it's a pretty strong card. Pretty close to being the same as Ice Empire, if you ask me.
I think it's a little better, personally.
It's kind of weird, right? Because when you think about getting, like, triple hit means that it's kind of like you're getting 3 times the magic power bonus, whereas Ice Empire is getting 5 times the magic power bonus. But 3 hits is different than 1 hit, so I don't know.
Yeah, 3. It's better with like Totem Fragment, for example, and like plus head piercing than Ice Empire is, but it has its downsides. I think that they are both very good. Like, you're happy to take either of these in your run because you're going, oh yeah, this is gonna kill some enemies for me.
Yeah, I think the thing that Ice Empire has over this is that this more or less either needs Conduit or it needs a Value Stone, whereas Ice Empire can be played on its own.
One other thing for Ancient Synergy is if your deck is like, if you're really far ahead and you're just thinning the deck out a bunch and you go to 20 cards, this is going to do less damage because you're taking all your bad spells out.
That's true.
Deck needs to be
very
wide.
true.
I shall take Crypt Builder, and basically everything I said about Crystallis is the same for this card. It's going in B tier. It has a slight positive of its synergy. Basically, the only thing that I want to say about Crypt Builder is there's times where you see Crypt Builder and Ice Tornado in the same pack, and you pick those cards based on if you're exile or main Stygian, in my opinion.
I don't like Crypt Builder that much.
Really?
It's maybe, I think it's C tier for me.
Okay.
I don't know. It's just like Crystallis has the added bonus of being 2 hits, so similar to like Ancient Synergy, it can be like, oh, this can kill 2 tiny boys, whereas Crypt Builder can only kill 1 thing per hit.
No, I understand.
4/3 cost. I understand the idea is that, you know, it's got offering, you're supposed to pitch it to like Foregone Power, but now we're talking about relying on Foregone Power again, which is annoying, so I don't know.
The pushback effect is pretty important too, though, because you can just pay 3 to reorganize a floor, and sometimes that saves you a lot of damage because it like cracks a heavy to the back and lets you kill the back line.
Yeah, but also sometimes you're playing an in-camp build and you're like, I have to spend all of my energy on this one spell. So
yeah, and that is bad.
Yeah, so there's constant back and forth trades with how good this card is.
Ultimately,
I just put it at C tier.
My opinion is, in the early game, beggars can't be choosers, and you just pick whichever damage spell they show you as Stygian if you don't have them already.
That's fair.
Also, we're at 60% zoom now.
Sick, nice.
Gifts for a guard is yours.
Oh god, gifts are so weird, huh?
Yeah, I personally, I don't want to butt in. I haven't picked this card very much.
I don't pick it very much either. I think I'm putting it in D tier because there are some pretty fringe scenarios where it's like actually amazing. Like if you're playing Wormkin and you want a bunch of etch cards, right? This gets you 3 of them.
Yeah, for sure.
There's some pretty cool times, and even just like in Stygian where you're just trying to do incant, you're like, I don't give a shit about what cards this hits. I just want to play spells now quickly. It does a pretty good job of that. The magic power is not irrelevant either. But it's, you know, it's a very risky card because it can, you know, hit your important cards too. If you have like a holdover Glimmer and you accidentally hit Glimmer with this, and it's just like, oh shit, well I fucked myself now.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. It's a strange one. I don't like it, but there are times where it's pretty sick.
It's also like, it's worse with Foregone Power, and it's worse because the Divinity is a longer fight than Seraph was.
Yeah.
It's like, you're just gonna run yourself out of spells with this card usually, but. Also,
I wish it had Consume. I think it would be way better if it itself had Consume.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Yeah.
I
wish it cost 2 again. I wish it came back down to 2, and then I would probably.
I forgot it ever costed 2.
Yeah, it cost 2 for a while, and then they nerfed it because it was really good. I think it cost 1 for a while, but.
Really? Wow.
That might be wrong. Guardian's Amulet, I will firmly plant in C tier.
C tier. I think this is another D tier for me, honestly. I don't like it that much.
I think that Sap is really good, and so sometimes this card is very good. But usually it's nothing. But like, it's not terrible, right? Because it has the offering on it, and usually you have something to discard it with, and it's like, hey, it's a free incant, I guess. But
I don't usually have something to discard it with. I feel like I sometimes have something.
Sometimes that's fair. I mean, usually I'm taking Offering Token if I see it. I have Foregone Power in some of my starters. But...
Yeah, well, I'm taking Offering Token too. Don't get me wrong, but like, I don't know. I don't like it.
It's like, if you're playing around something like Drain or Frenzied Swarm, then you take this as a little extra spice because it's a.
That's true. That's true.
But usually you don't pick this because you're doing other things, but sometimes you do, so I'm giving it C tier because I think the effect is passable.
I think the effect is unpassable unless you're doing some shenanigans. So I'm putting it in D tier.
That's fair. I think it is close.
Okay.
Oh, you get a good one. You've been getting some bangers in Stygian.
Get me the hell out of here. I hate Hoarfrost Effigy.
Yeah.
I think this is a trash card and almost unplayable. Maybe just entirely unplayable. I don't know. I'm putting it in F tier. I think the runs I've won with it are I took this for the stamp and didn't play it.
I tried some Mad Genius stuff with it. This card's terrible. Like the only good thing about it is that it's useful for killing bosses, but the only boss that it's useful for purges the Frostbite. So like, get this card away from me. 3 energy too. Like if this card costs 1, I think it'd be more playable. But
didn't it cost 2, and then it also got hit by the Frostbite nerfs when they reduced the or they increased the cap?
Yeah, and I think that those nerfs were not needed.
Stupid. I think we said it at the time, but I'll say it again. Whatever, when you remove the Frostbite, who cares? Like if you have 999 Frostbite, the thing is dead.
Yeah.
In the literal sense, no, especially now in the DLC, but you're not hitting the Frostbite cap on Divinity. It's not going to happen.
That's true.
I don't know what fucking Infinite you're doing that revolves around this in it, but, you know, it's never happening.
The Glacial Seal Infinite.
Yeah, okay, cool. But I hate this card.
It's very bad.
And I hate Frostbite. And you're up for Tornado.
Yeah. Hey, you know what I said about Crypt Builder and Crystallis? Ice Tornado's the same.
I like it more than Crypt Builder though.
That's fair.
Because I like the permafrost on it.
I like Ice Tornado in default Stygian. I like Crypt Builder and Exile Stygian.
Yeah, I think that's why I like it less, because I still don't respect it, even in Exile Stygian. I think if I was playing Exile Stygian, I might take Tornado first over it still. I understand it's like kind of anti-synergistic with the foregone powers. But I don't know.
No, in Exile Stygian, I think you just don't pick Ice Tornado because you end up having to sit on foregone powers or play a bad Ice Tornado.
That's true.
I
don't know.
That, it's just fine, and you pick these based on the clan.
Mm-hmm.
Also, quick update: I've decided to zoom in to 80% and then just scroll up and down as we go.
Cool.
Because like it's actually you can't see.
Okay.
I took Ice
think
Tornado,
I'm up.
so you get Lodestone Totem.
I'm up on Lodestone Totem. Lodestone's a weird one, because obviously the effect is extremely strong. Let's get that out of the way. It's a very strong effect, but 3 costs for a 0/1 is a little dicey sometimes. So you need to get some HP upgrades on it, which is not a big deal. That's not impossible to do. But the top floor energy drain causes some big issues here. It basically, if you're playing this, it forces you to take at least 1 energy upgrade from one of the bosses.
Yeah.
Which is annoying. And Stygian really likes double card draw, so it messes some things up. And you still need a unit to actually deal damage to bosses in the Relentless. I've had runs where I've had this and I've gotten things to work out pretty well as far as like applying sap. I've gotten like 20 to 30 sap on Daedalus, but I still lost because I didn't have an actual unit behind it. I mean, I had like Tethys behind it, but Tethys was like not doing much.
Yeah, you had Tethys behind it.
Yeah, so like I think it's an A tier, but it's got variance, right? There's times where this thing just crushes people and it can like S+ win the run by itself. But I've had plenty of runs where like, you know, I think this is like, if you can get past ring 4, I think this card wins the game for you.
Mm-hmm.
But I've had times where I've gotten crushed by like ring 3 and then made it past ring 3 so battered that I still lost to ring 4.
Yeah,
so I don't know.
I gave it S tier. I think it's really good. You can just put it on a unit. If you have one, like you put it on a Siren, or you put a Siren on it. Usually you put it on a Siren. You just play 2 of them and it's good. But you know, I think that the biggest problem is sometimes you won't do enough damage. But if you can get to the point where you play 2 of these top 4, everything's gonna die to your Pyre, and that's good. Ooh,
it does have the added bonus. It does have the added bonus. I just want to say real quick of being pretty good against Crystal Cloak, which a lot of things aren't. So that's nice.
Yeah.
This Titan Sentry though is pretty good against it too. So I don't know.
It's just good against like every boss. That the biggest killer is like 4, 5,
Dead
7. Weight. Like it's the floors where you don't get to spend time with the boss pre-relentless.
Yeah.
That's all.
Mm-hmm.
I will take Titan's Tooth and I will put it in probably C tier. Like, it's a little worse than the regular spells, but it's still okay.
I like it in C tier too. I honestly, it's funny. I evaluate it pretty closely to Crypt Builder, I think, too, because it's still a 3-cost spell. It's less damage, but it's pretty good AOE damage.
Yeah.
So I like it more, I think, than Crypt Builder maybe actually, but like not enough to put it at a C tier.
All you gotta do is play Titan's Tooth with an offering, and then play Hoarfrost Effigy, and then you get
Oh,
on the
baby.
Divinity, you get like 120 Frostbite on a unit.
And that's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to keep going? I'm good.
Yeah, let's go. I'm good to go. Let's finish this thing up.
Hell yeah. You can take Penumbra.
Okay, I'll take Penumbra. I think Penumbra is in the, I want to say C tier.
I agree.
I think it can't be understated that Penumbra is actually really strong in the early game.
Mm-hmm.
All 3 of its paths do things. But Monstrous Penumbra doesn't do much in the late game.
Yeah.
Gorge, it's tough, but you can get there, but it's tough. And then Architect is actually just pretty solid.
Yeah.
So that's where I would put it.
Penumbra's nothing crazy. It's not game winning. He's not doing anything cool, but he's not doing anything bad to you. The worst thing he's gonna do is make you take a Space Prism to play Monstrous on the bottom floor, and he'll hit like 1 wave and die.
Yeah.
But he's not bad, but he's not good. Penumbra's biggest problem is that he's in Umbra, because Umbra's bad, but Penumbra is good.
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
I can agree with that.
And we'll take Primordium. I've cooled a little bit on Primordium, but I like overall power level, I think Primordium is close between S and A.
For me, it was close between S plus and S because I'm not very cooled on him. But I do think there are definitely some times where it's like, wow, I got Superfood and Buffet or whatever it is.
Yeah.
What's the Stalwart Snack?
Stalwart
Snack. I got Superfood and Stalwart Snack. I have no upgrades that are relevant to this, so I'm just sitting here with like a 310 Primordium. Yeah.
And that's
but even
good.
That's not bad. Yeah, that's still pretty good.
I'm giving.
So I think I'm putting him in S2 for that. Mm-hmm. But I think there's like still times where he does not snowball like he's supposed to do.
Yeah, it's true. Mm-hmm. This is also like in terms of the champion with the highest ceiling, Primordium makes the most absurd looking things.
That's true.
But generally, I think that Primordium. Honestly, I'm just bored of Primordium. That's my real feeling.
It's a it kind of just does the same thing every time.
Yeah. Aggressive edible plus sweeper plus survival, or superfood plus damage shield plus attack scaling. Do one of those and win the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. He's good. He's very good. It's been a year of playing him and I'm bored of him.
Okay.
Forever Consumed for you.
I hate this card now.
Really? You hate it?
I don't like this. Maybe not hate. Hate's a strong word, but post DLC, it's just not enough. It's just never enough to kill something.
Agree. It's worse.
I think it's got to be C tier because I'm looking at some like the stitching cards that I was saying in C tier, and it's like pretty equivalent with them, but it's not good.
Yeah, it's just like paying 3 energy for Ice Empire, which costs 1 basically. Mm-hmm. I think it's C tier as well. It's an underwhelming damage spell, but it's still fine. Like you get X plus 3 card, and that's good. You get like a value stone on it, and it's okay. But you don't really want to invest in this. You want to invest in other cards. That's my
I don't know. I dislike it. The more I'm looking at it, the more I want to put it in D tier, but I'll leave it here for now.
You can always come back.
Yeah.
I will take Kindle and I will put it in D tier.
I think that's a good spot for it.
Duplicating, it used to be a lot better when we cared about Shroud Spike more, but duplicating your energy is not very good anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really care.
Yeah, it's Shroud Spike is the only purpose for this card to exist, basically.
Yeah.
And it's great when you have Shroud Spike, but that's it. That is the only time.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Mind Collapse to you.
To me, I think I put this in B tier. It feels the same as like Flash Freeze, where it's like kind of a good early game backline killer that then lets you play more spells afterwards, which is pretty cool no matter what. Like you get some energy refunded.
Yeah.
But it definitely falls a bit late game. You can put like a Surge Stun on it if you know, which is okay.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't do anything crazy.
I also think it is a firm B tier. The only cool thing that I think it has is if you're playing Ember Drain and you give it a +10 piercing, it can give you like 2 energy on a turn. But
that's true, but I don't want to rely on that.
Yeah, no, it's not reliable. It's just something cool that happens sometimes. Realistically, this card is just, hey, I took this because it showed me this or Antumbra Assault, and I want a ping, and oh god, Antumbra Assault. I'd rather take this because it gives me energy back, and it's cool.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
It is fine.
I'll have fun with this one.
This card sucks.
Yeah.
It's F tier.
Yeah, it's a worse channel song.
Yeah, and
channel song is already dog shit.
Fuck you, Prism Retrieval.
I will say that Prism Retrieval has the benefit of having Shadow Siege in your clan.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind, but it's not good either.
Yeah, you can pay 4 energy to make your Shadow Siege cost 2.
Uh-huh. So, yeah. There you go. At least it makes it playable the next time you see it, which is not nothing, but not good.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's grim. Hey, Prismal Dust to you.
Prismal Dust to me. I think Prismal Dust is a B tier card.
Really?
Wait, you don't like Prismal Dust?
I think it's an A or maybe even an S.
Okay, I'm a little lower on it then, I guess.
Yeah.
I think it's good with the superfood line for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And it's good in the early game, but it doesn't give you a ton. It gives you like 4 damage shield, which is pretty cool. But I don't know. I'm willing to hear your arguments.
Okay, I'm putting it in S tier. I've decided. For me, the number of times that I've had a run where I'm like, okay, I don't know how I'm going to win this run. I don't have a survival plan, and then I go like Value Stone double stack duplicate Prismal Dust, or Value Stone remove consume, or -1 remove consume, or like some combination of those, and then just duplicate it 2 or 3 times and generate like 30 damage shield has been a lot lately, and it's been enough for me to say, okay, I think this card is actually worth my time.
Okay. I haven't done that, but I'll keep that in mind. That's how I feel about a card coming up pretty soon.
I think I know which one, and I feel the same about that card.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that Prismal Dust and that card, assuming we're talking about the same card, they're in the same place in my mind now. Prismal Dust is probably like, it's about the same.
I like the other one more because it does have an obvious downside to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why we're still talking about it in like vague terms. It's Immortal Trade.
It's Immortal Trade. Yeah.
I think the fact that it just requires so little from you also is better. But, whatever.
I think that the thing is Immortal Trade. I mean, we can... You want to just do Immortal... We'll go out of order and do Immortal Trade.
Yeah, let's do that.
I think that the reason that I would put Immortal Trade... And I think that they are the exact same. I think Immortal Trade has one drawback that... Like, Prismal Dust needs investment. Immortal Trade plays bad with multi-strike.
That's true. That's actually a very good point. But I don't care.
Yeah, I still love it. That is fair. They're both very good. You just have to play around them correctly, but they're both winning.
Yeah. I think the fact that Immortal Trade is 4 life seals was what gets me there.
Yeah.
Because like, how often are you like? If you have a triple multi-strike unit, then it causes some issues. But or Immortal Trade, yeah, or a sweeper. That's true. But like sweepers, you only need one life seal per turn too. Then it's usually pretty fine. So I don't know. It's a weird one.
Don't they would eat all 4 in one turn?
No. What I mean is like you only need one like life seal to like make it work usually.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it loses all of it when it hits all those 4 people.
Okay,
but like,
yeah. I think that basically both of these commons are cards that you go, this wins the early game and probably will win the late game.
As long as you build around it correctly.
Mm-hmm. Agree.
Yeah. I guess I'm doing Shroud Spike now?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, Shroud Spike is a strange card where I'm going to put it in B tier, I think, because it does have that like super bomb game-winning potential. If you're playing a Gorge build. If you're not, this does nothing.
Yeah.
So I think it balances out at B tier, but I can see you putting it higher or lower.
I'm giving it D tier.
D tier, okay.
I don't know. So basically, Shroud Spike has one unit that I think uses it very well, which is Alloyed Construct. And then also Overgorger exists, but I think that unit is bad. And I think that if you're playing the dogs, you are in dire straits. Is my feeling. Like, you don't want to play around those units. So I just think that Shroud Spike, it's no longer good enough. Pre-DLC it was good enough, but I think it's no longer good enough for me.
So what you're saying is that the Spike isn't bad, is that the Gorge units are bad, and by the transitive property of that, Shroud Spike is bad. Which is fair.
Umbra is a clan with some of the greatest cards and some of the worst units.
You know what? You've sold me. I'm putting it as C tier, but I'm gonna leave it there. I
No,
think.
I think it's fair to say C tier because there is some upside to like spiking. Like you can still do Kindle, spike on 3 morsels and go nuts, right? You can still like
Hmm.
Kindle, then spike a rubble morsel, and then spike like a morsel miner and get huge stat payouts. But that high
Hmm.
roll is hard to do, and I feel like you're better off just doing something else.
You know what? Actually, I'm putting it back into B tier because I just thought of something.
Okay.
You can spike uh morsels on non-gorge units.
Yes, that is true.
You can just do this on like a horn warrior or
Yeah.
whatever, and like it'd be pretty good value too.
The only problem I have with that then is that the carry that you're trying to spike into has to be in front.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
All right, I won't worry about it. I will take Feast and I will put it in C tier.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it's a card that you need, or was one of the cards, one of the ways you need to play Gorge.
Mm-hmm.
But Gorge is just stinky
Yes.
in general.
So I think that I'm going to say this now for the sake of brevity, so that I don't repeat this on every single one of these cards. But basically, Gorge is bad, but I will rate the cards that like as if I'm going to play Gorge. And Feast, actually, I'm gonna rate them like kind of 50-50. Feast is bad, but Feast is good when you're trying to play Primordium or trying to play Morsels every turn. But trying to play Holdover Feast is sad and depressing. And I'm gonna say the same about most of the cards. However, big asterisk is these cards are all great with Primordium.
Mm-hmm.
Basically. But
Yeah.
the only cards that aren't on this tier list for us to rank are the morsels themselves. So talking about them generally, they're good in the early game, bad in the late game.
Up next is Pack Morsel. Good in the early game, bad in the late game.
I hate this card. I'm giving it D tier for sure.
I'm putting it C tier because I think it is very strong in the early game. As long as you basically the way I see it is that like even if you can't play all 3 morsels, let's say you have like your champion that costs 2, and then you have like a 2 space unit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even then, it's you get to look at 3 morsels and pick the best one and put it on the floor, which I think is pretty good for 0.
Yeah, I mean
I think that's pretty solid upgrade.
The problem I have is you float 2 morsels when you do it that way.
Yeah, that's true. It sucks.
But the real biggest problem I have with pack morsels is that there's like 4 really good Umbra commons, and so when you're picking pack morsels over one of those, it's like tough, you know?
Mm-hmm. I agree.
But
I agree with that for sure.
I think it's an okay perspective pick if you like playing Gorge.
Yeah. If you start with like a feast, and then you're like, oh, I know I can like probably play Gorge, you get a pack morsel, and now you're kind of off to the races. But like, it's not strong, and Gorge is weak. But I think this is one of the better Gorge cards, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perils, right?
Perils.
Perils. I've been basically forced by the YouTube comments to like Perils.
I like Perils.
I will begrudgingly give it an A tier.
I think that's fair. I think that's the right spot to put it, honestly.
Yeah.
I will say that the thing that upsets me most about Perils existing is that Seraph the Diligent exists.
Yep, agree.
And that basically means that 1 in 4 of the runs you play, you can't use this to like it's like maximum effect, right? The idea is that you hold this over and you go big on Ember Drain, and this allows you to play your non-Ember Drain cards basically, and which is cool. But you know, Seraph the Diligent doesn't let you do that because if you have this held over, and it's your only way to generate energy, and you have 0 energy, and you try to play this to make more energy to play more cards, it consumes it. So not good.
No.
But it's a fun enabler, and it's it's kind of playable outside of like hardcore Ember Drain strategies. Like it's like it's a cool little energy boost. It's not that big of a downside to get Ember Drain too.
Yeah, you put it on the morsel also, and it lets the morsel kill an enemy sometimes.
Yeah, and then also it goes away after getting eaten.
Yep.
Yeah, so cool.
It's a good card for sure, right? Ember Drain lines are very strong, so it's fine. Bad against Diligent Seraph, just don't take it if you're against Diligent Seraph. There's like 3 or 4 Seraphs where it's good. Although Chase Seraph does take away my rage. The card does give rage for some reason.
Yes. I honestly, I think the rage is not irrelevant, especially because you often find yourself holding this over.
Yeah, no, you're right.
But it's not like super strong either.
Yeah.
It's not. It's no furnace tap. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, oh no. Don't tell me about it. I miss it.
Okay, okay.
Wretch to you.
Wretch to me. How about why though? Why
Yeah,
why
this
make me
card
do
is
this
like
one?
this might be one of the hardest cards to rank.
Exactly, right? Because first off, insanely strong with Primordium. If you're playing Primordium, it's
Broken.
like an S to an S plus. I feel like it's really good,
Unbelievable.
but that's only half the time, right? The other half the time, it's usually dog shit. Except sometimes because it's pretty good with Feast, but sort of because you get to eat all the morsels. But you need to generate enough morsels. I'm putting it at I think like C, but maybe
Agreed.
B. It's like in between, but it's annoying. And then you have to worry about making too many morsels sometimes with it, and then because it fills your deck with morsels, and you don't want that sometimes, but sometimes you do. And then also, oh, I forgot about Morsel Maid. Morsel Maid loves this too, but it's annoying.
Yeah. Wretch and Feast have one other thing, which we mentioned in the other clans, so I feel compelled to mention it here. They are 0-cost spells. So
oh, true, yeah.
Sometimes that matters, and I think that they are at least C tier for that. But it matters less in Umbra, I think, because But anyway, I'm giving it C tier. With Primordium, the card is like very good. Bringing back Primordium is unsurprisingly strong. Without Primordium, it's weird because despite what the card makes you think, you actually just curate your pool to like 2 morsel miners that you get every turn with this. But sure, card's fine. It's a 0-cost incant. Sometimes it's nothing. It will take space.
I don't like the art.
Yeah, I mean, true. He's puking.
Yeah.
But like, they're also not chewed, so he's like swallowing them whole, I guess. I'm taking Space Prism to A tier.
I think it's arguably S tier. I don't know. It's like it's pretty tough because like intrinsic Space Prisms are just so good.
Yeah.
So it depends. I'm gonna put it in S tier. I think actually.
Okay.
I like it a lot because I think if you are trying to play a Gorge line, it's really important to have this. And if you're not trying to play a Gorge line, it can be pretty important to have this depending on what you are trying to do then. Like, we're talking before about Stygian primarily, I think, where it was like, oh, I can't play this totem because I don't have enough space. Well, now not only do you have space, you also have an incant trigger too, as an added bonus.
Yeah.
So it's a really strong effect. But it is important to note that if you're trying to do the intrinsic line with it, A, you need to find intrinsic. B, it does eat away at your opening hand. So but it's a good spell even in your opening hand usually. So I like it.
I think that it's good because it gives you that space upgrade with intrinsic. You get to take 10 pack shards and then basically just get a draw upgrade as a result because you don't have to take the space upgrade, right? The problem with it is that space is a lot of time. It's very hit or miss. Sometimes space is worthless and sometimes space is incredible. So yeah, I'm giving it A tier for that, but I think it's fair to put it in S tier because it is very good when it's good.
I think the thing about it that I like, and I'm putting it in S tier for, is that because it's a common, you see it early, so you can see it early, see that you're going to try to make that line work, and then play around it accordingly. You can be like, oh, I'm in whatever build. I'm going to take this. I'm going to try to make a good unit and then duplicate it to play multiple of it or whatever.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Oh, you get Antumbra Assault.
I get Antumbra Assault.
Bangers, man.
This card is weird. Like, it's, I think, not bad. I think I would put it in maybe C tier, maybe B tier. I don't know. But, like, it's okay on its own, except for the fact that when you don't like morsels, the morsels being generated is a detriment. Because you don't want them to cause harvest triggers, but you don't want them bloating up your deck either. But, like, it does kill units in the early game, and then in the early game, those morsels are very strong. It has, like, maybe the highest swing of being good in the early game to being bad in the late game.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I'll put it C tier for now.
I'm going to give it D tier, and I think that I need to defend myself because inevitably someone's going to say, oh, you're putting Torch in C tier, but you're putting Antumbra Assault in D tier. The biggest problem that I have with Antumbra Assault is that I have to click on it. Like, you start with Torch, so inherently the effect is better because the ping is good. If Antumbra Assault was a ping that I started with, Blink, it would be fine. I understand why. No, never mind. Antumbra Assault is bad because you have to invest in it, and the real problem is if you give it a +10 piercing, it still misses all the 15 HP infused enemies and the 25 HP infused enemies, right? So it's bad for morsel generation. Morsel generation isn't good to begin with, and yeah, like it's okay in the early game, but I think that this card is generally just a detriment. And the last big problem I have with it is it's a common, and Umbra commons are kind of stacked.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just like, as a card in terms of its power level, it's okay, but just pick a better common instead.
Yeah, well, have fun with Cannibalize, idiot.
This card sucks.
It's like, pretty bad.
It is, again, it's a good morsel generator. Morsels are bad. I'll give it a respect. Give it C tier.
I don't like it. I don't like it as a morsel generator. I'm putting it D tier.
It's fair.
And the reason for it is the same thing as Shroud Mitosis, where it's like you need a morsel to begin with if you want to generate morsels, right?
Yeah.
You can have plenty of times where it's like, oh, I'm relying on Cannibalize to make morsels, and oh, I didn't draw any this turn. Guess I'll kill my Gorger to make morsels.
Nah, I agree. Actually, I moved it to D tier. You convinced me.
It's just weird, and like, you know, you mentioned before, impressive, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's good in an imp deck, I suppose, for killing imps, but it's worse than impressive.
Yeah, and
for that.
And you're not going to use the morsels. You're not playing imps plus gorge. That sounds like a mess.
I've tried it. It's not good. It's not good at all. So I'm putting it D tier, and honestly not close to F tier. I don't know.
No.
It's not good though.
It's not good. It's bad because morsels are bad, basically, and that's going to be the theme. Ember Cache to you.
Ember Cache is a strange one. I think it's a worse invigorating solution. Is how I kind of feel about it. Obviously, it makes energy, but you don't get the energy consistently right away. I think I'm putting it. I'm gonna go bottom of C tier.
Okay. I will put it with Invigorating Solution and Preserve Thorns in B tier. I think that it is fine, and you really only take it if you want to play incants. Sometimes you can take it if you're playing around X cost, but that doesn't happen. And I'm going to be very quick here because I have a conspiracy theory, but I don't want to take up like 3 minutes of this video. I'm telling you, when you redraw your deck, the Ember Caches sometimes get stacked on top of each other. Like every time I play an Ember Cache, I draw another Ember Cache.
I do feel like they do consistently chain into each other. I feel that as well.
I like everyone has told me they feel that, but we all just kind of go, maybe it's variance.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
I don't know. Don't let Big Monster Train fool you. I think the card is just fine though. You usually take it for incants.
Yeah, that's true. It's good in an incant build for sure, but that's about it. So I don't know.
I will take Crucible Collector and I will put him where he belongs, in the trash. That's an F tier unit to me.
Yeah, irredeemably bad in the DLC. There's just no way to give it enough HP where it actually matters. Like what are you gonna need to give it a large stone? No.
DLC, yes, actually, large stone multi-strike, he goes nuts, but
yeah, whatever. But like that's not good anymore.
Yeah, the problem is that he has to live long enough to get to the point where your morsels scale him out of control. But the point that he has to live to is way too far away, and he dies by getting one shot because lifesteal won't keep him alive.
Yeah,
sucks. Like really
in addition
bad.
to just even if top floor didn't have sweep, he would be bad. That's how bad he is.
Yes, the waves are too strong.
Mm-hmm.
It's so hard to scale Crucible Collector to 290 times 2 to deal with that sort of a wave. It's so hard.
Insane.
And
only even close to realistic way is with a gigantic Shroud Spike combo.
And even then, multi-strike is just like eating away at your lifesteal, so he's less survivable too.
And even then, just do it on a Train Steward.
Yeah, actually.
Like it's not good.
Yeah, you can take Crucible Warden.
He's close, but I'm putting him D tier.
I'm willing to give him C tier.
Really? Okay, that's how kind of you.
Yeah, I think damage shield is generally better, and sometimes you just have to play this unit, basically.
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes you just have to play him, and that's why I'm putting him in D tier.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair.
Definitely good in the early game though. Very strong in the early game as a unit, but falls off. Where do you think it falls off? Like I feel like maybe like
6.
Ring 6. Yeah, ring 6. Because pretty good counter against Crystal Cloak, which I value. But outside of that, it's just not good. Especially if you get like if it Fells multi-striking you and stuff, and it's just not gonna.
It's tough. I mean,
it's not good.
You don't want to play him in the long term ever. So I used this infusion once, and that was fun. But like this unit's not good. Generally, I think. All right, Emberforge F next.
Yeah, it's okay. Poor guy. I'm still waiting for that Battleforge deck. It hasn't happened yet, but one day.
I remember when Monster Train came out originally, I was watching a little bit of Jorbs, and the first thing that he asked about Ember Forge was, "Does this counteract Ember Drain? Do I get the energy after?" And he went, "Oh, no." And then he just went, "This is terrible." And I went, "Yeah, that does seem very bad." If Ember Forge was a card that was like, "Hey, this bypasses Ember Drain for you," I think it might be worth to play around it, but like it doesn't, so it sucks.
Also, just no, I think too.
Yeah, still no.
Yeah, I don't see how. Like, again, what do you have to do to make this better? What do we have, like, playable?
One size.
What if it's
nothing? Nothing.
Yeah, one size doesn't work either. It's still bad. I don't know what you do to this thing.
Nothing. I think you do nothing. I think it's just bad.
Yeah. Engine upgrade though next. I love engine upgrade.
Yeah,
I don't think it's like an unbelievably good card. I think it's like a B to A. I'm gonna put it conservatively in B tier because there's plenty of times where you just don't need energy.
Yes.
But it's hard to pass. Like I usually you're just not playing one of your floors. Like that's not an issue. Like you can just play it somewhere and it's not like a problem. Like the size downgrade is not a big deal. And I like energy upgrades usually from this. The only thing is that like sometimes I see this late game and it's just like I have no purpose for an energy upgrade at this point. I took one. I already took one before. I don't need another one.
Yeah, I mean, give this intrinsic and you get an energy upgrade. And also, I've taken it more recently with my increased enjoyment of Prismal Dust. Just like an extra 2 damage shield if you have a double stacked is pretty good.
That's cool.
I'm giving it B tier as well. I think it is better than Pyro. The cost is not that big of a deal. So.
Oh, definitely, without a doubt, better than Pyro. However, there is one like fringe where it's kind of cool, and that is in an in-camp build where it's like you want to play the Pyro on the floor where you're doing stuff. So you don't want to do that with engine upgrade unless you already have all your units on there, which you might not have because you're doing intrinsic engine upgrades usually. So
yeah,
it's weird. I don't know.
I agree. You did that. So Making of a Morsel is mine. I will give Making of a Morsel the same treatment as Antumbra Assault. The biggest problem that this card has is that it's a common and the other commons are better. But if you have a bad common pack, you can take this and it's like, hey, 6/6 in the early game is good, I guess. It's one of the better morsel cards, but morsels are bad.
Yeah, and for that, I'm putting it in C tier because it's the same logic where I put the good morsel cards in C tier still.
Yeah,
like pack morsel and stuff. So I think it's also like really good in the early game. Whereas like packed morsel, it was like I get to pick the best morsel out of these 3. Making of a Morsel is just like, oh hey, it's the best morsel. Isn't that crazy? Wow, it's the best morsel. Isn't that crazy?
I think that sometimes Making of a Morsel is not the best morsel because you prefer.
Yeah.
Lifesteal,
Yeah. Of course.
Generally, yes, I agree. I moved him to C tier. I will give him some respect. You Morsel Master.
It's another weird one.
Yeah.
It's morsels are bad. So Morsel Master's pretty bad. Although Morsel Master does cool things with morsels by doubling them. You get to like not overstack floors, but you get to like, manipulate your floor to be like, oh, I only have room for 1 morsel. Oh, look at that. It's 7 morsels now somehow or something like that, which is kind of cool. But I think it's pretty stinky. So I think I'm putting it in D tier with with Crucible Warden.
I agree.
But I don't know.
I agree. Definitely. It's a D tier. It's good if Gorge is good and you can play it with Allied Construct. The big thing about Morsel Master is there's a little bit of math that works out for you where if you're playing Allied Construct and you take a space upgrade, you play Allied Construct Morsel Master and you get to get 4 morsels in the space of 3, which is cool.
Yep, exactly.
And I've tried using Morsel Master to use morsels to chump block and I think it's just not very good, but by all means. The weird thing is that Morsel Master self-infuse is kind of bad.
Yeah, I feel like most of the time, either you're better off self-infusing the unit that you wanted to put this on, or you are better off just playing Morsel Master separately still. Like it's not that big of a. It's weird because it's like it's kind of not that big of a cost just to play it by itself. It feels like because you then do the math to then make sure that like you're overstacking the floor with morsels still.
Yeah, and also the problem if you play him by himself though is he dies to the divinity. But that's a problem with all of them.
You can give him like a plus 25 and a damage shield upgrade, and he lasts for a pretty long time.
Yeah.
I don't find it to be that big of an issue on him.
I'd rather just not play Gorge on the Divinity though. Still.
Yeah,
Still anti-Gorge, but you know.
I'm glad we planned this out specifically so you can get this card here.
Yeah. So, I will keep it short. Plink is one of the worst design. No, Plink is the worst design card in this game. It is the most frustrating card to play. It has no upsides and it only has downsides, but it is numerically a good card, and I am willing to recognize that. And I will give it. Honestly, I will give Plink a C tier.
I put it in C tier too. That's the right spot for it because it is like an actually genuinely good card in the early game.
Yeah,
but it is the most annoying card to play with. I think Foregone Power is more annoying.
Plink creates the scenarios where 24 out of 25 times everything goes normal and you act like you played a torch, and 1 out of 25 times you lose the game and are mad. And that is a bad thing with Plink, but if you give it a +10 or a +30, this card is good. Like, the card is numerically very strong. It is just mechanically very frustrating. That's all.
Cool.
Shade Splitter is yours.
Shade Splitter is mine. I'm putting a C tier too, I think.
I'm gonna give it D tier.
D tier? Okay, that's fair too. I think it's just really good in the early game. You can chump block, you can eat things. If you're trying to play Gorge, you need Shade Splitters. I feel like you can't play. I mean, you can play Plink. It's just not going to go very well.
Agree. 100%.
So for that, I think it's like a necessary card to play Gorge, but Gorge is still not very good. And I don't like Umbra.
Yeah. The biggest thing that I want to say in favor of Shade Splitter is it's the only card that gives Rubble Morsel. And Rubble Morsel is important if you're trying to do some weird Shroud Spike shenanigans. But that's not good enough for me. Fuck you, Shade Splitter. I will be taking Shroud Mitosis.
Yeah.
This card, honestly, I think it kind of sucks.
Yeah, also true. Same. I think it's better than Cannibalize, but I think because Gorge is just bad, it's still not good.
Yep. Agree. And we'll give it D tier.
I'm still putting a C tier because I think the good morsel cards go in the C tier. And I think this is one of the better morsel cards. And I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it now. I'm putting Antumbra actually in D tier. I'm thinking about it more. I'm moving that down because there's too many. I have too many of the morsel cards in C tier.
In 7 cards, I will make my case against Shroud Mitosis.
Okay, hold on. Let me count. Yeah. Okay. Fair.
But yeah, I think it's D tier. I did that one. So Void Binding is
you did.
Worse.
Void Binding, it's infuriating because when it works with your Ember Drain plan, it's really good. But sometimes it feels like you really need perils for it to operate. You can try to make it the zero cost holdover plan and not have perils, and then only play this, and that's like, it feels like it's just not good enough.
Yeah.
For me, it feels like I need perils with it to work. I think I acknowledge it's a pretty strong effect, obviously. So I think I'm putting it in A tier still with perils, but it's the same caveat as perils where it does not work if you have Seraph the Diligent.
Yeah, I give it B tier for basically everything you said. I think that's my biggest problem with it is that it has, like, you have to know if it's going to work, and to know if it's going to work, you need to know if you have holdover perils, and if it's not going to work, you have to roll out of this card fast because it just sinks your run. There is like some use for it where you use morsels to chump with it and they block a bunch and do some damage, but like that use is weird and not very good. And usually if you don't have a holdover perils, you get off of this card. You can also, it is worth mentioning, you can maybe play it with holdover and graph, but that's kind of weird.
Also important to note that like when you usually see perils before you see this card, so you'll know.
Yeah,
you can see it beforehand if you get unlucky and you see this like in your first 2 rings, but like you'll usually know if you can take this card or not.
You don't know if you'll get holdover sometimes though.
That's true. You can get unlucky and miss holdover, and then you're just pissed.
Yeah,
but and then even then, if your perils is not intrinsic, you might get unlucky and then see this before seeing the perils too. Try to play this, sink your run, and then your perils is all the way at the bottom of your deck. So
yeah,
it's a weird one, but obviously the effect is extremely strong. So cool.
I will take Alloyed Construct. Now this is where you're gonna have to listen for a moment. If you're just passively listening and you're gonna look at this later and you're gonna flame me for my tier list, I'm putting Allied Construct in B tier because I think that he's a passive. He is the second best Gorge unit in this clan. Morsels are bad, but Allied Construct is acceptable. And I basically just wish that every other Gorge unit was on a similar power level to Allied Construct. However, there's another asterisk. Do not play Allied Construct with Plink.
Yes.
You will lose the game at Talos.
Yeah. I think B tier is fair for it.
Yeah.
It's fucking Gorge is so annoying, man. But Allied Construct makes it worth it.
Yeah. If you have default Umbra, you get to self-infuse this unit, and he's a Animus of Will with 25/25 base stats, which is sick.
Yeah, self-infusion's sick, like on him for sure. And then the fact that the self-infusion helps alleviate the Gorge issue, the fuel issue, whatever, is pretty sick. Every time it comes up, I keep saying it. Make this man burnout instead of fuel.
That'd be cool.
And then just give him the text of like, this unit doesn't die when it burns out or whatever.
Yeah.
And then like have the innate effect still or the inert effect still on it or whatever. Like I just like there's so many cross synergies, and this one just makes sense for it to burn out because he's literally a fucking stove. So I don't know. Anyway, that's my rant about Allied Construct.
Yeah, I think
B tier as well.
There's two more things I want to say about morsels. We've been talking about them a lot. Morsels are bad because of Divinity Sweep, and they're bad because their units are bad. And if one of those two things wasn't true, because like basically if you go to an Umbra banner, there are exactly 2 units that you can hope to hit and say, yeah, I'm happy with my purchase here. So generally it's better to just not put the risk down. I guess there's 3 units technically, but we can. It's like it's
do you consider Gorge Penumbra one of those 3 units?
No, I hate Gorge Penumbra. I think he's really bad.
Man, if you get Trample Stone though, he's cool. Trust me.
Yeah, he's not bad, but like, it's a lot of investment.
Yeah, I agree.
And also, if you take Gorge Penumbra, then all of the you can't take any other Gorger. So like every Umbra banner is bad then.
Yeah, well, fuck them.
That's fair.
They're already usually bad anyway.
Yeah.
But I like the construct. He's cool.
Yeah, he's fine. But don't pick him with Blink ever.
Yeah,
ever,
don't
never
do it.
Ever.
Don't do it. It's a trap.
Cave into you.
Oh, come on. Why? I'm putting Cave in F. I don't care.
Yeah. No, this card's really bad.
I hate this card. Like, oh, cool. I get to move enemy units. Oh, wait, what's that? My floor goes too? Okay, I guess. Now my floor is now fighting twice as many units, I guess. Thanks for that.
Yeah, I mean, every single use case that I can think of for Cave-In is just bad. Play bottom floor and then use holdover Cave-In to stop enemies from going by. Seems bad. Play Cave-In, like, that idea could work with Drop Cage, but, like, why would you do that? Honestly.
Oh, man. I think there is a like, you could, like, in theory, do, like, Drop Cage, hold over with it, and just play it on bottom floor and play top floor. And just keep things like in the hell dimension for a while before they come up.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool, but that's so fringe. That's just a stupid thing to try to do.
You could like alternate it maybe so they would go up with like you just do it every other turn. Oh no, I guess you could do it and then you could just like I don't know. No, it sucks. No, it just
and then you get what even happens when like units come onto the floor and then it's overstacked so they get shunted up like. Is it people who are already there get moved up, or is it the new people go up?
The new people move up.
Yeah, it's just not good.
Yeah, no, it's bad.
You're going to get to a point pretty quickly where there's just no room on the bottom floor for those mid-floor units to get pushed down.
Mm-hmm.
Very quickly, so it's just not good.
Terrible.
Okay.
It will have a lot of days if you have Drop Cage, though. I will take Crucible Extension, and I will put it in... Honestly, I think this is a D tier card.
Really, that's pretty crazy. I feel like you used to like Crucible, or no, wait, did you like Space Prism a lot?
I like Space Prism.
I remember like when we first. I remember you really liked Space Prism, Remove, Consume.
Yeah, and
I was like,
was that?
Yeah, but I do think that this is definitely much worse than Space Prism. I don't know about D tier though, but actually, you know what? I think D tier is fine. Because I'm thinking about it, like, when do you need this? Like, oh, for Gorge. Oh wait, Gorge sucks.
Yeah, exactly. That is the entire argument. Very succinctly, you need this for Gorge. Gorge sucks.
Yeah.
You don't need repeatable space gain. I guess you can play it as like, but like the problem with this too is if you play this as an intrinsic Space Prism, it's 2 energy, so you have to give it more investment than that.
Yeah, you need like that and then Value Stone.
Yeah. Don't play
It's just maybe I can see it if you have like the 3 upgrade slots, then you can talk to it like you can do something cool with it maybe, where you can give it like double cost down and hold over, and then just make like a bunch of spaces, and then like once you have enough space, just stop playing it. But like it's not good. Just play Space Prism.
Yeah, and like if you miss Space Prism, just take it to Space Upgrade. Honestly, don't play this card still.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you get Furnace Tap.
Oh, Furnace Tap. I don't know. Furnace Tap's I'm putting it I think in. Maybe this is wild. I'm gonna put it in C tier. I think.
Holy shit! Really?
Yeah, because I think Superfood Primordium is a thing with Furnace Tap still. In the Perils builds. Like I think, and just in Perils build in general is pretty good. But it's definitely tough to swing. Don't get me wrong. But I have a soft spot for Furnace Tap. I think it does some pretty cool stuff still.
I put Furnace Tap in S tier.
You're putting it in S tier?
I think Furnace Tap's nuts.
I don't like it that much. I think that's wild, but whatever.
Furnace Tap is you pay 2 energy and you take like 2 turns where you don't play cards and you just get a multi-strike. That's so good.
It's good, but then I die whenever I play it.
I mean, you just have to make sure that you play it on a turn where you don't need to play cards for 2 turns. Like you play it early, or you play it after you're set up and you're settled in for 2 turns. It's great.
I don't know.
And like it synergizes with Perils. I think in the worst case you play this and you're still fine. And in the best case you play this and it has no negative impact on you at all. It's just a multi-strike. I think it is. Umbra has a suite of really good rare cards that are like worth looking for, and this is one of them. This is a I can't miss multi-strike card, basically. I think it's very good.
Maybe I'm just unlucky then, but I just feel like every time I take this and just try to play it fairly outside of Ember Drain, I just end up like falling too far behind because I just took 2 turns off.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for that, of course. Like you have to make sure that it's not gonna kill you. Sometimes you don't play it until like your 2nd cycle, but the early waves are going to be weaker anyway, so you don't really need this until the big heavy waves start coming in on like turn 5. But I get you. I get it.
Okay, you're up here with Grovel. What are you doing with this bad boy?
I am willing to say I will put Grovel in B tier.
B tier, wow.
I think the damage shield is pretty strong, and the morsels are not
blockers.
Good. Yeah, but they're chump blockers. They're like stats. They're okay. I need to take Grovel more than I skip it. The biggest problem with it is that it's 2 energy, but you just give it some cost down, and this is like, hey, it's a damage shield to help one of your units live a little longer, and also here's 2 morsels to help you out.
I'm putting it C tier. I think that it's just too expensive.
That's fair. I don't know. I think that it's probably the best morsel generating card if you want to think about morsel generating cards, and it has added benefit of being playable outside of morsel generating scenarios. So I'm willing to give it.
That's fair. That's fair. But I think it's still not great outside of morsel scenarios, so I think I'm just putting it a C. I think if I'm not playing a morsel build and I see this, I think I would just probably take one of the other cards in the pack instead. Usually.
It's fair. Or skip.
Okay.
Yeah, here he is.
Yeah. Here's the big boy. The actual best reason to play morsels.
Mom said it's my turn on the Xbox.
This is maybe this is a bit wild. I think this might be an S+ for me.
I was thinking similar.
Because of the fact that it takes all of these shitty cards and makes them good. Just by itself, it's maybe an S tier, but the fact that it makes morsels viable, I feel like gives it some some goodness.
Yeah.
Some increase in my ranking.
In the year 2022, every single Gorge unit should say hunger, in my opinion.
That would be nice. That would make this card terrible, I feel like. And even then, not terrible.
No, I think he'd still be good.
I think he'd be good, but like I think like by comparison, you're just better off taking most of the other things.
+2/+2 on eat is really good.
It's good, but it's good.
Mm-hmm.
But I think like Alloyed Construct, if it had hunger, I would just be like, I am not taking Morsel Maid. Fuck you, Morsel Maid.
And you'd take Morsel Maid, and then you would put Alloyed Construct on, and really. And then that'd be strong, I think. But
yeah,
anyway,
that is already strong. That is already a good line.
Yeah. True. I think Morsel Maid is S tier for me. I think that the problem is that realistically, when you see Morsel Maid, you are going to be in a position to hard pivot your run, and you need to take like 3 morsel cards, and then he goes nuts. He's like, the only problem I have is you have to play multi-strike on him somehow. Like, if you miss multi-strike and you miss the allied constructs and you miss the quick, he can fall behind. But even still, you're in Umbra, you got Furnace Tap, you got Trample Stone, like you have answers. Almost always
I'm thinking about it.
the answer.
I'm thinking about it more. I'm actually putting it down to S, and I think the reason for that is because similar to Allied Construct, Plink can mess you up.
Yeah, exactly.
Plink. Yeah.
It's a Plink diff, really.
Yep.
Like, if you get this in Exile Umbra, it's kind of scary. In Default Umbra, I think it's a pretty fair S+, but Plink is scary.
Yeah. So, not as good. But
Hey,
still,
also,
even then with Plink still playable, so.
Also makes what was one of the best morsel cards pre-DLC, Shroud Mitosis, terrible.
And Shroud Spike, too. Terrible.
Yep, and Shroud Spike. I mean, they can't give all Gorge units can't take Hunger, because, like, half of Umbra becomes terrible. But,
well, let's just change those cards then. Whatever, it's fine.
True. I get Morsel Maker.
Yeah.
I will give you my hot take here. He's gonna go to B tier.
Okay, B tier is interesting. I don't put it that high. I'm guessing you like it for the infusion for scaling sometimes.
I have been converted. Basically, this is a unit that gives 6/6 every round as an infusion, and in some clans that is as good as you're gonna get.
I think that that's a fair take, but I think for that same reason I'm putting it in C tier because I don't value that as much as you do, I guess.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I think the infusion's not bad, but I've had plenty of runs where I'm like, oh baby, got this Morsel Maker infusion on this Animus of Will. What else we got? And then I just get nothing the whole run and die.
Yeah,
and that's not Morsel Maker's fault. That's just the game's fault, I feel like. But there's times where this can definitely supplement your scaling.
Yeah, it's not all of your scaling in itself, but I think it's 10 health and 6/6 every turn, and 6/6 is good because it's a little attack and a little health. So if that's your defensive scaling, you only need to make up 3 health per turn to not die to the divinity anymore, with a little help from like sweep and spikes and stuff. But I'm not going to banners for Morsel Maker, but I think that Morsel Maker is okay. Overgorger is yours.
Overgorger is very cool, but not good.
Yep.
I love the meta progression cards, and this is maybe like middle of the pack of them. I think I'll put it in C tier. With same as Construct and same as Morsel Maid, trash with Plink. I would actually say don't even play this with Plink, but I think it's playable with a Shade Splitter. And it is cool to be like, oh, I put quick multi on it, and I put it mid-floor behind an Architect or whatever, and then it killed the Divinity in like 2 turns.
Yeah.
But it's just not that good.
I've put him in D tier. I think this unit's terrible.
I thought this was going to be one of your playable ones. Is it the other Gorger? That's like your quote-unquote playable Gorger?
No, the playable Gorgers are Allied Construct and Morsel Maid.
You said there was one more. You said one that was like kind of.
What was the kind of?
I thought this would be it. Is it this or is it Shadow Eater? It can't be Shadow Eater.
I think if I said 3, I should have said 2. I think that Damage Shield Dog is kind of, but no, it's Allied Construct. I think I might have just said 3 playable units, and it's like Allied Construct Morsel Maker, Morsel Maid, or what I was thinking.
Maybe that's what you meant. Okay.
But I don't remember what I meant. We've been going for almost 4 hours now. Basically, Overgorger's problem is that you need 3 upgrades on him. Because the fact that this unit is 2 energy, 3 space, 0/15 is criminal. And you just die at Daedalus so much with this thing. But, like, he needs multi, he needs quick, he needs health. And you need to get those fast. And so you need some sort of external scaling to keep yourself alive. But I just really think that it's not worth it. Because the scaling is not that good. You're going to end up a little worse off overall. Because it's really hard to feed him more than 2 morsels per turn, so in your best cases you're maybe getting like 20. In like an optimal world you're probably going to get like 30 attack per combat, and that's optimal. Optimal's not often going to happen. So honestly, I feel like this is a pass. The only thing that makes it good is the infusion, because you can infuse this onto like a sweeper or onto a Morsel Maid, and it's cool.
I also think that you're undercutting it a little bit. It works well with Morsel Master. It's a 3 space unit, right? So if you're playing 5 space, Him, Morsel Master, play 1 morsel, get 2 per round. Not amazing, but it's okay. And then if you have, if you do mitosis or whatever, stuff like that, things can work pretty well. I don't know. It's definitely not good.
Yeah.
But I like trying to make it work. And when it does work, it's fun.
I mean,
So I think because it's fun, I'm a little bit biased towards it. But I'm up next here for Shadow Eater. I'm just going right into this. I hate this card.
Yeah, it's bad.
For a little bit, people were like, "Oh, it's much better than the DLC," and it's like a little bit better, but it's still trash.
Yeah.
And Gorge sucks.
Yep.
Gorge this got better. Gorge got worse. Like
the
10
combo though.
Oh, fuck you. F tier.
I've had so when you're playing Gorge, I think that I'm going to give Shadow Eater D tier. I think that Shadow Eater has one redeeming quality, which is in the world where you're playing Gorge, you're probably generating a lot of morsels. In the world where you're generating a lot of morsels, you probably have morsel overflow where you can't put them down on your floor. And in that world, it's better to put them into a Shadow Eater who will then do like 30 damage to a floor than it is to just throw them away, basically. He is
but he
better
doesn't
than
live long enough.
Yeah,
he doesn't live long enough.
Well, you give him 2 plus 25s and he has 100 HP, but like
he lasts like 3 rounds on the bottom floor in Divinity.
Yeah, he gets a little healy.
He still lasts like 3 rounds.
He's not good, but I think he's good enough to not go F tier. I think he is a D tier.
I don't. I hate him.
I think he has the world's slightest margin to keep him out of D tier, or out of F tier, I mean. But he is, on average, terrible. There's like one fringe case where I could pick him.
Nah.
Nah, I mean, that's fair. He is very bad. I'm gonna,
hate him. Hate his guts.
Unless you wanna, maybe there will be some division here, but I'm going to put Umbrastone in S plus.
I'm putting it in S plus too. I think it's fantastic.
Trample's nuts.
Yeah, fuck multi-strike. Just trample.
Or play both. Play trample sweep. Play multi-strike trample. Play trample.
Yeah, exactly.
Scale 1 unit.
It's great.
Yeah. The thing that I want to say most about Trample Stone is that it takes 2 champion paths that are like legitimately unplayable and terrible and brings them into viability. Not to good, but to viability. And that's the best thing I can say for it.
I don't think it necessarily is required for Architect, though.
Sorry, I mean, so I guess 3, because I was thinking about Royalty and Reaper Prince, but you're right. Also, Gorge Penumbra.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And basically, I think of Umbrastone and Furnace Tap in a very similar way, and I think that Umbrastone is slightly better than Furnace Tap.
I think it's like way better than Furnace Tap, I guess.
That's fair.
I don't know.
You get Blazing Bolts.
Blazing Bolts, is it me or is this card just like bad now? I don't like it. It used to be really good.
Yeah.
I think I'm putting it in D tier because it's like okay, but it's just not good enough. If you're playing Stygian, it's like sort of like a weird weirdo Ancient Synergy.
Yeah.
But then I would rather just have Ancient Synergy, I think. At least I know what Ancient Synergy is gonna do.
Yeah.
Like this is just kinda I don't like it.
I think the biggest problem I have with it is a lot of times you have to take it's in the rare packs, and Umbra has very good rares, and so you have to take this, and if you're taking it on ring 6, you have 1 combat to turn it into a playable card before Seraph. Because the first 2 phases of Blazing Bolts are not good. But
the last phase isn't that good either.
It's okay, it's 30 damage 4 times.
I don't like it that much.
The thing that made Blazing Bolts worse is actually Blazing Bolts used to be one of the like 2 cards in Umbra, or I guess like 4 cards in Umbra really, that had a chance of killing backline for you consistently, and you don't need that as much anymore.
But also, I think I also think it's just less reliable too, with the spell shields showing up so often in the Divinity waves.
And similar to Ice Storm, Divinity is there in the way.
Yep,
takes hits.
Yeah,
but I think it's okay if you get it like really early, but it does fall off in the Divinity pretty heavily. Yeah, I agree. I moved it to D tier. I don't know if I said C tier, but I moved it to D tier.
Okay.
I will take Excavation Eruption. I will put it C tier. I put Blazing Bolts in D tier because I think Excavation Eruption's a little better.
I think they're like the same.
Outside of the Divinity, I think Excavation Eruption is good because you can use it to snipe some backlines for basically free. But sometimes it misses and you lose all your energy and die, and that sucks. So you kind of have to play insurance and make this card cheaper.
I don't like spending. I don't like spending the money and energy to make it cheaper. So I think for me, it's just a D tier card.
Fair. I mean, I think
But
it's
you
worthwhile.
did mention before it is hard for Umbra to kill backline units.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something to keep in mind. But I'm still just not willing to use Excavation Eruption to do it. I think.
That's fair. I think that Excavation Eruption is not great. It's just like it's gambling basically. But if you find an extra value stone, I think it's worth making this card cost 1, and then you're like, it's fine.
I don't know.
Gem Trove to you.
Fuck this card.
Yeah.
It's too expensive and morsels are bad. The most relevant part about it is the damage shield part, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
But it's only 1 damage shield AoE for 4. Very oftentimes you don't need that. But it's worth mentioning that it's not the worst thing. I think I put it D tier.
Yep, me too. I think that Grovel's better because it costs 2. Gem Trove is bad because it costs 4. Morsels are bad. It's very hard to play 3 actual like individual morsels in most of your runs as well, like no matter what you're doing. So Gem Trove goes to D tier.
Okay.
I will take Shadow Siege and I will put him in the B tier.
Mostly just purely for the infusion.
100% for the infusion.
Hey, sketches.
Yeah.
Sir. Sketches, sir.
I think Sketches is still sketchy.
If you have a Shadow Siege, or if you have sketches or whatever, I guess I would rather have Shadow Siege first, obviously. But like, if you have Shadow Siege and you see sketches, you're gonna go, I don't know about this one.
No, I'm gonna take it, of course.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
You still have to get multi-strike quick on the Shadow Sieges, and you have to get 4 of them, but it's still very strong, without a doubt.
I mean, you could probably just get there on just quick. You don't necessarily need multi-strike in
That's
4
true.
of them.
True. And you can infuse them with themselves and they get more stats. And basically,
Yeah,
Shadow Siege is just. You remember we talked about Demon Fiend sucks, Shadow Siege is good?
Yep.
The thing is that Shadow Siege gives more stats. Like, it's enough stats for a unit to just stand on its own for a while.
Yeah, I don't hate it. It's 2 size, right, for the for the thing.
But it's
It's kind of weird because like it's like equivalent. It's like 30-30 for 1 versus 60-60 for 2. You would think that like they're pretty close to being the same. But I think that it's 2 size for double the stats is kind of worth it.
Yeah, it's a break.
It's not like an instant win either though. I don't like it that much. I think I put Shadow Siege in C tier, but I just haven't done as much mad scientist like train steward prototype stuff as you have. I think with Shadow Siege,
and all of those runs have lost.
So I don't know. It's still kind of iffy, and I gotta give it to my boy. Love the sketches.
True.
Very fun. Shame that it got nerfed. Just absurd, honestly, that they nerfed it so hard.
Yeah.
But like whatever.
Yeah. Personally, I do not want to spend any time talking about Little Fade.
Just S+, move on?
Yeah. Like, at this point, I feel like we've talked this champion to death. Little Fade, high learning curve, broken champion, wins literally every run that gets past Daedalus for you. That's all there is to her.
Okay.
There's no nuance.
Yeah.
Rector.
Going to Rector. I'm gonna put Rector, I think, in S tier.
Ooh,
I like Rector a lot. I think that Rector does cool shit. Wins the early game for you basically single-handedly.
Yeah.
And is relevant in the mid to late game, which a lot of champions aren't. So I like it. Also lets you play some multi-floor setups sometimes too, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
True. So I that's where I put it. Although I would understand putting it higher or lower, honestly. I know some people love Rector, but I don't know.
I'm giving him A. I think that the only thing I really don't like is that I think that Harvest is a little clunky sometimes if you don't have your own units dying. But he's an absurdly large tank, and he will free win Relentless in like 2 of 3 paths if he's alive at full HP in Relentless. And Burnout's great. Set it and forget it, or play it integrated in your floor. Harvest is good. Dark Calling is good. He's fun. There's variety. We spent like an hour talking about how bad Umbra is. Now we get to spend an hour talking about how good Melting is.
Although it is important to note that dregs are pretty stinky, especially with Wormkin.
Yeah, true.
But they do help his Harvest line. They're pretty necessary for his Harvest line to work, and also for his Dark Calling in the early game.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I will take Wax and Spike. I'm gonna put Wax and Spike in B tier. The only reason I'm going to give Wax and Spike a higher than average or expectable rating is because this is the only card that extends burnout that isn't a common.
I'm putting it, I think, in A tier for basically that reason too. I like burnout a lot in melting.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of my preferred strategies to go for, and this is like, I think it's a better the drippings, whatever it is, Hallow drippings.
Yeah, I mean it's fair, definitely.
Yeah, so I like it for that.
I think that the attack is pretty meaningless because the plans that play around burnout are generally scaling fast enough anyway that the attack that you're getting from Wax and Spike is meaningless. But you know, burnout is good. That like
I understand what you're saying there, but I disagree for the early game specifically. If you're doing a burnout strategy, that attack can be relevant in the early game.
Yeah, but you don't get Wax and Spike in the early game, really.
Frig you. How about that, bud?
That's fair. You got me.
Yeah. But yeah.
Drag. Is
this me? Oh man. I don't like dregs. I think I hate them now. Every time I get them with Wormkin, I'm just like, fucking kill me. Or even with imps too, I say fucking kill me. I hate them now.
Yeah. I don't hate them that much. I'm giving them C.
I'm putting them D, I think.
Fair. I think that they're okay. Like the 9 damage is worse now, but sometimes they're fine. Usually they're fine in melting strategies and they're bad outside of melting strategies.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's all I feel. Hollow drippings, basically the same thing as Wax and Spike. So we talked about morsel cards are bad because morsels are bad. Burnout cards are good because burnout is good.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of how it works.
I agree with this logic.
It's impossible to evaluate a card like Hollow Drippings in a vacuum. If you look at Hollow Drippings in a vacuum, it is literally worthless. Mm-hmm. So you have to look at it in context of what it does for the cards that it supports, and adding 5 burnout is great.
5 AoE burnout.
Yeah, 5 AoE burnout, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Which is really sick. The downside is that it does nothing if the unit doesn't already have burnout. There's some cards like this where it's like, you might have let's say a Paraffin Enforcer, right? But you haven't found a way to give it burnout innately.
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't give it burnout yet. Whereas Wax and Spike gives it burnout, I think, right? It applies it. Cleanse and Whiplash give it burnout. It needs to have burnout for drippings to give it burnout. To extend it, I guess.
Yeah.
But I still love it. I give it an A tier, I think. I think Wax and Spike is still a little bit better. Because I don't think the attack is worthless. But drippings is sick, too. So yeah. Also, Wax and Spike, you get. I'm surprised we haven't mentioned it yet. It has the what is it? Pact of the things, whatever. The X cost being +3.
Yeah, first Hell Pact.
Yeah, first Hell Pact. Yeah, so that has that nice little added synergy. Not super relevant, but not nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But drippings is still sick. What did you rank it?
I gave it B, same as Wax and Spike.
Okay, gotcha.
You're getting a little bit screwed here on your cards.
Okay, well we can just put this at F tier and not talk about it too much and move on.
I'll give it D because it's a 0 energy consume. But yeah, it's not good.
You know what? You say that? Actually, no. I still don't care. I hated it.
Yeah, if it's purple or it's Stygian, it's fine. This card does very little, but it has very little negative impact, right? Like F tier cards, I feel like if you play them, your run gets maybe not because I put Pyro Shards down there.
Actually, I'm gonna go with you with the D tier. I think that is redeeming enough for it. If it is purple, or if you are Stygian, you can play it.
Yeah.
But it's like it's close. It's the worst one so far.
Yeah, I'm trying to reserve the F tier for cards that make your game worse when you play them, and not better. The only card that's down there that doesn't really deserve to be down there is Pyro Shards. But like, fuck you, Pyro Shards. You're less than
Pyro
dirt
Shards. Terrible.
Purifying Cleanse is A tier.
Interesting. I put it A tier too. But I like it. If in the microcosm of the A tier, I like it less than Wax and Spike and Hallow Drippings. So I don't value the healing as much, but the healing's good.
I value the healing. I think it's really good to keep Rector alive, or like another tank that's burning out alive.
Yeah.
15 healing is a lot. You give it like +10, and all of a sudden you have the power of focus growth, but for 0, and it gives you burnout.
Yeah.
That's sick.
That is sick. I find a lot of times though that I don't care about my tanks dying because I'll just reform them.
True. I think in default, I think it's more important.
Yeah.
What do you got? Oh, Remnant.
I got Remnant Host. Come on. Like, there's times where it's good, but I gotta put this in D tier.
Really?
Like, if you're playing Harvest, is pretty sick sometimes. But even then, it's like I'd rather just have like an Entombed Explosive or Molten Encasement. There's use cases though where this is okay.
I give him B.
B, okay.
Yeah, very very good for Harvest. This is like it's 3 deaths instead of 1, and all you give up is like 2 stealth from a Molten Encasement self-infuse. Card's really good for that, and it's free.
I just don't like harvesting. I'm just scared of harvesting because I feel like half the times I play it, I'm just not even like remotely close to scaling enough.
Yeah, I mean, play Remnant Host with it, dude. It helps so much.
Yeah, I guess I should try that more.
The other big thing is if you play Remnant Host with a Molten Encasement on it, the drafts attack.
Hold on. Oh, so, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
They get stealth. So like your scaling gets significantly better because your drafts pop out and drop 40 damage before they die. If you do Remnant Host with Molten Encasement, you basically have Entombed Explosive, but you also get the deaths, which is cool.
Yeah.
But, you know. Was that you? That was you. So I get Sacred Wicks.
Yeah.
Card D, same as Memories of the Melted.
I think it's C.
Okay. Fair.
And I think it's C is because it's playable when you do not have primitive molds and you need reforming.
Yeah.
But if you are doing that, if you have primitive molds, it's like a pretty bad card.
Yeah, and the problem is if you don't have primitive molds, you have dregs.
Mm-hmm.
And so Sacred Wicks is just going to reform you 2 dregs usually. So the shotgun method is bad for that. Unless you're not playing the dregs, but then you just have 5 dead weights in your deck for Sacred Wicks. Like, it's just, it's bad because primitive mold makes it obsolete and dregs fuck it up. But sometimes it's crucial, so, you know. Yeah, you get a fun one this time.
Come on! What a strange card.
Yeah.
It's like I feel like this card and like Gifts for a Guard are as strange, but this just has way less use cases than Gifts for a Guard does.
Yeah, fair.
So I think I was putting this bad boy in F tier, but I'm sure there's someone out there who's like, you idiot, you need to use this to remove your restores more or something, and I'm like, okay.
Dead weights is the big one.
Yeah, that's true too, but like I don't care that much about it.
I've given it C tier. I've had it actually do some good stuff for me lately. I will give you one thing that I think may change your mind, and it's that this lets you etch your like an entire hand for Wormkin.
Oh, I've never done that before. I've never had that together.
You can use this to just pop an entire hand to Wormkin and hyperscale real fast. But
I haven't realized this synergy. I'll put it in D tier, but I still hate it.
I mean, it's fair. It's not a great card, but it's good because it lets you thin your deck out to be like exactly 3 or 4 cards in the end of the fight, which is good. Like, it's better because fights are longer, but it's worse because usually you just don't need it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I get Votavary, which is great because Votavary is a personal struggle for me. I am going to give Votavary the respect it deserves here and give it the S+, but Votavary is probably the best card that I hate playing.
I only put it at A tier. I get it, right? It's like it's free harvest, it replaces itself, etc., etc., etc. But like, you can't make me do it.
Yeah, basically, this like Votavary is an extremely strong card. It is literally free, like it pays for itself. It's endless, so it's just a free harvest. But I hate having to think about if I'm going to put it down and let it get harvested or not, and then what is it going to draw?
I think it's fair to say that like it's a genuine liability too against enemy harvest waves. I don't think it's some sort of like auto instant pick included in every deck like some of the other cards are.
Honestly, I think it is because on the enemy harvest waves you just put Votavary.
You can play it on a different floor. Yeah, I guess so, but like I don't know.
No, I echo your sentiment 100%. I think it's annoying to play because a lot of times it is not very impactful to your run. And sometimes it just like gets in the way, but like it is never a negative. I just don't like playing it because it makes me have to think about something that makes no difference.
Same issue before. It is kind of a negative though if you need another card before you see it. It is a slot in your deck that you're drawing now instead of another card first.
Yeah, it's only going to delay you by like 1 turn though, man.
Yeah, but that can matter sometimes. I've had plenty of runs where my Fledgling was bottom 2 cards in my deck and I lost because of it. So
yeah, I mean sometimes. I don't know, but. Also, Votavary is a little better in terms of that because if you get double extinguishes, it is draw positive.
And also, there's infinites with it too, which is fun.
I did that Subsuming Blade infinite that one time.
Yeah, it's cool.
That was actually miserable, but you know, that was very bad. You get Wickless Recruitment.
Fuck you. Stop giving me the weirdo cards.
Yeah, nothing has a lot of weirdo cards, huh?
Yeah, it's got a lot of weirdo cards. I think this is again a D tier card because sometimes removing your burnout can be cool in the early game if you got like Rector or something, but you don't have this card in the early game very often. The debuff removal can be cool, but not super relevant most of the time. And usually burnout is a positive.
Yep.
So it's like I don't like it.
Yeah, this card was B tier before the DLC because you could use it to keep your Rector alive. It was like one of the 3 options that was like, yeah, I play this card and now Rector doesn't die and I have this 145. But now it's not like that anymore. Burnout's a positive. This card
you know what killed this card for me?
What?
Paraffin Enforcer.
Yep, definitely.
Paraffin Enforcer ruined this card.
Yeah, 100%. Paraffin Enforcer got so much
fucked
better.
Up. Mm-hmm.
Cranberry, would you like to do Bounty Stalker since you've gotten all the boring cards?
No, it's your turn. It's your turn. You do Bounty Stalker.
I will give Bounty Stalker an S tier.
I like Bounty Stalker. I think it's one of the most fun cards to play, and this is maybe my favorite like meta progression one.
Mm-hmm.
But it's it's too reliant on draft infusion, I feel like.
Fair.
So I think because of that, I think I can only put it in A tier. But I've had so many sick runs with it.
I think the Bounty Stalker would be S+ if we were only talking about Exile melting. I think that the draft infusion is less important if you have primitive mold.
That's fair.
But yeah, like this unit, this unit one turned the divinity for me. I've only done it once, and it was because of Bounty Stalker.
Mm-hmm. This unit has also on several times lost a Crystal Cloak for me. I want to point that out real quick.
Yeah, fair. You gotta think about her, I guess. But like, yeah, it's tough.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's really good. I think that he's pretty close to a free win. It's like I'm trying to keep the S tier to cards that I think are basically auto includes or cards that are nearly a free win, and I think Bounty Stalker is really close. The only downside is draft infusion, right? If you miss the draft, it's a shame, but like you give him endless and he scales pretty well.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, he's gonna be like in the worst cases, he's gonna be a 2-space unit that's gonna do somewhere around 100 to 200 damage, which is good.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of auto includes,
yeah,
Crushing Demise. I think this is a pretty safe S+ here.
Ooh, S+.
I think everyone. You don't love Crushing Demise?
I was gonna say I was torn between A or S.
Really, I struggle, and again, this is maybe more so that because I'm more willing to, I guess, play strategies where I just reform units rather than keep them alive.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I just love Crushing Demise.
The only
it kills.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. The only thing that's bad about it is harvests.
That's true. If you're playing it on a floor where like, oh, I can't let my big boy die. That is true.
Yeah, and
but
so
just play on a different floor.
Yeah, true. You're taking the harvest away.
And you do lose that harvest trigger on that floor, but like you're killing a unit. Like it's pretty sick still.
But sometimes the unit it kills is like a 5 HP backliner that was gonna die anyway, though, is then the problem. But no, I think that
very true.
This card is generally very good. It is close to Inferno in terms of being a card that if you put enough of it in your deck, you just kill all the waves and only have to care about Relentless. I gave it S. I've been convinced.
I maybe have never skipped this card, like in like the last year of playing this game.
That is fair. It is very good.
It's a strong one. What do we got next? Oh, have fun, idiot.
I will give him D tier because of the infusion, and that's it. This card is like please make the soul come back on reform. Okay. Make Devourer of Death playable.
Where did you put Molting Imp?
Molting Imp? He's C tier.
Okay.
I think that Molting Imp's actual playing is slightly better, so I give him C, where Devourer of Death is like actually an unplayable piece of shit.
Yeah. I think that's fair. But the infusion is the same as Molting Imp's.
Yeah, I think it's better.
Which is so weird.
It's better in this clan because you care about harvesting more.
Yeah, and you have like the tombs which die more often, I think, on average than imps do.
Yeah, because they're going to be chumping.
Yeah. It's still not good though.
Yeah, D for Devourer of Death.
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you put him?
I put him in D2.
Yeah. Okay. You get Draft.
Draft, purely carried by its infusion, is really, really strong.
Yep.
But it doesn't just win the game. You need another unit to put it on.
Mm-hmm.
And like harvest units don't like it very much. Like I've had times where I've tried to do this with like weird, like burnout harvest runs. It doesn't work very well. But it's really good. I think I put it in S tier.
Yeah, I agree. Even though it doesn't solo win you the game, like S tier doesn't have to be solo cards that just win you the game, right? Mm-hmm. Draft is a great enabler because it comes with the burnout on him. He's just a great enabler. He enables every burnout unit to have multi-strike with no downside, which is great. And in some cases, such as Paraffin Enforcer, it's even an upside to have him start with burnout.
Yeah.
Also, if you this one's a little more niche, but if you play Draft with a multi-strike and a Paraffin Enforcer, they scale, and like some way to not have them die, they scale so fast they kill the divinity in 3 turns.
Yeah, you gotta be careful though, because they're pretty fragile.
Yeah, and then they don't have draw priority and all of that, but like Draft has crazy scaling potential too.
Yeah.
He's
Well,
good.
they're cool. Yeah, I like Draft.
I get Dripfall. This card's A.
I think that's fair.
It's like it's the same as Tiresome Climb. It has days on it.
Yeah, it lost the utility of like being able to overstack floors because you almost never play mid floor. But it gained the fact that it dazes divinity, which is pretty solid. So I think A is fine for it.
And reorganizing enemy floors, moving a tank down, dazing a like a damage dealer, all that's good. Dripfall's fine. You get Entombed.
I get Entombed. I like Entombed. I think I like it more than Remnant Host. I know you said before that like for harvesting, Remnant Host is better, and while that might be true, Entombed Explosive has a couple more cool combos. The one that I did recently was Legion of Wax Entombed Explosive.
Yep.
That's a fun one. It's better outside of the harvest build, basically. And while it might not be critical to your run, at least it's like still useful when you're playing Burnout and stuff like that. So I like it. I put it C tier.
Give it B. I'm probably gonna spoiler. We're gonna put all of the base tombs in B. I think they are all fine. But Entombed Explosive is just a chump blocker that does 50 and harvests you for 1, and that's fine. Nothing crazy. Nothing terrible. I don't feel anything for him really. Could say C or B. I'm gonna give him C because I think he's a little worse than Remnant Host.
Okay, that's fair.
But he has
I think he works well with like self infusion when you have like double extinguish.
Yeah.
Pretty cool stuff that there happens.
That's fair.
But I don't know.
I mean, I think that he's just fine.
He's a little whack sometimes.
I don't really pick him, but you start with him sometimes, and then you go, "Hey, this is cool."
Yeah, I think that's more or less how it goes for me too. Usually.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get Intent on Death.
I think didn't I do Entombed?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. Intent on Death. I'm willing to give it. The thing is, I'm gonna give it C. It's good when it's good. It's usually not that impressive. Like Bounty Stalker. Hey, one time I draw this, I get a +8 on the Bounty Stalker. Cool. Hey, Little Fade gets 1 more Firelight. Cool. You're probably already fine. Like you're gonna be okay without it. But it's like, on average, it's underwhelming. Like you're not playing this on a tomb because you want the tombs to die. So, like playing it on a stealth tomb is bad. Playing it on a remnant host is bad. It's okay on explosive, but yeah.
I mean, we know where the moneymaker is here, right?
Devourer of Death. Oh, Formless Child.
God. It's my boy, Mr. Legion.
Oh.
Love the Legion intent. I think is really strong there.
Yeah, that's true. That was very broken for a while.
And it's still okay, but Legion's like a little bit worse than it used to be in DLC, I feel like. The one thing that I think would be really cool, it doesn't work this way, at least I don't think it does. It would be cool if Intent on Death triggered the other unit's harvest on the floor, as if like it actually died then too.
Yeah, that would make
that would be cool, and it would just make sense and be fun. As it stands, very oftentimes you're just like Intent is just like not close to, and sometimes it's just not worth the cost of having it in your deck. So I don't like it, but I think I'll put it in C tier.
Basically, it takes you from having Little Fade extinguished 10 times to 11 times, and that's not that exciting. But sometimes it's like you go from 2 to 3 in the first 3 turns, right? And then it's kind of good. But
yeah,
generally it's just you don't need it because the units that use it are already going to scale out of control. You get Lady of the House.
I don't like Lady of the House that much, but I think she's okay.
Yeah.
Like, I think she's like a C tier.
Agree.
She's like passable. She's passable in the early game. I would rather have the other 2 burnout units over her. But she's like okay. I'm like a Hallowed Halls run 2 sometimes. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. She's boring. You give her Draft Infusion and she's great with Fade. But Basically, the only thing that's good about her is in times where you would already have like crazy scaling, and that I mean Firelight Fade and Hallowed Halls. Lady of the House is good because she has 3 burnout to start with instead of 1, and she has good base stats.
Yeah, good base stats as well. Yeah, I was gonna say.
But for what she is, she's fine.
Mhm.
That's it. I gave her C.
Yeah.
Lady of the Reformed is D tier.
I agree with this. I used to love Lady.
Mm-hmm.
Don't like her anymore that much.
You used to play her to keep Rector alive, but you don't need that anymore because there's so many better burnout. Like, burnout's good now, so you just take burnout cards and you don't need Lady.
Yeah.
And giving up 2 space for a 1040 doesn't matter anymore. You just let Rector tank.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Anything else?
No.
Okay.
Maybe? No, nothing else.
Alright, you get molded.
Molded. Molded is pretty high variance depending on if you have permitted molds or not. I feel like it's pretty good if you don't, and it's pretty bad if you do.
Yep, I agree.
So put it in C tier as well. Like
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think I agree. I was gonna say B, but realistically, it's only really yeah. I'm gonna say C. I agree. You don't really want to be reforming non burnout units that much.
Mm-hmm.
I will take Molten Encasement and I will put it in B tier.
I'm gonna flip the script. I'm gonna put it in A tier.
Okay.
I think it's my favorite out of the tombs. I like the stealth effect. It's you know, by itself, it can solve both just overall defense and then relentless plans too, just by you know letting you stealth through relentless combat. So I like it a lot. Yeah. But it's pretty weak unless you are playing Harvest.
Yeah.
But then also the issue with Harvest is that you're only getting 1 Harvest trigger for this 1 spot in your floor. So it's good as a one-of, but you know, yeah, unlike something like you know the Explosives or Remnant Host, it gets worse in duplicates.
Yeah. You combo it with Remnant Host, and then it's good, and like together, those are very strong. That like Remnant Host plus Molten Encasement is A tier to me, but I think individually they are both B. Stealth is good though, definitely, and it's like the problem I have with it is that the 2 turns aren't. I guess it's similar, right? 2 turns just isn't that long to me. That's all. You get Paraffin Enforcer, right?
I love this guy.
Yeah.
This guy is like I think hands down most improved in DLC.
Without
Infusions helped him so much.
Mm-hmm.
And he just like is the engine behind burnout decks.
Yeah.
You can play burnout without him, but if you don't play without him, you probably need Little Fade, or else it's not gonna work.
Yeah, or like Hallowed Halls.
Or Hallowed Halls, yeah, that's true. But I don't consider that like a burnout deck. I consider that like a Hallowed Halls deck, but whatever. Yeah. And he's actually kind of bad with Hallowed Halls too.
He is, yep.
So I would maybe this is overvaluing. I think I'll put him in S tier. I just love my guy.
I thought about it. I'm gonna give him A. I think that he's a little inflexible, but not realistically, he's very good. No, you know, I'm willing to give him S. Because like he wins with multi-strike. Like you put multi-strike on this unit plus a draft infusion or a self-infusion, and he wins. He wins if you infuse him onto a sweeper. He wins. He wins. Like he wins a lot. He's crazy good scaling on a good body.
You do need to give him that starting burnout though. Not that it happens too often, but I've had times where I have not found that.
Use self-infuse because he gets himself burnout.
Yeah.
And then it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's very good. He is. I feel like he's one of the driving factors behind Melting becoming such a good clan. He single-handedly holds up burnout, and the big thing is burnout's okay, but he's a blue. He's like a not rare. He's a common banner unit. You see him a lot. So you can reasonably take burnout cards and go, yeah, I'm going to play this plus Rector and just win. Oh, I get Paraffin Thug? Fuck this unit. F tier.
Don't be so mean to him.
He's a 2010.
Yeah.
He's irredeemable.
What about all the money he makes, though?
He makes no money. He does 20.
Okay, listen. You give him spikes with a Pyro shards. Nah, he's pretty trash. He's pretty bad.
I think the only thing that's good about Paraffin Thug is if he's like the best of the worst. Like if your starting banner is like Shadow Eater, like it was like your first draft is like Shadow Eater, Morsel Master, Paraffin Thug, and you're playing default Melting, you can take Paraffin Thug and he'll get you some money because Rector can kill frontline for you. But that's such a niche scenario and it's not even good.
Weird how you put those cards higher than Paraffin Thug, but now you're taking them. Strange.
Yeah.
But he's pretty bad. He's only playable in the early game, and he's not worth it because you'll have to remove him later.
Yeah, I mean,
The money he makes will be like maybe okay if you get him like ring 2.
Yeah,
and then remove him ring 4.
Yeah, because like the big thing he's gonna do is he's gonna kill a 1 health enemy that's behind Rector, and eventually that's gonna stop being okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fuck you, Paraffin Thug. You suck now. I think he always sucked. We just didn't know.
No, I think he was good pre DLC.
He was all right, probably.
I think he was good because it wasn't that hard to scale him to the point where he was killing things every turn, like killing heavies in the early to mid game. Yeah, and he was making you tons of money. I think he was genuinely good then. But he's just so bad now.
Yeah, you get primitive mold.
I get primitive mold. I like primitive mold a lot. I think I put it in the I mean, technically when you're looking at it, it's just much worse than molded. But I think because it's a starting card, I don't know. It's weird to evaluate.
Contextually, I think it is fine to rate it higher than molded in the same way that I rated Torch higher than Antumbra Assault.
I'm gonna put it then at the B tier, I think.
I have given it A tier. I think this card is insane.
I like it a lot too.
Yeah.
But it is just like random reform is not amazing, just when you look at it in a vacuum. But it's not a vacuum. You get 5 of these bad boys.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool.
And yeah, I mean, compare it to Sacred Wix, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sacred Wix is bad because you get 2 random reforms, and contextually you either have primitive mold or you're shotgunning into a bunch of dregs. The really big thing that makes primitive mold so good is it can't be with dregs.
Yeah.
That's strong because you can't
reform
is good. Dregs.
Yeah.
Primitive mold's good. It enables a lot of bullshit.
I like it.
Remnant Pact. I don't really like Remnant Pact.
Yeah, I also dislike it.
It's like, I recognize, basically every now and then I will go like, oh man, I didn't find Endless on this run, and on that run I'll have passed a Remnant Pact. But the problem with that is, sometimes you just draw Remnant Pact second, and you can't play the unit that's supposed to get Endless. Like if you're trying to get an Endless Tomb, sometimes you just draw Remnant Pact second. And it's like, oh, well now I need to get Intrinsic Permafrost so that I can play this on the right turn.
Mm-hmm.
It's also worse because Elevator strats got worse. And typically you kind of just want to reform your units anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I'm giving it D tier.
Yeah, I think there's fringe scenarios where it is pretty good, but I also agree with D tier for it. I think it's like, yeah, just for the reasons you said, basically. It's unreliable.
Yeah.
In the same way that Wildwood Tome was unreliable, but at least when like Wildwood Tome misses, it's not like, oh shit, my engine exploded.
Yeah.
So it's I don't know.
With Wildwood Tome, you get more than one chance to apply your quick.
I think a big thing too is that also that Wildwood Tome, you're usually putting it on a banner unit, whereas Remnant Pact, you're oftentimes not putting it on a banner unit. So you just put Intrinsic on Wildwood Tome, that's usually good enough.
Yeah, true.
So there's that to go with it as well.
Oh, you get another banger here.
Oh, I love Resonant Removal.
Really?
And let me clarify. I love Resonant Removal because it kills Crystal Cloak.
Oh, true.
I don't think you understand how much I hate Crystal Cloak.
How many times has Crystal Cloak got your ass?
On 3 different Bounty Stalker runs, first off.
Oh my god.
Like, I just hate Crystal Cloak with a passion. I understand that the card in a vacuum is pretty bad, but in the DLC, it's more relevant now for the Divinity combat, but not super relevant. Especially because I feel like the Melting Clan doesn't care about Spell Shield that much because you're usually not trying to do damage spells very often. You're usually just playing like, oh, that thing dies. Or you're playing Subsuming Blade and that thing pierces. So like, I don't know. But I just for the like pre Ring 5, I think this is an S tier, maybe S plus tier card. And then once you know that Crystal Cloak isn't there, this goes down to like a C tier. So for me, I'm putting it at like B tier, I think.
Okay, I'm giving it C tier. I think that, it's alright. There's a lot of buffs to get cleared out, but typically you don't need this card. But it is a 1 energy incant sometimes, and that gives it enough to be a C tier to me. Although, I think that those cards are a little higher value within Stygian, but still, the effect on this card is sometimes useful. Can clear Ember Drain, it kills Crystal Cloak. I'm gonna take Whiplash and I'm gonna slap it in the A tier real quick if you don't mind.
I think that's fair. One thing I wanted to just go back to with resin removal real quick. I found out recently that this removes the Heartless effect.
Yes.
Did not realize that until recently. Was not really that relevant, but it was cool.
Yeah, it's weird that it does, but it makes sense because it is a debuff.
Yep.
I think it's a little weird for me to say Wicklash is A tier, but Razor Sharp is S tier. And I think that this is a contextual difference where Razor Sharp is like one of the only scaling cards in Awoken, and it scales any unit, where Wicklash only scales Burnout Plans, and the Burnout Plan's already a Paraffin Enforcer typically.
Yes, I think that is entirely correct. Also, Wicklash does not play as well with other clans then, because if you're not doing a Burnout Plan, this is kind of scary.
Yeah.
Agreed.
You have to hold it over, or your unit dies.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas Razor Sharp Edge is not that big of a deal to put this on, I don't know, any other scaling units outside of your clan. If you put Razor Sharp Edge on a Siren, it's not that scary. If you put Wicklash on a Siren, like, you know, you better keep playing it. Yeah. So I agree. I think A tier is a good place for it. One fun synergy is the Eel Gorgon.
Mm-hmm, true.
Eel Gorgon Wicklash is pretty cool. But outside of that, it's good though. So, you know.
You want to do a little rapid fire? I think my new goal is to finish this before midnight.
I think we can do it. I think we can get there.
Let's rapid fire through the rest of Melting real quick. Wickless Baron.
Maybe controversial. I'm putting it B tier because I don't respect Harvest.
I think he's like B or A, but I'm gonna give him B. I think he's about, basically, I'm baselining my my units by if I think they're better or worse than Horned Warrior, and I think that he is slightly worse. Not much worse though. Okay. He's like a B plus to me.
Too reliant on multi-strike, if you ask me.
Yeah, true. And he's slow to start as well.
Yeah.
And he's a snowball unit, so having a slow start is scary. And also, he doesn't have good scaling because he can't use Wicklash.
You can, but you need holdover.
Yeah. Okay. Wickless Tycoon.
I think you're up.
Yeah, I will give him C.
I think that's fair.
Fine in the early game, and he pays for himself, and then you get rid of him.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
I agree.
Fatal Melting, do you?
Wait. Fatal Melting. I'm going to put it at D tier just because AoE spells are a little bit better in the DLC, I feel like. Mm-hmm. Like, you can play this and have no intention of actually killing your own units and just, like, putting, like, an Extreme Stone on it. And, like, if you're really desperate, that gets you kind of there. Yeah. But I don't love it.
I will give it C tier. I think that it's fine. Sometimes you're desperate and you take it, right? But and sometimes you start with it and it's good. But also sometimes this card is 2 energy, deal, like, 3. And that's not good.
Yeah. Don't like it.
Big Sludge, I'm gonna slap him A tier. I think he's really good.
Yeah, I think his infusion is good, and I think he's pretty good, and I think that he's a good reason to harvest.
Mm-hmm. Got a cool hat, and he farms the analytics too.
That's also true. Thank you, Big Sludge.
People love Big Sludge. It keeps the channels alive.
Mm-hmm.
Engulfed in Smoke to you.
I'm putting it A tier. I evaluate more or less the same as I evaluate Molten Encasement. Mm-hmm. Better in Incant. Obviously worse if you're harvesting because you'd rather just have Encasement. But not bad. Doesn't require a space in your floor, which is pretty cool.
I also evaluate it the same as Molten Encasement, and so it's in B tier. Okay. I don't have anything radical to say about Engulfed in Smoke. Stealth is good. Sometimes this card wins you the game, sometimes it doesn't. I should probably realistically put it with Drain, and for the same reason as Drain, but I think that Engulfed in Smoke sometimes does nothing.
It also has the downside of costing 2, which is pretty expensive, but values don't exist, so hopefully, you know.
There's a bit of discrepancy there with my reasoning, but also that was a different person 3 hours ago when we talked about Drain.
Fair.
Formless Child to me.
Mm-hmm.
D tier.
Not giving it the F, huh?
No, he has some fringe uses. You Formless Child onto like a cool Endless unit, and it goes kind of hard. Bring back Dante, maybe. It's really bad, and on average is terrible, but like sometimes it's fun. I'll give him D. I don't think he's actively bad.
I don't like the hassle. I'm putting him F tier. I just don't want to deal with it. I acknowledge that there's like some really sick combos where it does, like, you know, Dante is really sick. Mm-hmm. Dante's not worth it. You can just give Dante a Wicklash, man.
I actually think that Formless Child is really good in runs where you're playing Dark Calling.
I can see it, yeah.
Because then you play it once, you pay the 2 energy, and then it comes back like 2 or 3 times and gives you a total of like 120 attacks split through your units, which is cool. Kind of makes like a swarm strategy work.
Yeah, I feel like I just never see them together. I don't know.
Fair. can happen like that.
So I don't know how to feel about that, but that sounds cool.
Yeah. Hallowed Halls to you.
Hallowed Halls, maybe controversial. I think I'm only putting this at A tier. I know some people love Hallowed Halls. It's just like whenever I do this, it's just so reliant on holdover, and I just miss it, and then I die.
Yeah, I mean,
so I don't like it as much as most people. I think I'm just putting it at A tier, but I can understand people putting it higher.
I will give it S. I think that it is in the pantheon. I talked about the 5. I'm gonna commit, and I'm gonna put all 5 of them in the S tier.
Okay, that's fair.
Hallowed Halls is good. If you miss the holdover, you just give it 2 -1s and take 3 of it, and it wins anyway. But it's a little scary when you have to get it started.
Yeah.
Oh, we still got a lot more melting. Legion to me? I really don't like Legion that much. It's got some cool, wacky combos, so I will not give it my full ire, but it's fallen off pretty heavily on the average run. I will give it C.
I agree with the C tier placement too. Like I said before, I did an Entombed run. It was pretty fun. It can do some cool stuff, but yeah, it's tough because, large stone multi is not nearly enough for this thing to actually win combats for you.
Yeah, because it's just going to get torn up now.
Yeah.
Was it you that I watched who played the Legion of Tax?
I did that once, and I think it was a live stream.
Yeah, I think I watched that. That was cool.
But that one was that was the stars aligning type deal. It was Legion, Tycoon, and money. Was it money as power, and then also gold? Golden Vault
and money equals power.
Yeah, it was insane. But that is not a normal use case.
Yeah, that's the thing. So, I bet everyone has this is my crazy Legion of Wax story. Mine is one where I had it's the 5 armor when a unit dies, and I infused Legion of Wax on Lady of the Reformed. And so Lady would get hit, pop out a Legion, and then that Legion would die, give her 5 armor, and then she would take another hit, and she basically just got enough health from that to live.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and I think I had a harvest behind it too, so it was a neat combo, but
very fringe.
Yeah, you're not on average. Legion of Wax is a 2 energy 8/8 that takes up 4 space. Subsuming Blade is to me. I'm willing to give Subsuming Blade B tier. I was maybe gonna give it A tier, but I think that it's just the 2 energy is a deal breaker.
Yeah, I like Subsuming Blade. It's just frustrating that it's not enough to actually kill heavies late game by itself.
Yeah, I mean,
I wanted to though.
I think
I want to put holdover value stone on ring 2, and I want to spend the entire game killing units, and then at the end of the game, I want this to kill anything I see.
Yeah,
is that so much to ask?
The combats are just a little slow.
Yeah.
I think it's honestly the best use case, and the way that its damage scales in a meaningful way is using it to kill little Fade repeatedly. You get Wicked Blaze.
I get Wicked Blaze. Yeah. It's somehow better but worse than Primitive Bolt because it costs extra, but the attack boost is not nothing. But I don't like it for the extra energy. I don't think it's worth it. I think I'll put it C tier. If you're playing Dregs and you missed finding any reforms and you need reforms, it's passable. But outside of that, I don't like it.
It is passable as the worst case reform card, where it's hey, I need a reform and I don't want to take Sacred Wicks, but I'm giving it D tier. I think the 2 energy is a deal breaker. A lot of melting cards are just kind of expensive, in my opinion.
I don't have trouble with just giving it some minus downs. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Definitely is true, but I don't know. I don't feel like if you don't have primitive mold, I just tend to not play reform. I feel like. Or I plan to have Rector live, or have my reform unit, my burnout units live. Memento Mori is yours.
Didn't I do Wicked Blaze?
I think I did Wicked Blaze.
I don't know about this. I don't know. I think you're trying to gaslight me.
I will do Memento Mori. I think Memento Mori is a D tier, maybe an F tier.
Yeah, I'll put it D tier because there's definitely runs where it's pretty cool, but it's too expensive.
Yeah. The big thing I feel is in the late game, you tend to just remove a lot of your units. You get rid of the dregs and stuff, and then Memento stops doing damage. Good combo with Votivary. Hey, Cranberry. You get to do Mortal Entrapment.
Okay. Well, I have a storied history with this card. I used to hate it, with a passion, and I was right for hating it. No one can tell me I was wrong, for the record. But I can't deny that it is way better in the DLC because of the Divinity fight.
Yeah,
Like without a doubt, this is like a very strong card. Slap a value stone on it. You don't even need really holdover for it. It's pretty good just by that, like by itself there. I think I'll put it in the A tier though, because it requires some work. I would have, pre DLC I would have put this in like D tier probably, maybe F tier, but I'm a changed man, and I'll put it there. I think it's pretty good.
I have placed it in the C tier because I think it is too expensive, and to be honest with you, a lot of times I don't think you need the days in melting runs.
That's a fair point too.
You have stealth, you have burnout, like you can just reform them if they die. Like I really only think it has use if you need to stun the divinity so he doesn't kill your Wickless Barons, and that feels like a pretty small subset of cases. So I think the use case is just not gonna justify the 3 energy.
I don't know. Think about it outside of melting runs though. Like think about it like if I'm playing Stygian, like it's pretty sick there.
Yeah,
extra days.
Extra days is good outside of melting. That's true.
And conduit Tethys does lower its cost because it is a damage spell. Like you got some use cases outside, but I think even inside, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean I think that even outside it's a little like it's expensive for a card that does daze, but it's only really gonna daze the divinity. And I guess if I rated. No, I'm not gonna fold. I'm gonna keep it in C tier because I think that Tiresome Climb's movement is what really sets it apart. I think Tiresome Climb would be B tier if it didn't have the movement on it for me.
I think it would be A tier for me if it didn't have the movement, which is why I put Mortal Entrapment also in A tier.
That's fair. I think I value the movement a little more, and like the days, it's just you're passing your whole turn to play this a lot of times, or you're giving it cost downs, and then you're moving. It's okay.
Yeah. Like this is a card I also just don't hate giving 2 -1s to, and then just being like, yeah. It's pretty solid.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
Okay, last clan. Let's do this.
Last clan, and then we got the clanless.
Oh, you put the clanless cards in here? What the heck?
I said all cards. I meant all cards.
That's
except
fair.
for the
that's
morsels.
fair.
No morsels, no curses.
Okay.
I
rate dead weight D tier.
Yeah, I thought about sitting there trying to justify putting Vengeful Shard in the S tier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna put Echo Right in A tier. I love Echo Right. I think he's very fun, but I don't think he's broken.
I agree. I think this man and his brother are soon to follow here.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess he's cool. I love Echo Right's etching. I think like etch is a fun mechanic. It's really cool to take something that's like more or less meaningless and making it like a resource. So that's pretty cool with etching, and then love me a Marsh Lord.
Yeah, I'm still mad about Marsh Lord because it's not what I want, but I recognize that it is a very strong path.
Okay.
I've had like a 180 on Echo Right because I thought that Shellsmith was the best path, and I now think it's the worst path, which is good because I think that means that Echo Right is reasonably well balanced.
I also think Echo Right is one of the best units for like kind of like splashing sometimes too. He's got a lot of cool splash options.
Yeah.
You can do Marsh Lord 1, Shellsmith 2. You can do Repeater 1, Shellsmith 2. You got cool options with him too. Whereas most of the champions just like are like you have to play Reap 3 or whatever, or you have to play whatever.
I think that
he's cool. He's flexible.
Echo Right is hands down the best design champion in my opinion.
Yeah, coolest design. Like fun design. I agree.
Fun design. You get to do a bunch of cool stuff with him. Great champion. Love him the most. He's not the strongest. He's not Primordium. He's not Little Fate.
Yeah.
You get the chef.
I do get Spine Chef. I put Spine Chef in the A tier as well.
I'm a Spine Chef hater. I'm going to give him B tier. I don't like him. I think I think that he is good, but I think that for the way that I want to play, I think he's awkward. I have a lot of runs where he just randomly dies and things like that because I don't pay attention to him. Because I don't think I need to, and then he just drops. But I think that he is good. I'm going to give him B tier though, because this is like my personal bias.
I think that he has 2 very good paths. I think the Corruptor path and the whatever the Reap path is named, I forget, Decayer.
Yeah.
I think those 2 are pretty strong, so no matter what, you're going to have a good choice with them. So I put him in A tier then.
Yeah, I have to put him in A tier because I can't, in good faith, tell you that I think that he and Hornbreaker Prince are in the same tier.
I feel like we had this exact same conversation we did the champion tier list.
Probably. Almost certainly. Because it's like, I don't like him, and I want to put him 1 lower than Echo Right. I want to put Echo Right 1 lower than Primordium. But also, I'm putting Hornbreaker Prince in B tier, and I can't do that. I could knock Prince to C tier, but I'm not going to do that. So yeah, Spine Chef is good. I think that honestly, I think all three of his paths are viable. The multi-strike path is cool with keepers. He's just big, and that's what I don't like. Because like everything in Wormkin is really big. That's all.
Yeah.
You want to just rapid fire through this clan?
Sure, let's go.
Alright, Wormkin Spike.
You're up. I just Spine Chef.
Oh, sorry. D tier. I don't like this card.
D tier. I like it as C tier. I think it's like passable as like weird like preemptive backline removal sometimes.
Yeah,
but it's strange.
No, you know what? That's fair. I'll move it to C tier. I think it is okay to kill one wave, or half health one wave, basically. Accelerated incubation.
Oh God, strange. Sometimes like it's sometimes it's like it saves you. Sometimes it does nothing. So I think I'll put it C tier, but there's definitely runs where like this is a high variance card for sure.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the story of a lot of cards in this clan, because if you're playing Echo right, you really just care about cards that have the word consume, and sometimes accelerated incubation is nuts for that, right?
Especially if you're playing Marsh Lord, like it's
exactly.
it's especially good there. But
it's
like if you're not, then
or it's 6 eggshells off. But then if you're playing a chef, this card is worthless, usually.
Yeah, usually.
So, I'm gonna give it B because I think it's like the high highs are good enough to outdo the low lows, because it can just be purple sometimes too. Ambient charge. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, Cranberry. I don't know what this card does.
This one, I want to say it definitely.
It draws
some cards get consumed. Some cards get consumed during it.
I think that this is the one that draws you 3 cards and puts consume on spells, and
your recall is the one that draws them from your discard pile.
Yeah, total recall pulls them from the discard pile.
And one of these two has consume on it itself. I could not tell you which
Total
one.
recall has the consume. Ambient charge has the etch. This card, I don't think I've ever played this card. I'm putting it in F tier.
Yeah, I'm down with that actually. Fuck this card. It has like extract 3 on it, I think, right? That's too much.
I think you can make a case for it being good in a deck where you just want to like throw a bunch of consume spells into the mill for Bogworm.
No, I'm gonna say no, because there's better ways to do that.
It's fair.
There's the odds that you need this as your etch engine are so low.
Yeah.
You can find other cards with etch,
and
you'll be better off.
If you're etching a bunch, you might not have the purples as well. You could. It's just weird to pay for 3 for this. And like, what if you just draw 2 deadweights or like 1 deadweight, right?
And also, value. what if you draw a holdover card? Oh, well, fuck that. I guess I needed that holdover razor sharp edge. Now my scaling's gone.
I'm gonna look up what this card does. You want to do Bogfly?
While you do that, I'll do Bogfly. I think Bogfly is like a D tier. It's like playable in the early game, but like it does not carry well into the mid to late game. I find myself often removing this card if it's in my starting deck.
Oh,
not like a ton, but like pretty often.
Ambient charge is what we said it is. It's extract 3, draw 3, apply consumed and drawn spells. This card's definitely in hell, because if they make this card even slightly better, it makes an infinite. Yeah, I agree with Bogfly being D tier. Like, the infusion is not great. The unit is fine. For the purposes of this, there's 2 other cards that aren't in this that I should mention, and it's the 2 egg hatches. We're going to evaluate the eggs. Like, we're going to evaluate the hatched eggs independently, but we're going to evaluate Bog Chrysalis and Bogfly separately.
Yeah, because it exists as a playable card, yeah.
Yeah, like Bog Deep Cocoon is going to be talking about Bogworm, but Bogfly and Bog Chrysalis are 2 different cards.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe Ambient Charge is D tier, but fuck
it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't cave in.
I won't. Bounding Echoes can go in B tier. It's maybe A, because it's like the best of both worlds.
Yeah, I like it in A tier, honestly. But I think it's kind of in a weird spot where you really only want one. And then oftentimes you play it like once or twice, you like bring it back and then you just stop playing it, which is weird. But I think it's a genuinely strong card. Yeah, I mean, it makes your whole deck purple and it etches. I think that this is good in almost every Wormkin build. But it's a little weak. It's a little weak with Repeater in the early game, because like sometimes you're like, oh, I need to get my shelters back, and you get back Bounding Echoes instead, and you're just like, shit, I don't need any more purple. Yeah, but it's good. I agree. You get Broken Memories. Weird card, because it really just depends on what you have in your deck to go along with it. But if you're etching, it's really strong, and if you're not etching, even then it can be pretty good. I think I'll put it at B tier. I'm willing to give it A tier because it etches really well, and yeah, it also gets you into those like it's one of the cards that can let you get into one of the etch loops, which is cool. Yeah, like Twin Stone it. Yeah,
Or just like play 2 of it, and then you just get to play this card every turn, and it just gives you 1 consume every turn, which is supposed to be a finite resource, which is cool.
Or you twin stone and then duplicate it.
True, you could do that as well.
It's got cool stuff going for it, but oftentimes it's just like a 0-cost consume spell for me. So I don't know, which is still good.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I'll put it at A tier. I'm thinking about it more. I kind of like it. Okay.
I will take...
Up next is a black square.
No. Echo Infusion is next.
For me, I have Echo Snare next.
Oh, probably because of the... All right. Up next is the black snare, or the black square. Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
Someone clipped this as the animation was starting. I don't know who would do that.
Cool.
I did this.
I like Echo Snare, kind of, but not much. I think like all of the 0-cost consume spells, this is one of those. Like out of all of them, this is one of them. But I think because you are always playing this in because you're always playing this in a Wormkin deck, it's usually more often relevant than like something like Crystalline Seeds is for Stygian.
Yeah.
So I think I put this in B tier, but like I feel like I just wouldn't put this in my deck if I didn't start with it.
If this card's purple,
I'll never remove it though.
If this card's purple, sometimes I click it in the early game.
But, yeah, that's true too.
Yeah. I think you put it very well. Of the consume spells in the game, this is one of them. It's pretty good. Echo Infusion, this is S tier. I'm sure you're not going to digress or disagree.
I kind of feel like a D tier maybe for this.
Oh, really? No, like Echo Infusion.
No, I'm just kidding.
Putting it in the Cycle of Life tier.
Putting it below Cycle of Life.
Yeah, it doesn't have spikes on it.
Yeah, that's the issue.
I feel like I have too much energy on my turns, so Cycle of Life helps with that.
I lost it. Hold on, I need to figure out where I put it. I was scrolling, and I lost it. Oh, I put it actually. I kid you not. It somehow ended up right next to Cycle of Life.
Unbelievable.
That's beautiful. Okay, well, I'm putting it in S tier too. It's
Zero
not quite
energy.
Game winning. But
It is pretty close to game winning. 0 energy plus 10 health for 1 purple is insane. If this card's infused, it is just free. And it triggers purple. Karuska. But like if this card is purple though, it triggers the mechanic.
Inspire. Yeah.
Yeah, card's nuts.
Love it.
Now this next card I hate. Terrible card.
We're looking at the same card, and now I'm worried that like our things.
No, you got it. It's Echo Transfer.
Okay, sick. Arguably better, but I think it goes in the S tier. They're both really strong.
Yes, they are.
Maybe S. They're both arguably S plus tier.
Yeah, I think they're close.
But I'll put it in S tier for now. It's sick.
Yeah, I think it's where it belongs.
Hey,
do you like Razor Sharp Edge? Hey, what if Razor Sharp Edge gave 5 more attack?
Cost 0.
Yeah.
As well.
All you have to do is play 2 purple cards. Okay, you did that very easy gate. Cool.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up how good these cards are.
Yeah, it is.
And just how hard they are to nerf.
Yeah, I mean they should just cost 1, really, and even still.
And even then they're very strong then still.
It's like this is a great example of power creep, and Wormkin is a clan that has like 6th clan syndrome or 4th character syndrome for Slay the Spire. Like these cards are decisively better, and that's fine. They show that the developers learned how to balance and understood their game better towards the end, and that's cool.
Yeah, they gave us what we needed.
I will give you Force Contamination, and I will give you B tier.
I don't play this card very often.
Yeah, it's really good when you play it, but sometimes you just don't need it.
I'm gonna put it in C tier. I feel like I've only played this card like twice ever.
It has 2 really good use cases in Wormkin. It's insane with Bogworm.
Yeah. Bogworm, pretty sick.
It's really good if you're like slow scaling and you just need to pick a target and go, hey, die. I've had a few runs where I picked this and then it saved my run because it kills like a 290 for me. Because you do 4x damage to it and you go, wow. It's a lot better to do 280 to that guy than it is to do 70.
Yeah, that makes sense. It checks out.
Yeah, it's good. Give it a shot. But also it's expensive and the barrier to entry is there. You have to pay 3 extract for it, and sometimes you can't do that if you have a bunch of extract cards. But, you know. You get Forgotten Trade.
Forgotten Trade. Is it weird? But I feel like this effect is somehow stronger than Echo Snare, but just it's a worse card. Like I know those literally don't make any sense. But like the effect seems better, but I find that the decks that care about etching, this effect is worse in. Does that make sense better?
Yeah.
Maybe?
No, you're right. The thing is, in decks that you're etching, all of the consume spells in this clan, or a majority of them, are free.
Cost 0, yeah.
Yeah, this clan, the units are big and fat and expensive, but the cards are really cheap. So, like, gaining energy is just less useful here.
I think this is a C tier for me. I know it's strange. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think this is one of my least favorite consume cards in Wormkin, because I feel like at least Echo Snare has some impact on the floor you're playing it on. Whereas Forgotten Trade, like you said, yeah, everything. I already can play all my cards once I have my units down, so I don't like it. But
at the end of the day, it's still a 0-cost consume. I'm gonna give it C tier just because if I don't, I'm just gonna put every Wormkin card in like B or A. Mm-hmm. But like it's the worst of the consume cards, pretty much. But it's still really good in the decks where it's good.
Yeah.
But I guess outside of the decks where it's good, it's just worthless.
But when you look at it, like it's a lot of energy for 0 cost. So it should be better. I don't get it. Like it's reliable. That's like the issue with like things like with like, you know, Memories of the Melted, where they're unreliable. Mm-hmm. This will pretty easily give you like 3 energy.
Yeah.
But it's not useful.
You don't have a payout for it, I think, is the problem. There's no good X cost to pay out this with.
I guess the exception is Wormkin Spike. I think especially because it's in your clan. That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, but then I don't think it's that good.
It's not that good.
I think that as I thought about it, I'm going to move Accelerated Incubation down to C as well.
Okay.
I think that card's like, in the times where it's bad, it's really bad.
It definitely can be worse than Forgotten Trade, that's true.
Hostingkin, I believe, is mine. I'm really close to giving this an A tier. I think I am. I think I'm going to give Hostingkin an A tier. I have a lot of respect for this card.
I'm not. I have respect for it too, but I think it's, again, 0-cost consume spell, and with a useful effect. But not so useful.
Well, the pushback's really good. It saves me a lot.
Pushback is good. Don't get me wrong. But like, what happens when you want to pull something forward, but it only push back?
You just don't play it on the front.
It's pretty good, but
it also is 0 energy, do 13.
Yeah.
The biggest problem with Hostingkin, it's really hard to pick this card because Wormkin has Echo Transfer, Echo Infusion as commons in the same packs, right? But like evaluating this card in terms of its power level, it's very good, I think.
I like it at B tier. I'm looking at all the A tier cards, and I think I would pick almost all the A tier cards over this card usually still. So I'm leaving it here, but I think it's like a top of B tier for me.
It's fair. Yeah, you get Proclamation.
I do get Proclamation, and I was super strong in this card at first, but I've kind of fallen off this card a bit.
Me too.
And I think for the same reason, because I think it's an uncommon too, right? Or am I going crazy?
It is a common.
It is a common. That's right. I meant common. Sorry, my bad.
It's in the common pack.
It's a common, and I think it has the same issue that that the card we were just talking about has, Hostingkin, where it's like you have these super strong commons in the pack with it, but it's not bad. I think I gotta put it C tier.
I can give it B. I think that I also cooled on this card quite a bit. It's good with a +10 piercing. It answers a lot of stuff for you in the early game, but late game it falls off, and it's fighting for other extract cards.
I find a lot of times where I have like Corruptor, or I just have Bog Flies or whatever, and they're losing attack to then deal that damage, and that's not always worth it.
Yeah, true as well. I think that Proclamation struggles because it's fighting other extract cards that are better for the extract. But if you don't have those other cards, I think this card is fine, and if you're just seeing a bunch of garbage in your common packs, you can take it and it does decent work. Oh god, Return Soul?
Yeah.
Fuck, dude, this card's so good.
It is so good.
This is without a doubt an S, and it is close to an S+.
I put it at S+, I think.
I think it might be worth it.
Yeah, I think for the reason that you like Resurrection is sort of the reason why I like this, although I know you can't get rid of Deadweights. But the fact that this lets you just get rid of your bad cards is pretty sick.
So I think it's worth S+ because it cashes out. So if you're playing something that wants you to play like purples or incants, it cashes out, or etches even. It cashes out your cards twice, right? So you get to play Return Soul, and you basically get to eat you thin your deck while getting 2 incants in the same turn. So you scale faster baseline. It lets you etch cards that don't normally consume, and it lets you purple cards that don't normally have purple, and it's free. And it gains you an energy because it makes a card cost 1 less.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Yeah, actually, yeah. What the hell? How did I forget how fucking insane Return Soul is?
It's so good. I think the sneaky best part is the fact that you can make non-consume cards consume and put them in your etch loop. Like I've had plenty of times where it's like Echo Transfer, welcome aboard the etch loop.
Yeah, true.
Like it's just insane.
Yeah, never mind. I don't know how I was even thinking about giving this S. This card's insane.
I think it's reasonable to put it in S because I've had times where it's been like pretty low impact, but like it's still great.
Yeah,
it's still very good.
It's absurd.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you get Soul Siphon?
Okay, listen, it's so fringe, but like when it is good, it's fucking great.
Yeah.
So I'm putting it in the D tier. I've had runs where
too.
it's like I need to hatch an egg turn 1. Let me give this intrinsic.
Yeah.
And in that situation, it's pretty good, but that's it. Like that's it. Glug Cider.
Yeah, Glug Cider. Well, we're not gonna make it through this video without people memeing about Glug Cider. It's a fact of life. He's big and therefore he's funny.
Yeah.
But like Soul Siphon is one of the only ways that you could ever potentially play Glug Cider.
Yeah.
And it's good. I would like Soul Siphon more if it had like a baseline of souls that it could give. I'm giving it D as well. But yeah, if it gave a baseline on echoes, I think it would be alright.
And it's not trash. You can even sometimes have runs where you're just playing this to like get crystals on a floor that has units already on it.
Yeah,
like, it happens sometimes.
I think you could do it with Keeper if you just played this and got 4 echoes right away. That'd be kind of cool. But
It also works well with like echoes in the past too. Potentially, you can play echoes and then play this afterwards as a follow up just to refill the floor.
Yeah.
But it's pretty strange.
Did I do that one or did you?
I did that one.
Okay, I got Soul Crushing Guilt then. This is an A tier card for me.
I actually agree with that. I like it a lot. 3 extract is not nothing, but it's usually pretty easy to pull off.
And it's a big impact. Days 3 is huge. You double stack it into 1 energy for days 6. That's crazy.
Yeah, you can also do stuff like, pushing back a unit that's a problem.
Yeah.
Like you can go back and forth putting this on the divinity and then putting it on like a problem unit or 2. Like it's definitely good.
Yeah.
I like it.
You get Bog Chrysalis.
I get Bog Chrysalis. I like Bog Chrysalis a lot. I think I'll put it in A tier because it's a fun unit and it kind of like is like you know how like Horned Warrior has multi-strike.
Yeah.
This is kind of like Horned Warrior.
Yeah. The thing that's cool about Bog Chrysalis, you mentioned it earlier in the video. It double dips on infusions. You can put like a Steelworker on it and you get 10 armor per round off of this thing. I think generally speaking, you just give it some offensive scaling infusion plus multi-strike, and it is 4 attacks with offensive scaling, and that's cool.
Yep. Just pretty solid, reliable. It's a little annoying sometimes. It does not work as well with Spine Chief. Causes some issues there if you're trying to like reap, and you're like, oh well, I'm sucking up all these crystals first for a couple rounds.
Eggs plus reap is a no-no.
But with Bog Chrysalis is usually easy enough to hatch where you can hatch it before it's an issue with reap, but not always. So it's a little iffy, but I like it a lot.
Echo Break, I will firmly put it 1 tier above Torch.
I think I agree with that. Let me look for a second.
I'm putting
I like it. I like it at B tier.
It is better than Torch by definition, but not much to say about it.
Yeah.
Echoes of the Past is yours.
Man, I think this is A tier.
Agreed.
But like it's because it's a worse rate than Echo Transfer does.
Yeah.
But not by much. And then you can also, if you just have a ton of generation of those good JO crystals, this man pops. But like oftentimes you just rather have an Echo Transfer.
Yeah, if you miss Echo Transfer though, this can be your like, hey, I missed both of the Echo Transfers, but here's a card that pops out like 30 attack on this turn. And then especially if it's purple, this card is like a no-brainer.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Hold it over, you get crazy attack every turn for free. Card's very good. At the end of the day, it's attack scaling. You can make a good case for it being S, but I'm gonna give it A because sometimes it's underwhelming. Eternal Kinstone. Give it B.
I think it's more a C for me. It's a definitely a hard one to evaluate. I feel like the fact that it's a purple crystal that it makes is not that relevant, and the fact that it just makes a crystal is why this is good.
Yes.
But
Back to
that's not that amazing. It's cool if you get it purple.
yeah. If you get it purple, it's crazy. You get 2 echoes for the price of 1. It's also really good with echoes of the past, or if you're trying to play high extract stuff, because you can just get permanent echoes, so it's harder to run out. But generally, that's not that important, and you generate enough echoes in your runs anyway, because that's what Wormkin needs to do. So give it B.
I'll leave it at C. I don't respect it that much, but it's okay.
A lot of times it is just 1 energy, generate a purple, and that is it. And sometimes that card is not good. You got Fracture.
Okay, Fracture. Maybe controversial. Fracture does not crack A tier for me.
Really?
It's a good. It's. I know everyone says it's the best starter card, and I think I agree. But I think I prefer all of when I'm looking at the cards in A tier. I'm like, would I rather have one of these cards or a Fracture? I'll just take Fracture. I think, or I'll take A tier cards over this most of the time.
I mean, true. I think contextually, I think it's close. I think it's in context of the entire game. I think Fracture is a little underwhelming, but it enables a lot of Reap stuff, so I'm willing to give it A tier. I think that it is not the strongest. I would probably give it 3rd strongest starter, but
yeah, I'm also a little lower on it too, just for starters as well. I feel like I feel like the fact that you need to play this on a unit is more of a detriment than people realize.
Yeah.
And when I have to choose between playing a Fracture or playing an Echo Break on my own units, I would much rather play an Echo Break.
Yeah.
Because Fracture does do too much damage.
I would put Fracture above Echo Break, but below Root Seeds, but there's not a tier there, so I'll give it A.
Okay.
Glareminder. Hey, this unit says Sweep and nothing else.
Yeah, but it's got better base stats than Siliphyte and Siren, but worse than Husk Hermit. So where does it go?
It goes B for me.
I think I like it for A tier, and I will explain why.
Go ahead.
Wormkin has better access to scaling.
True.
So I think because it exists in that clan and you'll have a higher chance of seeing scaling, I like it more.
That is fair.
You have your Echo Transfer, and you have First of Kin Infusion. And those 2 things make Glareminder pretty sick. Obviously, I'd rather have this on a Husk Hermit or a Shattered Shell, I think, even. But I like it enough to put it in A tier. If I see this early game, I'm not going to skip it, basically, ever. Although I won't hard pivot into it either, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, I'd probably put... Honestly, I think I should put all of the sweepers into A tier, except for maybe Cold Kalia. But I'm going to leave him B tier. I don't feel like restructuring the list. The 100% the reason that I'm not as excited about Glareminder as I should be is because he's rare. I don't see him that often.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't have a whole lot of wow, Glareminder went nuts here runs, but numerically the card is good and says Sweep, so I should say I like it.
Oh no.
But I'm putting him B tier anyway. Oh no. Oh no. You can't see, but I have silently moved him in F tier, and I am going to move on.
Yeah.
This
I put him there too.
This unit is truly abysmal.
It's really rough, man.
The problem is the exact same problem as Consumer of Crowns. There's a huge barrier to play Glug Cider, and he's bad.
Not as big of a barrier. I think this is definitely more playable than Consumer of Crowns.
It is more playable, but I think it is no less bad.
I think he's better. Not good enough to leave F tier, but better than Consumer of Crowns.
The only redeeming quality of Glug Cider is infusing it onto a shark. But what I have found is I would rather self-infuse Hot Shark than play Glug Cider infusion.
Oh, I agree with that too. I think that's extremely fair.
He does give big health. If he gave 1 space, I think he'd be worthwhile as an infusion. But he gives 2 space, which is too much for me. It's a deal breaker.
I think Soul Siphon existing is a reason why he should be top of F tier.
I think that he is detrimental to your run. I honestly think the top of F tier is Pyro Shards.
That's fair.
I don't think Pyro Shards belongs down here, but I'm not moving it.
It belongs here. Don't second guess yourself on this one. It's a bad card.
It is a bad card. Anyway, for this reason, Glug Cider, I'm out. Kinho's Vessel for you.
I don't like Kinho's Vessel. I don't get it. Why play this over a Bogfly Coon?
Because you didn't see Bogfly.
Yeah, that is it. And if I put Bogfly at A tier, I can't put this as high as A tier, and it just ticks me off. It makes me upset that I didn't see Bachfly when I see this, so I'm putting it in C tier, which is maybe too low, but I don't like it. I don't respect them.
I'll give it B where it should be, I think. It's fine because you give it like a scaling infusion and endless, and it goes nuts. You put a bunch of them out. You play.
You know what I really don't like? You know what I really don't like about this guy?
Hmm.
With Bogflies, you give it multi-strike, you get 4 attacks. This guy, you get multi-strike, you get 3 attacks. It's bullshit.
Yeah. He's a higher base attack though, and he's beefier, so he's got that going.
I don't care.
It's fair. He's fine. I initially was a big hater, but he's a unit that starts with multi-strike, and at the end of the day, that's good.
But yeah, I think actually, you know what? You're right. I'm looking at it. Yeah, Horned Warrior, you're right. Fuck me.
He's B tier.
That's the final offer.
Yeah, I think he's not A tier because he's got that barrier to entry where he's a 1 health unit that you have to have live to shell 8. So you basically have to give him a survival option or else he just gets clapped.
Yeah. And I think his saving grace is the fact that Hardened Hole exists.
Yeah, true. Helps a lot.
Yeah.
Baby. Perfect Insanity is yours.
Oh, baby. Perfect Insanity? F.
I'm willing to give it D.
No, get out of here, you dummy.
If it's infused and you have Karuska, it's only 4 echoes.
Yeah, you're right.
I really do think that it has this really fringe case where it's useful, where you give it permafrost and then you bank your echoes and use it to kill a mini boss that would otherwise walk over you. But outside of that, I think it is nearly unplayable because 6 extract is way too much.
I think the problem there is that Wormkin usually doesn't have an issue killing mini bosses.
True, but like sometimes you need it, and that's all.
Yeah,
that's
I
all I
guess.
can say. I think it's fair to put it in F because I think it is almost always bad, but it has that
You're
one fringe.
I want to point out, you're talking to the guy who did get a holdover Perfect Insanity run to work.
Yeah.
And I still don't like this card.
It is not good.
It's not good.
All right. 15 minutes. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Revenge of the Darned. Is this me?
Yeah, this is you.
Yeah. I think that this card is slightly worse than Hornbreak, so I will put it in B tier.
I think B tier is a fair spot for it.
It's really good if you plus 10 piercing it, but I think that the echo return is too unreliable for when you draw it if there's an enemy to kill.
Mm-hmm.
Can use it to kill your own units, though, to be fair. Wormkin doesn't do that much, though.
No, yeah. But you also, if you have Inspire, the fact that if you have this purple, you can get double triggers out of it is pretty cool.
Yeah, you get like 4 echoes if this kills someone and it's purple, which is cool. Mm-hmm. But like, I don't know, how many times can I tell you that most of the time pings are good?
Yeah.
It's like, it's just another flavor of ping. And it's this flavor is good, Antumbra Assault is bad. This one does 10, Antumbra does 3. Shard Soul Carver is yours.
I'm going to put Shard Soul in the B tier.
Yeah.
I like it, but he's just too big himself.
Yep.
His infusion's pretty good on like an egg, but it's just a little rough to play him by himself, so you need an egg for him to work, basically. Or something like that.
I also will give him B. I think that there's a world where you play like Shard Soul Carver and you just play a pair of them, or you put it as I've been using it as an infusion occasionally, because it's a decent infusion, but yeah, he's fat. 3 space. Would prefer this unit at 2 energy, but it's fine. The armor versus attack is kind of whatever. Shelter is mine. I am going to give Shelter... it's tough. I think Shelter is really close to S. What do you think?
I'm willing to bump it to S myself personally, just because I like it.
Yeah,
it's the best. It's like the best card in an etch loop.
Yeah, true.
And etch is very strong.
It can be a solo survival plan if you make like 3 of it. If it's purple, it's insane. Yeah, it's fair. I think it's S.
Yeah, it's just good.
Hey, it's the other one.
Okay, well, let's just put that in F and move on. Well, you think it's better or worse?
I think it's probably a little bit better, but I also can't remember. Because the problem with Total Recall is that it costs 1, and you pull back 3 cards, and then those cards cost something. And like, you're almost always pulling back starters, so it's like, oh boy, I'm going to pay 1 energy to draw 2 Fractures. Woo. Fuck this card. Yeah, Ancient Resonance is good. I will give it B tier. Maybe A, but I think it's B.
I like it A personally. I use it
I like it A,
I think that the fact that you're already using a lot of purple cards is usually pretty good. Like a holdover True Stone or holdover Value Stone is usually pretty good with it.
Yeah, or just yeah. And a lot of times if you give it True Stone, it's gonna do like 40 AoE damage, which is crazy. Card does a lot. You're right. Ooh, Bog Deep Cocoon.
I think I'm up for this one, right?
I think so. Go for it.
I'm gonna put it at B tier.
Agree.
I think the infusion is busted, and I think it itself is pretty whack. But sometimes you can make it work, and it's pretty cool.
I wonder if the infusion means we should give it A.
No, I think B tier is good for it personally. I mean, you can do whatever you want with it.
Good.
Trample's really good, but it's also the infusion is what, like, is it one size upgrade with it, or is it two? Is it +2 to size? I forget.
It's one.
I think it's +1 to size and some stats.
I got the wiki open. I can look.
Actually, no. If it is just one size, I would put it at A tier.
It is one size.
That's pretty.
It's
pretty
A tier.
sick.
I think it's A tier.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. Takes up your
Trample's
infusion
nuts.
slot, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is I think that the Bogworm himself is good. Like, Bogworm Alpha Marshword is good as well, but that's kind of aside the point. Bog Deep Cocoon is strong as long as you get out of the early game, and then this unit, you play it by, like, rapid fire blowing up your whole deck for him, and just scaling him to, like, 300 trample.
Yeah.
The hard part is paying 2... It's very similar to Overgorger, where you're paying 2 energy for a 0/1 that will not hatch in the first 2 combats. That's all. You have to live the first 2 combats. Oh, I get Keeper of Echoes. Dude, I love Keeper of Echoes right now. I'm giving him A.
I'm putting it at C, man. I don't like it.
I've had so many good runs with Keeper lately.
Man, I'm glad for you. But like, it just never works for me. I just never get enough inspirations for it to be meaningful. Are you infusing it? Are you like playing it by itself? Are you self-infusing? What are you doing?
I'm prioritized getting 2 of them with a unit that utilizes it. So 2 of them with Hornbreaker Prince Brawler has worked for me.
Okay.
2 of them, and then I get like a movement card and combo it with the chef that does 3 attacks is also good, and he generates a bunch of echoes. I've also had 2 runs in recent memory where I got Keeper of Echoes and then I got sketches. This unit's nuts with sketches.
Yeah. I sketches make sense, but so does Shard Soul Carver. Then by that logic too, with sketches, I think Shard Soul Carver is better with sketches.
Keeper's better because Keeper's stronger in bigger numbers.
Yeah, but like I don't know. You're right. You're right, but also fuck you.
If you have 4 keepers.
Yeah. I do in the math. I'm doing the math in my head. Obviously, it's more. Fuck you though.
It's a lot of stats. The problem is that they will start getting picked off because like they don't scale crazy enough. So you have to have, like I said earlier, March of Shields I used on him to keep him rotating. Things like that you have to have. Okay. But yeah, I think Keeper is good.
Okay, I like this next one.
Oh,
Kinho's Carapace. Fuck off into the F tier.
This is the card that I tried to win with and still lost. I think that this is like, it's not the worst because this unit in its worst case is a better Demon Fiend.
Yeah, but I hate it.
Yeah, no, it's very bad. Don't get me wrong. You can do some weird stuff with like infusing it on a draft and getting +10/+10. You can combo it or just I've played it to live sometimes, but you don't play this unit.
Yeah,
that's all. Fuck Power of Knowledge. I hate this card.
I think it's a D tier for me personally, but I also hate it.
F tier for me.
F tier, okay, F tier for you. Honestly, respectable.
It's 2 energy for a card that does like 0 damage for me usually, and by the time it does enough damage, I've already scaled to a point where I don't need it.
You know what, actually, I'm gonna follow you here because I think my thought process here is that like, oh, you can kind of use it in etch decks. Wrong, because etch decks usually cycle your etches, so you only have like 5 cards in your consume pile at a time.
Yeah, and at that point it is 2 energy, deal 75, and that's okay. But then play a consume card instead. Get rid of this.
Yeah, it's not good.
Don't spend 2 energy on this. Spend 2 energy on your consume spells.
Speaking of a 2 energy consume spell.
Yep. Good one.
We have Soul Cripple. Which is okay.
Okay.
I don't love Soul Cripple.
Agreed.
I think for me it's like a C tier. It's good in the early game. It like nukes a heavy. But it falls off and it's too expensive.
Yeah, I give it D. And my problem with it is that its strongest point is the early game. And it's probably a little better than this because you can put it on like floating bosses and get a lot of damage. But you pay... I'm going to move it to C. I think it's... I have bad results with this, but... You pay 2 energy for it, and then you don't get the value right away because you paid 2 energy for it, so you don't have the energy to pay purples on the floor. But I think it has trouble with that. Symphony of the Soul. This card is not very good. I'm gonna give it
F tier. I've had times where Symphony pulls through for me. I'm putting it C tier. It's probably a little higher than it should be.
This card never pulls through for me.
Really? You've never had it work for you once?
I played it with regen, and I on the run where I got to 80 regen, and then I just died.
Why? Don't play it with regen. Play it with rage.
I played it with I play it with rage, but like I don't know, I just scale my rage naturally. I don't find this card being that good.
It's you know, actually I'll move down to D tier because I'm thinking about it more, and it's really only playable with Hellhorn because Hellhorn has both rage and armor.
Yeah,
and that works well with it. But outside of that, it's pretty bad.
yeah. I mean, I did use this in the beta to make the Thunderdome with the Queen the first time. But it was different then. It didn't. The extract cost is what really puts me off. It's so hard to pay 2 energy and 5 echoes for this card. That's all.
I gave it holdover today.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. And I was able to play it. I almost duplicated it. I almost held it over and then duplicated it. It was close. It was like a bog. It was like an etch loop with bog slime.
Oh yeah, bog slime is fucked up.
Yeah.
Unearth Remains. I think this is yours.
This is a weird one too. I think it's maybe a B tier because it's usually pretty solid. But like it's expensive, but lower the cost of it, and it's usually pretty good in almost all your Wormkin decks.
Yeah. Similar. I'm gonna give it a C. The actual effect of this card giving you an extra space is like 100% worthless. I don't think I care ever about having 5 versus 4.
Except if you are playing Echoes of the Past.
Yeah, true.
Then you care. But outside of that, usually you don't.
Not really, because you just overflow on Echoes of the Past and then eat them all and you end at 0.
But you start with 1 more from the previous turn. Unless I guess if you Echoes, you do. If you end with Echoes of the Past, you go to 0.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know.
I'm giving this card C because it's Consume and purple.
Yeah, that's true.
And if it's purple, it's Consume and 2 Inspires, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think the card itself is that strong. The effect of getting an extra space feels pretty worthless. This is me.
Yep.
Wormkin Etchings is good. I'm willing to give it B. It's a card that is either worthless or exceptional.
I'll put it in A tier just because I love etch loops. But yeah, it's either like a powerhouse engine for your etch loop deck, or it's does like almost nothing. But I've had times where I've been playing not etch cards, and it's just like, oh, I have like 3 strong consume spells. Why not bring them back again?
Yeah, that's true, and that happens sometimes. You play this and you go, hey, I get back 2 shelters, cool.
Yeah, or Bone Rattler. I know we're not at it yet, but I just looked at it and saw.
Yeah, or Bone Rattler.
Uh-huh.
Last one. First of Kin. Is this you?
Didn't I just do? No, you did Wormkin Etchings, I think,
First
right?
of Kin is you.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna put it as C tier because I think by itself it's just too big and expensive to play normally by itself. And the infusion is only useful if you're playing an etch deck. If you're playing non-etch, it's kind of just a garbage card.
Yeah.
But it's pretty cool when you're playing it, like for its intended purpose.
Give him B.
But I just don't like the actual unit itself. I like the infusion a lot. But you can't always use it.
He's like, first of all, Demon Fiend, eat your fucking heart out, boss.
Yeah.
Yeah. First of Kin, I think he's fine because he's really good early, because he's just a big wall.
Yeah, that's also true.
If you're not playing, like, you probably don't play this unit with Chef, because he's not going to fit with Chef ever. But with Beetle, he's good. And if you're playing, you can play him outside of the clan as, like, secondary.
Yeah. Right. Also, early game with Chef, you can just play them on separate floors, and it works pretty well too.
Yeah, but they don't really do anything well together.
I'm just saying that, you know, like they just chunk down bosses, one by one.
But
yeah,
they don't have, like, you put them together and they don't get anything to be playing together. The Chef either wants you to overflow the floor with a bunch of units or reap. I don't know. I think First of Kin is still fine. Self-infused First of Kin can win. Surprisingly, this unit, his infusion does not give an energy cost or a space increase.
His infusion is sick.
Yeah, it is very good.
Love him, but hate him as a card to actually play.
Yeah. Okay, we made it. We're at the end. Home stretch, Cranberry. You ready?
Let's do this.
Automatic rail spikes.
Pretty bad, but not terrible.
Yeah, I give it. Hey, it's a ping. I'm gonna put it.
Yeah. I agree. You sometimes can put too many of them in your deck is the problem.
Yeah. Also, sometimes you use this with consumes for etches, and that's cool. Machine gun a bunch, and like at the worst, at worst, it's pretty okay because it's just kill a few enemies for you.
Yeah. But
not great.
Good for 2 of the 6 clans, so and not bad outside of them too. So
yeah, sometimes you really need the pings.
Bone Rattler in the train steward tier for me.
The card is
I
so
hate
bad.
I hate it.
It's
It's
terrible.
so bad. Fucking dumpster trash garbage.
I can't imagine using this unironically.
I can. I keep thinking about it so much, and it never works.
Yeah, that doesn't
It's
surprise me.
it's so trash. Like I whatever.
Etch loop this card to get your Pyro attack to 200 and die to the divinity anyway.
You think I haven't tried?
I'm sure you have.
Hate it.
Bone Shine. I'm gonna say D.
Yeah, I think what really killed Bone Shine was the fact that they upgraded the event to give you a +10 rock.
Yeah.
I think most times that +10 rock is better, but I guess there's sometimes where Bone Shine is cool.
Yeah, sometimes you don't want to take the loss of the upgrade slot for +10. And so you just take Bone Shine and you go, yeah, I'm going to get probably 10 HP back in the next fight.
But a lot of times, you already have the upgrade slots filled, so it's an overstack, which is pretty sick.
Yep, and that's cool. These guys kind of out of order. I'm going to move Petty Theft over here, so it's with Gift of Gratitude, if you don't mind.
Sure, that's fine. That's
you
fine.
can say Gift of Gratitude's ranking now.
Gift of Gratitude. This is kind of a tough one because I feel like it's okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it at C tier because I just feel like usually Heaven's Gold is just better. Like most times.
Fair.
But sometimes you're just like, man, my Pyre is never getting hit. I'll take some money. Yeah, like this is a win more. This is a win more basically.
Yeah, as I've played longer, I feel like I've taken Heaven's Gold less and I've taken Gift of Gratitude more. But I give it B tier. It's weird to rank this card because, like, if I could play this card every turn, of course I would. It gives you a lot of money. So
yeah, no shit.
It is a weird card to rank, but I think that it is pretty good in the scheme of things. I will give Petty Theft a C.
Petty Theft, I'm gonna put it at D because I think it's just worse than Gift, which is the same logic you're using there. I'm pretty sure, more or less, right? More or less. But there are weird situations where like Stygian can really use this card because they have like they care about spells and they have spell power and stuff like that. So
I've been picking Petty Theft more lately. I got like 2 of the Stop Thief events in a row.
Okay.
Not in a row, but like back within a short time frame. And like it's fine. You make some money off of it. I've been finding myself like if I get this on ring 3, I just take this and I go, yeah, I'm gonna make like 150 gold off of this probably. And it's a ping. Sometimes my decks don't have pings, so I take it.
Yeah.
Pings are good. Most Blessed Sword.
You want to take all of these and put them together? Because I'm seeing they're separated right now.
Oh, yeah.
Where is the third one?
It is 2 to the right after Excavated Ember.
Oh, yeah. Duh.
I will take Most Blessed Sword. Actually, this is yours. Go ahead.
Most Blessed Sword has to be like an S tier card, I think. Yeah. It's just sick as hell. I mean, we're gonna put all these probably in. Maybe these are all like S plus. Like I don't know, because they're. Yeah, actually, no. These are all busted as hell, aren't they?
I don't know. Yeah, but also, it is interesting to say. But yeah, I think that they're
like,
very good.
This is like not literally better, obviously, because it doesn't do as much damage. But like, it's Inferno. It's piercing AoE damage, but it doesn't hit your own units.
I think Inferno's still better.
I don't know, man.
Because this is
cost. Yeah, but you can like remove consume it, and then like it's just like
You can't play 3 of the Most Blessed Sword in a single turn.
No, but then you can like I don't know. You can give it like an extreme stone. I don't know.
I think that I'm going to give it A tier. I think it's A or S for me.
I'm putting it in S tier, not S plus, but pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think I value this effect as much because it's basically like a 1-use Wormkin spike in my mind, which is more efficient than Wormkin spike. You pay 3 energy for this, and it cuts 90 health off of an entire wave, which is good, but I don't think it's crazy.
Yeah.
And you can make like multiples of it and argue that, and sure, but whatever. I'm gonna give Holy Shield an S.
I think it also belongs in the S.
I put Prismal Dust in S. I'm gonna put Holy Shield in S.
It's just better.
Yeah, it is better Prismal Dust.
Yeah.
I don't think it's worthy of S plus, but I think it's S.
Okay.
Petrified Skull for you?
I'm putting that in S plus. If I put Crushing Demise in S plus, I gotta put this guy up there too.
Yeah, I will put it with with Crushing Demise in S.
I actually not even the S plus. Like, come on, man.
I don't. I take this a lot less. I take Holy Shield or Blessed Sword usually.
I think I take Petrified Skull the most out of him.
I'm gonna drop this to A. Actually, I don't think it's that great.
What the fuck?
it's good because it lets you target down and kill a single, like a mini boss in one hit, and I think that is cool. But like, I don't take this. I really just take Holy Shield or Blessed Sword. I think that one single use kill one enemy is great, but I take the other ones more.
Interesting.
I think that for Petrified Skull to be good to me, you have to give it like Spell Chain or Remove Consume. Like Remove Consume hold over Petrified Skull is of course nuts, but you have to hit that.
Yeah. That's true.
I think that it's fine.
I think the issue there is that you have to hit Remove Consume first because you can't put Holdover
Yes.
on it until you have the Remove Consume.
That's correct.
But I just think it's just nuts, dude. Like, I don't know.
I think that typically your runs don't need the help killing one specific big target. Sometimes they do, and sometimes they do, and this is very good. But I think usually you're better off going, hey, this wave I'd rather cut like 90 across the board than cut one enemy out entirely. On the Divinity. Thinking entirely on the Divinity.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about the event is that you can like see what you think you're gonna need and then take accordingly.
Yeah, 100%. It's really cool that you get to pick which one of these you feel you need the most. Do you need help with the mini boss, like one of the waves on the Divinity, or like survival? You have to ask yourself that, and then you pick accordingly.
Yeah.
A lot of times lately, I've just had to take these and just purge them because I'm almost gonna die on Daedalus.
I think we'll lose instead of doing that because it feels so bad to purge them.
That's fair. Bone Dog, I am going to give a C.
I'm gonna go D. I more often than not, I think I just say no, thank you, Bone Dog.
Yeah, typically. I think sometimes you get Bone Dog and you're on like 40 HP, you haven't taken any health, and you've taken some damage, and you go, yeah, Bone Dog, come heal me like 80 health. But for me, I think I need Bone Dog to be expected to heal me about 60 before I want to take him.
I don't know what the threshold is for me, but isn't the event also just like Bone Dog or remove a card?
Yeah, so you're giving up a card removal.
It's tough to say I want this over removing a card.
You're
that's the problem.
Too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Excavated Ember.
I mean, this is just like actual S+ card.
Yeah.
Like, if you're evaluating it based on it existing, this is another card, and then you get energy.
Well, the thing is, when I put this in here, I put it as the event version in my mind. So
okay.
It's the trade-off of like think about it as a trade-off. I guess is how we're gonna have to rank this because like in a vacuum, this card is busted, but you have to give something up to get it.
Okay.
I'm willing to give it A, I think.
Well, we're kind of just ranking the event then, aren't we?
Yeah, you know. I said all cards. I put it here, and then now we have to deal with the consequences 5.5 hours in.
I don't know. I'll just follow you with A tier. I don't want to think about this. I want to go eat.
Yeah, okay, very fast. Reasoning is, I think that Excavated Ember is an insanely good card, but the problem with it is you have to give up the permanent, because it's in the same event as the Vengeful Shard, right?
The stave, I thought it was.
Yeah, the stave, the Abandoned Stave, yeah. So you're giving up the permanent +2 energy for the 3 Excavated Embers, right? And so I think it's a little worse for that. However, this does open you up to a Dumb Infinite, which I haven't played in a while.
I have never played that. I don't want to.
Oh, we split Spike Driver from Rail Spikes, but I forgot those ones.
Oh, boo-hoo.
I hate Spike Driver Colony.
I think it's got multi-strike, so it by default is fringe playable, but it is very annoying to play.
Yeah, I just don't.
I'll put it in D tier.
Agreed. I had a crazy run with it where I gave it like Damage Shield Dog infusion, and I put it behind the chef that gives it attack per echo, and it went nuts. But like, that's it. Usually, I think this is bad.
I had a run to see how many I could make in a single game recently, and I think I got like 9 of them. It really almost ruined me. But I spent like I got to the Divinity fight fairly fine, but I had like some really bad runnings, and I spent like legit I think 40 minutes trying to find the line and found it eventually. But I had to restart like 20 times. I was like, I want this to win. But Spike Driver Colony is annoying.
Yeah. True. Hey, this card goes in S+.
Yeah, I think Trap Shoots.
There's no
great.
argument. I think.
Yeah.
You can't like you're not giving anything up for this. The only reason you wouldn't take Trap Shoot is because you didn't see the event, in my opinion.
I had a run today. It was the same run that had the Symphony of the Soul held over, where it was also an etch loop that had Trap Shoot with double stack on it.
Oh,
that was good.
Yeah, that's very good.
It went well.
Dante.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
I'll put Dante in S tier. The event is a nightmare, but once you get through it, you get the best unit in the game.
Yeah, Dante's insane.
Yeah, but you have to go through the event first to get it, so there is some downside. It can just kill you trying to get him, but he's sick.
Evaluating Dante just as a unit with multi-strike, you put any scaling infusion on him and he goes insane. Give him any buff, he goes insane. He has 6 multi-strike. This unit's crazy. The only thing that you have to watch out for is he can't die. Or he can die very easily. But you get him quick and he just solo wins runs for you. Wingmaker. This one's tough. I think that this is it's between S and S plus, right?
Yeah, 100% agree.
I think I'm willing to give it. I think I'm willing to give it S plus.
I am too. I am willing to give it S plus as well. I think it's the best AoE spell. It lets you do crazy shit. You can play I don't know, just a normal. You can take a good unit, duplicate it 2 times, and then give this holdover. And then in your second cycle, you can be like, oh hey, by the way, drop it in 2 more units on this floor.
Yeah.
Which I don't do too often, but I'm just saying it's a strong spell.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the thing that's really crazy about it, and I think it would actually not. I think it'd just be S or even A if it weren't for the temple infusions. If you give this plus 10 piercing and it does 32 piercing damage to an entire floor, which is a lot. You give it extreme stone piercing, it does 72 damage to a floor for 1.
I usually opt for holdover, and I'll usually opt for either piercing or extreme stone.
Yeah, you take
but in both scenarios, it's insane. I think I actually prefer extreme holdover. I think that's my favorite combination with it. But it's just nuts.
It also bypasses spell shield and damage shield because it hits twice.
Well, it bypasses most. There's a couple units in the game that have 2.
Yeah,
there's the stealth guy I think has 2 damage shield, right? Or spell shield.
Yeah.
Or am I going crazy?
Anyway, some
it's
enemies
sick.
with 2, but yeah, this bypasses almost all the shields. Card's nuts.
Yeah.
We're almost there.
Yep.
I put old magic in here.
Yeah. Why?
I don't know. It was a card, and I was just screenshotting everything in the.
But okay. We've called a lot of things high variance. This is the literal highest variance card in the game because you make it on the fly.
Yeah, there's some certainty to it. Like you always get either a movement or the draw / space / money one.
Yeah, I guess.
I think that old magic is on average A tier.
I put it in the same spot. I think it's pretty good on average.
Yeah. So sometimes old magic gives you spikes, regen, nothing, right? Sometimes you just get a bunch of garbage you don't care about. And sometimes you get plus 10 attack, gain 50 gold, and you go, wow, that's insane. And so I'm willing to give it A tier as a result.
Okay. What are we doing next here?
Train Steward goes in the special tier because Train Steward is an F tier card, but you would not be able to play the game without him. So it is morally incorrect in my opinion to give Train Steward an F tier. I made him his own tier.
Yeah, I made him his own tier, but I also put other terrible cards in there to insult them. So
yeah, I mean that's fair.
Okay.
For the greater good. So for the
Can I do this one? Can I do this one, please?
Yeah, go for it.
Hate this card.
Really?
I hate this card because you take this card over the other half of the event.
Yeah.
And the other half of the event is 9 out of 10 times better. And then also, I hate what they did to it. I hate the change.
Yeah, you wanted to put units in the Pyro room.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do, and they won't let me. This is my biggest protest vote. F tier.
F tier. Okay.
Because mainly the justification is because you have to skip the other event for this.
Yeah.
And that's a mistake most of the time. But also just to say, I don't want to say fuck you, Shiny Shoe, but come on, man. I love you, Shiny Shoe, but why would you do this? I understand it's a bug that you couldn't figure out how to fix, but that's kind of weak.
I put it in C tier. I think that usually you want to take the sap or the multi-strike, but sometimes both, or the melee weakness, pardon me. But sometimes that's bad, and so for the greater good is good. It's okay.
Protest vote.
The problem is that it is a high variance card. Sometimes you get garbage, and sometimes you get something that's nuts. So, Hef.
Now, Hef is +2 size, right, for what you get for it?
That is what I'm going to check right now. I believe yes. I'm
going to put it in B tier because I'm putting it 1 tier below Bog Cocoon.
Agreed.
I think the infusion's pretty good, but if it's +2 size, that's asking a lot, but it's good.
Yeah, it's 30/30 +2 and trample. The problem that I have with Hef is that by the time you see her, like by the time she shows up in your run, it's like ring 5, and by then usually I just have my infusion squared away anyway.
Yeah.
I don't infuse her all that much.
But you know she's coming though, is the thing, because you see the event at ring 3.
Yeah, but usually
So you can play around it.
Yeah, you can, but I usually just don't care.
Yeah. Also, she herself is kind of just trash.
Yeah, like her as a card is not very good, and like she gives 30/30, and as we discussed with a certain someone down below, kind of underwhelming. However,
Trample.
Trample. Trample is good enough to get her in the B tier for me. What the fuck is Nexus Spike doing here?
Nexus Spike. I like it more than freaking For the Greater Good. I think it's like a B tier card.
Yeah, I mean Nexus Spike is another extremely high variance card. I don't know. I used this card to put burnout on enemies, and that was cool.
You can do that?
Yeah, so if you give it a burnout, like if you give it Wicklash and then you give it like any other targeted damage spell, it'll let you put burnout on enemies.
You do that on bosses?
No, because the
it doesn't work on bosses. Yeah. That's why.
Yep.
Yeah, okay,
but yeah,
whatever.
You can use it to give burnout to enemies.
Frick this card.
Yeah, I give it B tier because sometimes you take it and it's just like, I guess I make this 2 root seeds, and then sometimes you use it and it kills mini bosses in 1 hit for you. Last card, Cranberry.
Holy Claw. Pretty bad considering that you have to skip Trap Shoot for this.
Yep.
There is a fringe scenario though where this is better, and that is when you have Split Anvil. And even then it's kind of iffy.
There is one other fringe scenario I will give it. I put it in F tier because I think this card is just abysmal in comparison. However, you can use it to pull your own unit to the top to overflow.
Okay, yeah, I guess.
But that sucks, usually.
Yeah, that's not very good. You're wasting the days to instead daze your own unit.
Yeah, and polyclawing a unit into your Pyre is no longer good, because a heavy's gonna live, a tank is gonna do damage to you with spikes, and so you're gonna use it to kill a backliner. But like, I don't know, just take Trap Shoot.
Which makes it better, I believe in general, if you have the Split Anvil.
Yeah, sure. Split Anvil makes it a little bit better. True. That's it, Cranberry. Okay. Holy shit, we did it.
We did it.
I said at the start I wanted this video to be an hour and a half or 6 hours. This video is 5 hours, 45 minutes.
You definitely said an hour and a half, or I think it was an hour or 4.5 hours, I thought you said.
Yeah, I mean, this video was very long. I didn't expect this to be fast, to be fair.
Neither did I.
I have zoomed out all the way to give a final shot of the tier list.
I gotta do that too. Hold on. I mean, I can do it later. Whatever.
Yeah. Well, Cranberry, it's been a pleasure.
Sure. I'm just kidding. It's been a pleasure as well. It was fun to do, of course.
Yeah, I had a good time.
Yeah.
I'm a little burnt, so I don't really remember what we said at the start. To be honest with you, we did just record for 5 hours straight, 5.5, 5 hours 45 straight.
Cool.
Yeah, you suggested something that we could do with Dusk that sounded fun. Oh, bottom 10. That was right.
Bottom
10 sounds like fun. Also, maybe we could do the relics at some point. Sorry about the Buddha to do. I just took a screenshot of my recording time for you watching the recording right now. It was very loud.
Okay.
I will not be editing that in post.
Damn.
I'm not doing that. Okay. Yeah. Happy 1 year to Monster Train: The Last Divinity. Great game.
And happy 1 year to you. Happy birthday, Voix.
Hey, thanks.
When's your birthday?
July.
Damn.
Hey, you're close. You're close.
Not exactly.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind coming back to do the relics, but probably like a while from now. That video would be a lot shorter, though, to be fair.
Yeah, also true.
And I think that's it. We should have really said at the start. We should have plugged you at the start, Cranberry.
Nah, don't worry about that. At this point, if they don't know who I am, it's fucked up.
That's fair. Yeah, this one's gonna be the one that goes viral, though.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna wrap up the video. If you have anything else you'd like to say before I.
Hey, if you want to watch someone play Elden Ring, I've been making short videos about that over on the YouTubes, but because Voix refuses to play it.
I've played a little bit.
Maybe you've been playing it, but you're not making any content for it, which is also fair because I don't, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you for watching. If you actually sat through and listened to us talk about Monster Train for 5 hours and 45 minutes, you are a real trooper. Holy shit. Hell yeah. In the description, I will have a link to Cranberry's tier list, which he will send me after this video, I'm sure. And I will also have a link to Cranberry's channel, so you can go say hey to him if you have not already. Plays Monster Train, plays Elden Ring, is a libertarian fire mage, retired, I think.
Yeah, haven't played that the Elden Ring,
Elden Ring,
that Elder Scrolls mod in a while.
Yeah, but yeah, thanks for watching. We will see you in the next tier list, whenever that will be. Goodbye.
Goodbye.